County Board of County Commissioners to order. This is a budget workshop. I appreciate everybody being here that's here. We have a slim crowd this evening, but we'll work our way through this as we go. If you have any questions, if you have a noise-making device, turn it off, silence it, whatever it takes. So we'll open with a word of prayer from Commissioner Mobley, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, sir. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for all your many blessings, Lord. Lord, thank you for this county. Thank you for all the residents here and all the people that work for us, Lord. Lord, we just bless you right now, Father. Lord, we pray right now for this budget. Let us make clean decisions, clear decisions, and get through this workshop. Just in pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
He was better than
I
I.
couldn't hear Commissioner Iverson all
He was
that time.
whispering over here.
He was shaking.
Glad we can have fun.
So we'll get started with Public Works, Roads and Bridges. Mr. Chrisley.
How y'all doing today?
Well, how are you?
Good, good, good. Now, we're gonna do this like the regular meetings where we got 3 minutes to get through this and the
Yes.
next person steps up?
Speak fast. No.
Okay.
Take your time, give us what we need, and we'll be good.
Okay, where do y'all wanna start? I never know exactly what to do when I get up here, cause some of y'all wanna see one thing and,
I'd say Fund 103, Road and Bridge.
Road and
Yes.
Bridges is what they have first, Chris, and it starts on the operating page.
Okay, can I
Okay.
ask you a question before we get
Yeah.
there? Version 1, version 2, what road department, version 1, version 2? We're on version 2?
It should be what I just emailed you.
Version
It'll be
2
version 2.
is the one
but
that
yeah.
Kayla sent me.
What would
Yeah.
be the difference between version 1 and version 2?
Version 1 had a couple of changes to, excuse me, version 2 had an increase in a vehicle purchase price, and some of the operating line items were changed on that one. So version 2 should be what's in your printed packet.
Why is there 2 now?
Anytime we resave or make changes to it, we save it as a new version so we can track what was changed throughout the whole process. We won't save over the same
Okay.
file, yeah. So even if it's a minor change, we'll typically go back and change it to version 2, version 3, whatever, just so we know that that's the most current one with the most current one. But yeah, on that one we had, Chris had asked for a vehicle, and I had inputted a price based off the state contract price, but I did increase it a little. And so after looking at it, we wanted to increase it a little bit more just to make sure with a whole year, in advance that it had enough money in it to make it. And then Chris and Brooklyn met and looked at his actuals and year to date and made some more adjustments on the operating. So that should be reflected in that one.
Okay.
That's way back in the back line.
How far back? What's the back page?
Right here.
Yeah, it should be towards the back. Oh, yeah, we'll just plug it in after
Yeah, it won't
everything
be
is
none
already
of the fold,
out.
it'll be past the folders. Should be the first one past the fold.
Miss Sarah,
Yes, sir.
103 Road and Bridge.
Yep, that's it.
ask for these books to be tabbed if we can.
Yeah, we can do that.
It's just
Easier to flip through.
when we want to go back and forth and we're having to go through and look at to me it's easier for it to be tabbed, road department.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
If you
Not
get
a
Miss
problem.
Taylor to work on that, please.
We can do it.
For the next meeting.
Yes,
You don't
sir.
have to.
You're good today? Yes, sir.
It's just quicker to reference when they're tabbed, so we can see.
Yes, sir.
Get the other commissioners are okay with that.
It
Yes,
does make it
that'd be
easier to
good.
flip, yeah.
Or the first line.
We're
Okay.
ready when you are.
Y'all wanna go line by line, or do y'all have certain things y'all just wanna, question? Or just the stuff, because some of it is not, we don't have any, we're not asking for anything. We're not asking for any increases on some of it. Do you want to still go line to line? Or just the lines that we're asking for increases?
For me?
Yeah, well, go ahead. So if I'm just looking at the top one, right, on operating the cost, road and bridge overtime expense,
Yes.
the new request is 97,000.
That one is because of the additional help that we've got. You'll have to wait until
I'll
you
just
see
start
that.
at the top and
Yeah.
make our way through it. And
Was
quickly,
that-
if it's no change, then we'll just say it's no change. And
Okay.
if you have a question,
So
that way we're not
so the-
skipping anything.
So the first one, 51,400, the additional cost there is for the new hires. We have a total of, we're down to 5 now. We just hired 4 a couple of weeks ago, so that's what the increase would be for on that one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
on line 1, so in 24 you spent 66,000, and 25 you only spent 16,000. Is that because that overtime was probably incurred by storms or something?
Well, we,
Okay.
2024 was because of storm, and we don't ever know when the storms are gonna
Yeah,
hit,
make
so
this up on
we kept
someone
that
else.
up.
Where'd you get that at?
Kayla emailed it to me. It just has all the columns aren't hid,
What
like
page?
the one in your book.
The front, he's got.
They're there if you want to just unhide them.
the different-
You guys asked
here.
for us to, yeah. If you go back to the operating tab, operating page, yeah, you'll see where some of them were just hid. That was all that, when you guys wanted to talk about the summaries and percentages,
Yeah.
it was just last year versus this year. Yeah, it's all still there. Like I said,
So-
we just hid it, so it wasn't
Where I
so
was,
big.
so my question, Mr. Chris, is what, last year you asked for 95 grand, you only spent 16 grand. This year you're going up from 95 grand to 97 grand. Like, are you just trying to cover yourself? and
Yeah,
cut-
that's strictly to cover. Please, we don't want no storms, but if one hits, and we've got, instead of 22 people out there, we've got 30 people out there, the numbers are gonna go up quick.
And this is actually one that goes back since before Chris was the director, but on an average year, that was about where we were seeing those trends
Okay.
at. Yeah, and so like Chris says, if we've got a heavy storm season, we're going to go over that. If we have a light storm season, we may not use barely any of that. And so that seemed to be where the trend was. And so we started budgeting that $95,000 as an annual cost because that was where our average expenditures were for those few years. But like Chris is saying, now we've got a few more people on staff. So if we want to leave it at the 95, it's another one. It's not a hill we need to die on. You know what I mean? We just looked at it and said we have, quite a few more staff. And so we might want to bump that up. But again, leaving it at 95 would probably still be okay.
But what Commissioner Ivers is saying is, I mean, you got a 66 and 24, you got 16 and 25, it's averaging 41.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, in prior years. When we established that $95,000 number in the prior years before that, 95 seemed to be a good number
The
to
last
fit.
2
So
years, we hadn't had a major
yeah.
storm.
Yeah, we hadn't had them. It's been the last couple of seasons have been a little quiet.
Usually when you get the major storms is when you hit that number.
See
or
overtime,
supersede.
yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that-
I hope we never hit it.
Right.
So let me ask this: what would be your problem with taking that and dropping it to about 40,000? If
Yeah.
I-
There's not a problem
if
if
we
you
do have a
oversee it.
storm, we got to do a budget amendment. We can, but right now, if we're having to cover 95,000,
Mhm.
then we're having to raise it just in case. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, you could lower it and you just have to come back and do a budget
The only-
amendment if you have a storm season.
Okay, well,
The only downfall to that,
Yes, sir.
of bringing it down low, is if you have a storm season, you've already expended all your money out,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have that $98,000 sitting there to cover your payroll,
Sure.
then you might be pulling something out of general fund, and we cannot pull out of general fund to subsidize
Yeah, fuel
road
tax.
and bridge.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
not allowed to.
You're not
not
allowed.
allowed, yeah, because road and
Right.
bridge is
So if we don't have that money sitting
Mm-hmm.
there, and we've subsidized all
Right.
of that money that you, to put down, say the other 50 we put somewhere else
Right.
in another project, which
Mhm.
is
Mhm.
a good idea, but the problem is if we ever have that one storm,
Mhm.
we won't have that money to pull. You have to stay within that budget.
Sure.
Right. Right. And
Which-
keep in mind, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For right now, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. This $266,000 was the new local option gas tax revenue from March to June of 26.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So we should have some money there.
No,
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 that'll be expended.
that's gonna cover, the additional payroll.
Have you already hired those people?
And
For-
the
that-
new tax also is limited on what you can spend on
Right.
those
Right.
capital improvements also. So you couldn't
Okay.
use it for payroll expenses.
Yeah.
And
We had to
can't
couldn't use
spend-
it
we had to-
for-
yeah, we had to
You
get
gotta
money
spend that,
from-
yeah.
I
from
thought
whatever,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
get that to
I
capital.
thought that was a.
Yeah.
It's
And one thing,
business
keep in
for
mind,
certain
right,
things.
right.
Yeah.
And one
Yeah,
thing,
yeah, that's right.
I think you can hire, we hired people, we had to rearrange the funding. Remember, we hired new people, but it was because the new capital purchases that we needed would come from the
Okay,
new money,
right.
and then we would readjust and kind of split how we were paying
Okay.
that. But you guys keep in mind too, if it is a storm-related event that causes us to use that overtime, that's part of our FEMA reimbursement we're gonna apply for, and we can get that money back into the Road and Bridge Fund after a storm.
Okay.
So even though it's there and it's budgeted, like I said, if it's storm-related overtime, which is a lot of what we use it for, then that could be an expense that the county gets back either way.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem taking it back to where it was. I mean, you're not talking 2,000 and something dollars, just keep it at 90.
Right, just keep it at
Yeah.
95.
Keep it at the 95?
I mean, I'm fine with that, but I'm scared, not scared, but
Yeah.
I want to be cautious.
If we do-
One hurricane, and then we could supersede that, and if we've already budgeted the rest of the road and bridge money, we have nowhere to pull it from.
Sure.
But Chris, before you move it back to Mr. Chris, before you move it back 95,000, where did you come up with that 2850 that you added to the 95,000?
The girl will do all that.
Like, was that a percentage or something?
That's gotta be what they were doing.
The girls being
Mary,
Miss Mary.
and,
Okay.
going over to see.
They
she-
budgeted on the payroll.
Yeah,
Whatever
she,
the
she,
payroll
she
is.
looks at the payroll and then bases some of this stuff off of what exactly is going on with that.
It's a 3% increase.
3%.
Yeah.
3%.
I mean, that's-
Yeah, and you gotta think too, if we do get a raise this year like we've programmed, then that overtime cost
And that
increase
could-
just specifically from
And
the
that could be
raise.
what it
too,
is.
yeah.
It could be she added
Could've
a
done
raise
that
in
too.
on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But again, if it
Well, I mean,
needs,
it's raised 3%.
Yeah, so that,
yeah.
Okay.
okay, we good on that one?
What do we decide? We want to leave it, let's leave it at 97?
It doesn't give me heartburn to leave it at 97 just for simplicity.
I forgot about raises and stuff, so yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, that's fine. Keep it the way it is.
Okay, the next line is, special pay. This is road and bridge expenses on special pay. It's hurricane pay.
Yeah, we removed that one, Chris. That was when it was
I was
never
gonna
used.
say,
It
I
was a
don't know
line
why
item that
we've
was
even
there,
got a
yeah.
number up there for that.
You
We
actually
haven't
don't.
budgeted anything in that specific line item in several years that we
Right.
didn't, yeah.
That line is actually there for, if at some point y'all decided that if, like me and Jason were, our salary, if y'all decide, okay, they're working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, we need to pay them some special pay, that's where that would have came from. So, I don't remember putting that on there, but that's fine. So, zero that one out.
That's just an old line item, Chris. It's
Yeah,
still
that's
there.
an
Yeah,
old
we
line
don't
item
use
that's
it,
been
yeah.
there forever. The next one, nothing is there.
But Miss Sarah, you said that it was that you haven't had anything budgeted for that line in years, but it says there that you had 21 grand budgeted for last year.
It may have been in there as a budget item. We actually haven't had any charges to it. Let me rephrase
Yeah.
it that way.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, the next one is workers' comp. That one, we didn't change. And I'm assuming, the workers' comp's just for premiums, right?
Looks like it went down. I mean, you had 200,000 in last year's and went down to 150.
No, instead,
No,
mine
the
showing
opposite.
stayed
We-
200.
We increased that one, Chris, because
Previous
you have your
years.
new crews plus the increased wages,
Okay,
so.
never mind. So you're at
Yeah,
200.
it was at 150 and it went up to 2. I think you
Okay,
read
it
that
was at
backwards.
Yeah,
150,
my bad.
okay.
My bad. Looked at it.
Yeah. And then also keep in mind too, our workers' comp, that's actually done by an audit at the end of the year.
Right.
And so those numbers are really hard to plan for also, but you need to, if you were giving an increase on salaries, you should increase your workers' comp premium payments also, because typically when you pay your people more, your workers' comp goes up too. So that's one that we always true up at the end of the year. But we try to get as close to what we think it would be on that one.
This spreadsheet ain't right.
Which one? What you looking at?
Never mind. It is. It's over here. Okay.
Hey, did she change that out before you got here?
Yeah, I think. Just over here on this one. Okay.
Okay, the next one is for professional services. This is when we have to hire mostly for when we have to hire a engineer to design something or something like that for us. That money comes out of, the money we used to pay them comes out of that on professional services, and we increase that to $25,000. Let's see. The next item we removed. Next item we removed. Okay, the next one is 54,100. The new GPS system in for the vehicles for FEMA documentation. This is FEMA's not accepting they're not accepting our paperwork anymore. Everything, they've got to have computer printouts and all that stuff. So for us to be able to prove that we have vehicles going out during the storms, we are in the process of we've got a bunch of them in, but we're in the process of putting GPS in the vehicles, and this is to keep the actual GPS payments going. So it's costing us money to do some of this FEMA stuff. So that one, let's see, actuals. So we actually went up quite a bit on that one because of the new stuff going into the vehicles. The last year it was just buying the parts for the vehicles. Now we're having to finish putting them in the new vehicles and then paying the annual fee for it. The next one is postage. That one we didn't do nothing with. The electric, we raised that up to $30,000 just for the price of power going up. Rentals and expenses. Bridge rentals. Okay, this one we actually went down because a lot of this stuff was from when we did the storms. We had a bunch of stuff that we had rented because of the storms that carried through the last year, and we've returned the majority of it. So we lowered that down $5,000. The insurance carrier, we kept that the same at $150.
Well, I'm showing 130 on that. 150 to 130. Unless I'm reading something wrong.
I'm seeing 150 on both sides.
150 to 130 on mine.
On
And then
to.
the spreadsheet.
Let me look a little closer because I can't hardly see it anyway.
Yeah, it's 150 and 130.
Yeah.
150 is which side?
That must be the one on the operating line item that you couldn't remember one of the things that you and Brooklyn increased
Insurance
because of
carrier
actuals.
expenses.
Previous,
must have been the other one
previous
that we didn't
request
get
was
done.
150, new request is 130.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you're saying, Chris, you needed that one at 150.
yeah.
So it stays the same. It's not.
So we
increased.
say, okay, I see what you're saying. So, so our request this year was a 150?
Mhm. I mean, if that's what your sheet says, yeah.
That's what my sheet says, is that is 150 is the new request. Oh, that is the one we changed. I see the note over here, same as last year. Let's see, repairs and expenses, we kept the same. Vehicle repairs and maintenance.
Give me 1 second. So that is going to 150, correct?
Yeah, there was one that he said when he and Brooklyn talked about on operating that he couldn't remember what the change was, so that must be the one we didn't get incorporated.
Yeah,
into
and then
this,
I see now where it says same as last year.
Yeah.
That's what she typed in, so we would know that was one of them.
Yeah. I'm making my notes too. We'll make sure these are correct for the next step in our review.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, the road vehicles, repairs and maintenance, we left it the same. Oh, that's the one we just talked about. No, that's vehicles, repairs and maintenance, we left it the same at 150. Equipment rentals and maintenance, we left it the same. The new roof on the shop, that's because of a storm that came in. That's what we are figuring for the new shop. That's us doing the work. We're just gonna buy the material. It's probably high, but metal goes up and down. So we're not replacing the whole roof, we're just replacing a portion up there. Reimbursable expenses, we left that the same. The traffic light maintenance, we've left that the same. See, I'm sorry, the one before that was CSX, I'm reading the wrong line. CSX maintenance, we left it the same. The red light maintenance, we left it the same. The next line is empty. The advertising is we increased that, we actually decreased that. Okay, what are y'all showing? I'm showing a
Decrease.
decrease.
$1,200 this
Okay.
year, $1,500 last year.
Okay. We decreased that because we've got the new staff, we got a bunch of them already, so that's gonna eliminate some advertising. Recording fees, we don't really have a line item there because we don't hardly ever use that, so we just left it blank. If we have to come up with, what was it, $40, we'll figure it out. Refunds is blank. Office supplies, we left the office supplies at the same rate. Operating supplies, we increased from 69,000 to 75,000. That's just because of everything going up.
So would that, excuse me, interrupt, would that increase from last year? Last year in 25, you spent 86 grand on that. In other words, was there an isolated?
There was, what did we do for the 86? We had to buy something that we normally
We bought a
don't.
bunch of pipe last year, and then we also had that project on Miltondale that we did that I don't believe was originally budgeted for.
Yeah, that might have been part of it. Miltondale might have been most of it, actually. Of that 86. Yeah. So we took
We
that
did-
from
what-
69 to 75,000.
Yeah, and I think you guys did that big project off of, we had some bunch of cross drains too. I can't even remember the name of the road. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
Old Arbor Road,
Yeah, you had
yeah.
a bunch of pipe replacement last year.
Fuel expenses, we left that the same. Fuel taxes, left it the same. Road materials, left it the same at the 300,000. The special roads project, we're leaving that at 600,000. The 600,000 that was budgeted for 2026 is basically going to be used on 2023A.
Yeah, current year it's earmarked for
Current-
the
yeah.
23A box culvert.
Yeah, that money, so we're basically asking to replenish that, the same amount. And that's basically our emergency fund in case something happens to a major bridge or road or something somewhere. The next two are blank. Okay, the next one is capital outlay.
You got your loan payments also,
Okay,
Chris,
yeah,
which those
that's-
didn't change, but those are just our annual payments on the 6 motor graders and then 4 tractors. Our previous budget spreadsheet showed that on the capital line item, but because they're actual payments and not capital purchases, they're on a payment line item in this one. So that's why the amount hasn't changed, but you'll see that notation that it was previously listed in another location.
Okay, I lost my line.
You're on the road and bridge litter program, Chris. That's the next one, before your capital outlay. And that one was previously funded by ARPA, and we need to start budgeting for that in the actual department budgeted now. So those ARPA
Oh,
funds are
okay.
almost depleted, so we've got to start working on that in-house. So this will be year 6 of that program, and this will be the first time that the road budget has had to pay for that.
That we're actually covering it under our budget.
And this is gonna be sufficient.
Yes, sir, that's the contract amount now.
There's gonna be no increase.
No, sir.
I think it was I think when I figured it up, it was like 129 and change, and we just went to 130.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
That was our,
When's this up for contract renewal?
if I remember correctly, I'm sorry off the top of my head, I think we've got one more year on that contract.
Who's that with?
Southeastern
Southeastern.
Services, yeah.
A 3-year contract, 5-year.
I think it was a 5-year. The first year that we started, it was just on an emergency basis because it was the lack of inmate labor. And then we entered into a full contract when we realized that labor was not coming back anytime soon. So I think it was a 5-year contract, but I can pull it. Don't
Nope.
don't quote me on that. I think that's from memory.
I
I
was
think
just
that's what
trying
it
to
was.
make sure if we're not in the middle of changing or going out to bid, make sure
Yes,
that
sir.
we need to bump
Yes,
it
sir.
up some to cover the expense, because it's something we gotta have.
Right. I looked at it when we first started this. I'm 99% positive this new upcoming year would be the last of that contract. So this time next year we might need to look at maybe budgeting a little more for it.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir. And then capital is your next one, Chris, if you want to switch to the capital page. It's summarized there on the bottom of operating for you guys, but the details are on the actual capital spreadsheet, which should be the next page in your printed packet.
Yeah, I got my pages all messed up. Okay, capital outlay for road department.
He's showing. Give me 1 second, Chris.
Okay.
2025 is 261 from right here. Looking at fuel,
Mm-hmm.
261 and 279 for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
It actually went down in 2025.
Yeah, fuel prices went down.
But this year to date, which I mean, I guess this is as of 420, we're only at 100, 165 potentially. Do you think we could bring that number down a little bit?
I mean, it's possible. Gas prices are so volatile sometimes. It's hard to determine that.
Sure.
But yeah,
But
I mean, we
as-
could.
I mean, it looks like you've had pretty good excess every year.
Yeah.
Where would that money go?
It would stay in the road paving fund. I mean, the road paving fund, the road and bridge fund has like a savings account basically. So you don't have to spend all that money every year. It just stays in there. So if you want to reduce fuel and just keep more in your like contingency, so to speak, you could do that. But like I said, gas prices are just too hard to.
Gas prices are definitely volatile.
Yeah.
Looks like we won. I mean, say we won. We've been under the past two, and it's, I mean, averaging 270 a year. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's one we could reduce if you guys wanted to. And like I said, there's definitely some wiggle room there based on the last couple of years, but that's one of those line items that honestly we kind of just keep the same from year to
let's
year.
leave it there for right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, electric.
But I was just
and-
looking at it. I mean, that was a
yeah.
big delta.
Right.
So,
Yeah, yeah. There are a couple of them
And
that
the thing
honestly
is,
we
if
just
it's not
keep.
spent, it don't go anywhere.
Right,
Sure.
absolutely.
It's still in road and bridge.
Absolutely, it doesn't go back
Right.
anywhere else. Yeah.
okay.
Well, since you brought up fuel, what about the fuel taxes? The last 2 years we've been over on fuel taxes. Like you're asking for 5,000, and 24 we're at 5149. 25 we're at 6,600. So both years we've been over budget on that line item. This year you left it at the same at 5,000.
We left it at the same this year because
But look at
for
that.
whatever reason, our fuel, we're not burning. our
And there's
fuel.
only a specific type of fuel that we pay taxes on too. Is
Yeah.
it's the
We should be
the
good
off
there,
highway
for sure.
fuel, right?
Because we're only using 160, like we're only projected to use 160,000 of our.
Yeah, we only pay tax on the gasoline, we don't pay tax on the diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's off-road diesel, right? That you pay tax on.
Yeah, we don't pay tax on diesel.
Yeah.
We have to run.
We have to
road
file a
fuel.
report every month with the state that shows how many gallons we use, because we
Okay.
actually buy it at no tax, but you have to report on what you're actually using, and then it calculates to DOR how much you have to actually
Okay.
pay, so, yeah.
I don't expect anybody to put any weight in this comment, but I find it super hard to believe that we're going to underspend $100,000 this year in fuel
In fuel,
than we've spent the last 2 years.
me too.
I mean, I just feel like,
Well,
Yeah.
if you go back 2 years ago, we had all the storms. But this year, yeah, numbers are low.
so even last year you spent 260 grand, and you're saying that this year you only project to spend 160 grand?
No.
No.
Year to date annualized. That's what we spent so far.
That's where we're at right
160,000.
now.
Today,
As of
That
like
was as of
April.
last month.
Yeah.
They don't even, they don't count this.
No, as of April you only spent 107 grand.
Is it
So-
as of 421?
Oh, yeah, as of April
There's
21st.
a
that's the number.
2026 year to date annualized, and then well, the annualized I guess would be
That's just kind of an estimate, yeah.
yeah.
An estimate for the year, right?
Sure.
Yeah, for the year,
So we're estimating we're only gonna spend we're gonna spend 100,000 less this year? Do we put any weight into that, or
Well, I think like Chris is saying, that really weighs heavily on storms and things too.
$100,000?
And rain, not just even storms, but even rainy season, things like that too. So, but
But
no, I
if
can't speculate on that.
Yeah, it's been an exceptionally dry year this year too. So that means we're not having to go out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we're normally sitting. We're not going out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday patching roads, having 5 or 6 motor graders running, dump trucks bringing,
Yeah.
hauling dirt, and all of that.
Okay.
Cut out too. So,
Sounds good to me.
so the weather plays a big part. Storms or not.
It's a great thing to be under budget.
Oh, amen to that. And part of the reason is
I just hate to think that we're under budget. We're not even close to being under budget. That's what worries me.
That's a great problem for us to have, and so I can remember some years that we're not there.
yeah.
One
I've
bad,
heard of some
one
years.
bad storm has been, it's terrifying,
And in 2024, we got hit 3 times.
3 times.
And thank goodness none of them were direct, because they're still digging out up north.
Right.
The one that kicked just slightly left and went past us, if that wouldn't have been here, yeah, this budget would be completely different than it is now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so moving over to, are y'all good?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. On the Capitol, that new truck that we're talking about, I did look at the current state of Florida contract pricing for 2026 for this actual vehicle was only $51,000. So I had originally plugged in 55 for that vehicle, thinking that it may go up. But after we looked at it and talked about it, sometimes that may not be enough either. So Chris wanted to bump that up a little bit more. But just to let you guys know that that should be more than sufficient to purchase that truck based on the
Yeah.
current prices as we're looking at
That's,
them now. Yeah.
Well, time we
Because
put the
might have
lift
to go
kit.
to 2027.
Time we put the lift kit and the big tires on there.
Kind of specialized exhaust or something maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're not doing none of that.
Yeah.
But that was the one thing on, for vehicles, the only thing on the vehicles. And then down in the other,
I'm glad it's a 2,500.
oh yeah, well, we had that conversation.
Yeah.
2,500 in diesel, so it can be used later on, and, yeah, that's what it's for. So we can still have something that's, the engine's gonna last longer, which I'm actually looking at a diesel for my personal truck now because of what they're capable of and how long they run. But anyway, the next thing, is, we've got a Diamond, maintenance tree trimming machine. I don't know how this thing works.
You got your video, they'll play it. But David's listening to you. He's
Oh,
good.
David, listen?
Yeah.
Okay, this is like a 2-minute video. I can't explain what this thing does. This will be easier. Is there a volume?
He can get it for you. Yeah.
David, can you turn the volume up?
I think he's trying. There you go.
Introducing the DM360, a turnkey solution that brings together Diamond's trusted attachments to an industry-proven platform. This collaboration delivers unmatched visibility, stability, and versatility on a robust chassis built for the most demanding roadside environments. With its signature rotating cab and boom, the DM360 gives operators a true 360-degree advantage. Better visibility, improved comfort, and unmatched control. Advanced features like joystick steering, all-wheel steer, and industry-leading left-hand mowing empower crews to work more efficiently, confidently, and in sync with the demands of municipal maintenance. The lineup includes 2 models, the DM360 and the enhanced DM360X. Safety sits at the core of both machines. Each unit features half-inch polycarbonate operator protection, a level 2 FOBS roof guard, and a standard reverse camera, giving operators confidence and protection on every job. When it comes to serviceability, DM360 dealers serve as your single service provider, simplifying support and minimizing downtime. These machines are engineered for easy in-field maintenance, keeping crews productive throughout the season. The optional tilt rotator gives operators flexible cutting angles and precision control, delivering cleaner results in a wide range of applications. On units with a 30-foot boom, a telescoping secondary boom extends reach, unlocking enhanced capability where operators need it most. They come standard with an axle stabilizer and low engine placement in the chassis for superior balance and control. For customers wanting even more versatility in all seasons, the DM360X includes a universal skid steer plate and dedicated hydraulics, allowing additional options such as snowblowers, sweepers, and assorted diamond attachments to maximize year-round asset utilization. The DM360 isn't just a machine, it's a partner designed to transform roadside operations.
Let's don't get the snow blower.
So rather than try to explain what that thing will do, I wanted y'all to be able to see it. What we're wanting that machine for is, right now when we have to go out and do tree work, we got to load a piece of equipment up on a lowboy. So we got to have a lowboy driver to drive it out there. Then we got to have somebody in another truck to drive out there with it that's going to be using the machine. Then we have to have a skid steer brought out also for grinding up whatever's being chipped or picked up. If it's being picked up, we have to have people out there, but if it's being ground up, the attachments that they're showing where it was chewing everything up, this machine doesn't come with that attachment, but we have that already. So we're enhancing some of the stuff that we already have. We don't have that exact one, but we have one similar to it. And now, with this machine, one guy get in it and he just drives wherever he needs to go. And then you saw how he could go backwards and forwards, mowing both directions. And it's just going to speed up the process of trying to keep the roads cleaned up with the trimming and tree trimming and the grass cutting on the slopes and everything. So
Would you continue to use the equipment that you have?
we're still using. This is mostly dirt roads and places that the tractors. Some of the places tractors can't go down. If they go, they're going over.
Yeah.
So that thing you can see with the 30-foot boom, the one we were looking at does have a 30-foot boom. It does have the tilt on, or the articulating tilt. So it's a very versatile machine. This is another one we're putting on a lease, 3-year lease for $87,000 is what we'd like to do. And it's got a $54,000 buyout at the end of the 3-year contract. How that works, I don't know exactly. It's supposed to be, that's what we can pay for it afterwards.
At the end
And,
it's got a $54,000 buyout
yes, sir.
at the end of 3 years.
At the end of 3 years. Now, at the end of 3 years, if you do the math on it, at the end of 3 years, we would actually, if we bought it out, it would actually cost us, what did you say?
Miss Kayla took my papers, so I don't have them written down anymore.
What was it though? It's only like $25,000 more that it would cost. But a machine like that after 3 years, you probably really don't want to.
Do you still have the price that you gave me earlier? Do you still have it in front of you, Chris? You give it to me,
We're
but
paying $317,000 for this thing. If we lease it for 3 years and then buy it out at $54,000.
but he's saying he doesn't want to buy it out.
Normally on this equipment, after 3 years, that's when you're gonna start doing a lot of repairs. So if you buy it, now you're buying the repairs, it's gonna go a long way. I'm not saying it's not gonna break while we're using it in the 3 years, but so that's the reason we started leasing our tractors. That's why we lease our motor graders and
We
everything.
don't do the
'Cause
buyout.
once we hit those
But-
hours,
But this is what is the price, Mr. Chris?
the price of the machine is if we bought it outright, it's $278,988.80.
278.
$988.
$988. Now, they put a budgetary number in case if we wait too long to purchase it. Usually October 1st is we've waited 1 day too long. It's an $8,529 budget increase. There could be. They're not saying it is. There could be a budget increase on it. And this would be leased through Ring Power under the Sourcewell contract, or this is a Ring Power lease, so it wouldn't be, we're not buying it, so it wouldn't be the Sourcewell.
So I just wanted to confirm my numbers that we would, if we bought it outright, we would save $10,000 from leasing it.
If we bought it outright.
Okay.
Under the lease, Chris, does it cover all of our maintenance like our
No.
graders do? So that would be an additional
That,
cost.
well, the graders don't cover The motor graders don't cover the maintenance either. It's, we still gotta change oils and all of that good stuff. There's a warranty there that covers everything, but all of the equipment anymore, warranty is a warranty for the equipment, but you still have to pay for them to come out to work on it. Now, if we take it over there, of course, there would be no charge if it's warranty work. But when we got a piece of equipment like this that's broke down somewhere and we can't get to it because they're way into the, we have to send them out, then there is a charge for them to come out, send a mechanic with a truck and everything else to work on it. The maintenance is free, but we still gotta pay somebody to come out, to drive out here. So not the
And
maintenance, the repairs are free.
this is going to be used where?
All over the county. This will be used all over the county, trimming trees, trimming road banks, banks on roads that we can't get to. It's mostly for trees, because on the mowing tractors, we don't mow dirt roads. But we still got to keep the trees trimmed, because they'll get out into the streets and start hitting.
How do we
vehicles.
do that now?
Right now, we take a machine, load it up onto a load boy, take the load boy out to wherever, drop it off. Then he goes back and gets a skid steer if he can't get it on the same, depending on which machine they go out there with. And then he goes back and gets a skid steer for cleaning up or grinding. And then there'll be another guy in a pickup truck that comes out to run down a piece of equipment, and the load boy goes back. And then when it needs to be picked up, then he has to reverse that, go pick everything up. Where this machine, he goes out and does whatever. If he's close to the shop, he'll just drive back to the shop. Because I think it does 22 miles an hour. Don't quote me on that, but I think it does 22 miles an hour on the road. That's maximum it'll do, but it's basically like a motor grader running up and down the road. So
How many days a week are you doing this?
trimming, once we get all our people in, every day that we're open, we'll have somebody on trimming.
So
Right now, we're just about got our people in place now, finally. We're finally starting to pick up some people when we advertise.
And so how big of a crew are you using to do that with?
Well, on this crew, if this would be just one guy. Oh, right now, you're talking about right now, what are we
Yes, sir.
using? It would be if it's a two-man crew. After the load boy drops everything off, it's a two-man crew. And another truck, because he's got to drive the truck out there and have that. If we're having to go up and they're cutting big limbs and stuff like that, then we bring a full crew out there, because we got to start picking up. If it's too big for us to grind, we have to pick it up. And that could be nothing more than, he can take that machine and use it to take the mower off and put a thumb on there, and he can load with that machine onto a dump truck, so he could just call a dump truck and come out there.
That machine's got a thumb on it?
That one doesn't. That would have to be an extra charge, but we're mostly needing it for going out and just trimming. Usually when they go out with these trimmers, because we've got some of these diamond machines, we got some of the diamond cutters now. When they go out and start trimming trees, there's usually nothing but sawdust on the ground. There's not a whole lot. It's when they go out with the other ones where they're actually cutting them down and dropping on the ground. If they go out and they're grinding, it's just sawdust. We just leave it there.
In my mind, me speaking, I'm just trying to justify spending $90,000 a year on just that. And that's just me talking.
Okay, well, the other thing on the, it's got a skid steer attachment on the front of it. So if we were going out, instead of having to send out a skid steer with a backhoe and a mower, the skid steer would be built right on that. So if we had one where he was just cutting down limbs and they're small enough limbs where we would just be grinding them up, that's already hooked onto the front of the machine. He goes in and grinds, and then he tucks the thing behind him. Now it becomes just a skid steer, and he goes out and he starts grinding all of that stuff. So that's still just a one-man operation.
And he's carrying all that with him as he
It
goes?
attaches right to the machine.
And our new fuel tax revenue would fund that, because that's part of the right-of-way mowing crew that we talked about. All the new people that we're hiring, and that what their services would be doing was peak mowing season. They're mowing and trimming, and then they're on a pipe and ditch crew, I think was the
Right.
other, like,
Right.
it's
They're
the same
not
crew
mowing.
doing multi-purpose. Half the year they're mowing, half the year they're on ditches and pipe work. With that new fuel tax increase. And
We
those numbers
understand.
on your summary page are just for those few months too. Wanna make sure you guys see
Justification
that.
for me would be if it was running 5 days a week, 4 or 5 days. We run 4 days a week, 4 days a
It's
week.
probably averaging about 35 hours a week.
You see that on your
Not,
second
you know,
page.
because they,
That's
depending
just
on where
for
they're
those
working, they
few
still gotta
months.
drive out there, they gotta drive back, oil changes and whatever. So it's, something like that would be running, a lot,
So we have a lot of
a whole lot.
overgrowth on our roads.
Yeah. I got a
There ain't
list,
many dirt roads to go on that it
Yeah.
don't.
I got a list from the guys the other day that was 25 roads, need to be trimmed right now.
And if we can take a 2 to 3 man crew down to a 1 man crew, and he's working 4 days a week,
Yeah.
that would be a justification for the equipment, because
Yes.
the salaries you're taking off for 2 people, you'll be doing something else.
Yeah.
Would-
And then there's
that
also
would actually pay for the machine.
Yeah, there-
In salary.
Then there's also storm cleanup, when we gotta go in, we gotta start just grinding everything up, get it off the road and all, everything. Now, he's mobile, he ain't gotta wait for a load boy to come load him up and take him to the next site, he just drives there. So the amount of time the load boy's waiting to go, he's over there going to town on it already, so.
Okay.
Help me understand why you would lease it and not buy it.
We've just kind of, the last few years, probably last 3 years, we've just kind of moved towards the motor grader, leasing the motor grader seems to be working good. Just about the time we start having issues with them, they go back and we get a brand new one. Now, this year coming up, because the price of motor graders keep going up, the next time we have to replace them, we might try to keep 1 or 2 of them to see if we can keep them going because of increases. But from buying to leasing, that was a recommendation that the board made.
That was, I know we did that last year with a truck.
Right, and we
And that
did,
was,
well, we did
that
last year
was,
for the truck.
we were
Yeah.
trying to be
budget.
creative and trying to free up some cash in order to
Well, on
do everything we
on our
needed.
motor graders and our tractors, we have been on a lease program now for, gosh, it's probably about 15 years, I think. It's been a while,
On the
yeah.
motor graders,
Yeah, motor
Okay.
graders
the
and.
tractors has
Yeah.
only been the last 4.5, 4,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
4
we've
or 5
done one
years.
renewal on the tractors, I
Yeah.
think, if I
Okay.
remember correctly. But motor graders, that's been a long-term thing, just to make sure that we're getting, good pieces of equipment that aren't worn out. And so that's really where that mindset came from. So
The
we're
history-
not, yeah.
The history behind it is we would have equipment that's 20 years old,
Mhm.
and we was trying to get into a system where we was rotating and getting newer equipment. So we didn't have 3 pieces of equipment
Mhm.
sitting, broke down, and we don't have, and we're getting behind all the time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
that's
we
happening.
went with the motor graders first,
Right.
just to see, and that seemed to be working.
Mhm.
With the maintenance program, if that motor grader's down for a certain period of time, they're gonna bring us another motor
Right.
grader.
Okay.
If that motor grader's gonna be down for 24 hours, we
They
make
bring-
one phone call and
We're
they
getting
got
another motor
one.
grader,
This-
it's not stopping us.
This purchase is through Green Power.
Yes, purchase or lease, either
So
one.
you know what, I mean, Burnham does the same.
It's a good
It's
program.
just
That's why we
not-
added the tractors to it a few
Right.
years ago, because it was so
The
successful.
business side
yeah.
of it just don't make sense
Okay.
now, if you was a personal person, and you was gonna use it just for yourself and not every day, it
Well,
doesn't make
that's-
sense, at least if you got the money.
That's the reason, I mean,
This is
think of this,
industrial.
think of a piece of equipment running, let's just drop it down to 30 hours a week for 3 years. And what it's doing, it's actually grinding trees and mowing heavy brush and everything. Now, the 3 years goes by, and up to that point, we haven't had any major issues at all.
We still have the option.
We still, for $54,000 in that budget year, we buy it and save the, 87,000 that it would take to release a new one.
Or
And at
we-
that point, we would know what, because you never know what kind of equipment you're gonna
Or
get until
we
you
get to
got
the
it.
point where we have to buy that one and then lease another one.
Yeah,
I mean,
Okay.
you have so many more options with the lease that you don't have.
My main concern is making sure that this isn't we're going to use it once a month.
no,
No.
Because I mean, if to spend this, I would rather spend 90,000 to fix some of these roads than I would spend 90,000 a year
Agree.
just for a machine to sit.
Yeah.
We used it to trim this up.
no,
And
this is
I
one,
want to make sure this thing's getting used a bunch
yeah.
before we
This
spend
thing
that kind of money.
This would probably be, like a motor grader, it'd be one of the most used piece of equipment we have.
Okay.
Because like I said, it's fully enclosed, so even if it's raining,
Right.
go to work.
That's fine. I mean-
As long as the cars can see you, and a lot of times they can get off the road. You see the tires that's on the thing, it's all-wheel drive. So they can get off the road and they can keep, even in the rain, they can keep going. As long as it's not lightning. I wouldn't allow them out there at lightning, but they just keep going. And this machine would probably be used as much as a motor grader.
Okay.
So that's that on that. Any other questions on that piece? Okay, the next thing is, our tire changing machine has finally died. There's two of them there. The one for the vehicles, the lower of the two, that is for the one we're replacing the one that just died. The one that just died is one that we got from the prison long before I came around. I don't know how long we've had it, but we got it. Yeah.
Before my time.
So it finally just it's so old now that it's wore out. I mean, it's 30 years of changing tires, and we don't just change the tires for us. We've changed the tires for Sarah's, for this office. We changed the firemen, everything on the fire trucks, mount and balance. I mean, we do
Animal
all
control,
of it. A couple
yeah,
years
do a
ago,
lot
we
of
bought
them.
balancing machines. So.
And let's
um,
clarify, not Sarah's vehicle, but the county
the
administration.
Yeah, we don't do no
County
private.
Admin's
I
Explorer.
thought I was gonna leave that alone.
County Administration's
I would-
Explorer got a
I'll leave
new
that
set of
alone.
tires and mounted and balanced from the
Yeah,
road
not
department.
Sarah's vehicle, Sarah's
Let's not
county
move past that
stuff.
too
Good-
fast.
good
yeah.
clarification.
Yes, yes.
And we've also, we've done the dog pounds.
Yeah,
vehicles,
animal
Correct.
control.
Animal control, I don't know why I can't
Yeah,
remember.
we typically try to do it in-house if we can, unless they're too busy. If
Yeah.
they say, listen, it's gonna be 6 weeks before we can get it in, then we'll use a local vendor to do that service. But we always check with Chris and Jason
Yeah.
and Mary first
And
before
now
we
we're
go out.
starting,
yeah.
like I said, we're finally starting to get, when we put out, we
Mm-hmm.
need some guys for this position, or this position.
Mm-hmm.
We're finally actually getting some applications. Before, we could run it for 2 months and we'd get one.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was somebody that's living down here on the street that just needed a new place to sleep, and he's looking for something else. I'm not making fun of nobody, but that literally happened one of the times.
And to Chris's credit too, they actually worked pretty hard to become to buy tires through wholesale
Yeah.
instead of buying them from a company. And so that's been a big cost savings effort actually that they've been able to do in house. So they're buying them direct from the manufacturer now, and we get those wholesale rates on that. So that was a good step in their part too.
So that's, that one is the bottom one, the 28,789, that is to replace the one that we have in the office right now, the one that's broke down right now. We've actually got 2 in there that's broke. So that one is to replace that. The next one up, the 25,455, this one is basically made for the bigger tires, the semis and stuff like that. Between all of our semis that we have and the fire department semis, we don't have people that are tire people. So when we have a tire go down on one of the semis, we don't just send a guy out there and he breaks the tire down, replaces it and everything. We'll have 4 guys out there trying to do it because we're not experienced enough. This will take all that away so that we'll have, eventually we want to get one guy out there that's gonna take care of all this. That's all he's gonna do is oil changes, repairs, small repairs that the mechanics don't need to be messing with, and then he'll take care of all the tires. So any county vehicles at all, we'll be able to start maintaining them. So that was the other one, is just so we could get, this one is made for bigger tires, roll-off trucks, semis, and dump trucks and stuff. That's what the other one was for.
How many of those do you do a year, Chris?
Roll-off tires,
Just big tires?
Every day probably.
probably 6 a day.
6 a
day.
I didn't hear what you said.
6 a day.
6 a day.
On Monday, we might have 15 flat tires we gotta do something with. And they're running in and out of these dumps. Yeah. Sometimes we get lucky and we can just put air in it and it'll get us through the day. A lot of the tires, we have the run flat fluids inside of them. We got a bad batch of that one time and it started clogging all of our
Valve
valve
stems.
stems. So as soon as that happened, every time we had a flat, now we have to dismount the tire, go clean the tire, replace the valve stem and put it back together. So but I mean, yeah, it's nothing to walk out there and you got one truck with 4 flat tires. Nothing at all. So. Any questions?
I think we're good.
If they're, just for the sake of time, because I know it's 4 o'clock already, on personnel costs, just real quickly, there's no new positions that's being requested. So everybody is either current employees, or you'll see that they're open positions. Again, that's not new positions that we're asking. Those just are not currently filled or were not currently filled. Like Chris said, we've actually done a pretty good job of hiring some people.
Lately.
But again, not asking for anything new. Salaries are being calculated with a 4% raise. That's where you'll see that proposed salary there. And then the only exception to any of that, like I said, FRS rates, all those are the same that we talked about, but there are 2 employees that do qualify, just one in this department, one in solid waste, that there is a pre-existing rule for when the union was in place, that instead of their 20-year longevity raise, they actually got that over a period of time, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and then 20. And so that is not something we're doing now with new hires because the union contract has expired. But those employees that are still here that were under those terms still get that portion. So there's one employee, you'll see that if there's an asterisk next to their name, they've got the 4% raise plus that longevity $500. But again, that's a policy decision that was part of the union contract. But as far as personnel cost goes, that's just standard 4% across the board, FRS and insurance rates like everyone else. And then if you'll go to the summary page, this is one thing that we had talked about at the last meeting, was looking at last year's budget request versus this year's budget request, and that's how those percentages were calculated. And then also we are notating there at the bottom what the new revenue, again, that's only March, April, May, and June. And that new revenue already totaled $266,000. So we just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that that was being received and collected.
Is that already calculated into the?
We don't count revenues on our side. That's Brooklyn's on her end that she'll show that. But yes, sir, this is just the expenses on our side. This is just for informational purposes to show you guys we're getting it and what it was. Yeah, we don't have, like I said, we don't have any revenue on this one that you guys are seeing.
The total budget increase or requested budget change is $332,664.74.
Yeah, because there was that one.
332,664.
What are you showing?
332,664.
On the printed
Because
one.
he
that
had the
you-
150 versus 130.
Yeah, on that printed one that
Went
you're
up 20
looking at.
grand.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll say on this one, we didn't, that was the line item, like I said, that you had forgotten that you guys had changed on your
Okay.
end, so it would be slightly different. Yeah.
What's the percentage question?
6.88%.
332, 664, 74. And our staff are listening in to Brooklyn, and we're making sure that these changes, if there's anything different from when you met with them to this, then we'll make sure it matches before we're done today. Yeah. Did that change the percent, Commissioner Mobley? What, 6.88 with the new number?
6.88.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Solid waste is
Yes.
next.
That should be the next one in your budget. If Commissioner Anderson needs me to come find it for him, I will.
I got it, I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
Where is the number in here for our new shop? Is there any kind of money you put in here?
We didn't put nothing in there this year for the new shop because of the, I've got this year I got the guys to, we had 100,000 in last year's budget, so I got the, Pittman to start doing some preliminary stuff and everything, got a contract from them that y'all.
They're working on the site plan for us now.
Doing
So there's really no
sites, yeah,
need to
so-
budget this year for it. Yeah,
And-
until they're finished with those documents for us, we didn't.
And then
need
we
to.
kind of put it on hold once everything happened with everything last year, for the, whatever the state thing is, where The 450,000?
We submitted it for an appropriation. It didn't get funded
Appropriations, I
yet.
can't remember that name.
Like I said, there's really nothing in this upcoming year that we would need to expend. Like I said, while Pittman's working on those plans for us, that's really kind of the holding pattern, so we didn't budget anything for it right now.
And I've still got a little bit of money in there. I'm talking to a fence guy to see if he can go in and maybe start running some fence. I just can't get crazy with it because we gotta be able, somebody sees a bunch of fence going through the woods, they might decide they could use it at their house. So we still got a little bit of money there. I was thinking about putting a little yard in the front just so we could start stockpiling material because we're out of room. I mean, we're out of room where we're at.
That was my concern, is I know that we're limited out there where you're at now. And I just don't want to drop the ball on the new facility. And if the plans are coming through, then that's something that could be, really helps when you go to try to get money from the state through budgets, is having a plan, and this is how much money the county's already
Right.
spent toward that plan.
Mhm.
Believe me, I go to town.
Yeah, we said the same thing. Submitting an appropriation with that set of plans would actually score a little higher for us too. So
So I
absolutely.
just don't want to make sure that we're not dropping the ball by not leaving a budget line item for this.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you from experience in Tallahassee,
yeah,
if we have a budget line item for this,
yeah.
even though we don't use it this year, if you go to Tallahassee and you tell them, well, we got $100,000 sitting here to go toward it, it goes a long way when you're trying to get appropriation. So if we cut it out completely,
Well, do they,
it takes away.
I don't
leverage.
understand the appropriations thing. Is that something that happens every year?
It
Yes,
is. If
every
we,
year.
Okay.
yeah, and if we choose to resubmit it again an upcoming year, we would have to show match money. I mean, we don't present them without match money. So it's really at the pleasure of the board. And we can always talk to Pittman also and just to see if there's anything in the upcoming year that he thinks that we might be able to do based on his work already that he's working on.
Well, he's
too,
ready.
so.
Like I said, he's working on getting the preliminary stuff for St. Johns River water management, and whatever the engineers do to do that.
Right.
And then I actually talked to Brian last week because we had a meeting at our office, and he said we need to get together, sit down, and start figuring out how big a building you need and all this stuff, so he can start figuring out because St. John's is going to ask questions about hardscape because of drainage and everything else, percolation.
Is that something that you all would like to see us submit an appropriation on again? In talking with Representative Brandon's staff, it wasn't one that scored very high. That particular request, not anything that we submitted, just what we were asking for is not typically funded by the state. But if it's something that we want to submit for again, then, we probably do need to put some money back in there for it.
Well, they said the same thing about the senior center.
You're
We got
absolutely
it.
right. Yeah,
Yes.
we got it.
It took me 6 years over
Mhm.
there,
Yeah.
and we got it, so.
Mhm.
So at $100,000,
Nothing's impossible.
what would that put our percent at if we went up to 100,000?
It's up to the board. I'm just asking questions, because I don't want.
I know, that's all I'm doing is asking a
I
question.
don't want to lose an appropriation shot.
I don't either, because we're
y'all got it.
we're sitting on 3 acres right now, and
Even if we're moving forward, if we can get the site plan done, and then we can go ahead and do all the yard work, fence work and all that without a building.
Yeah.
Then we can get appropriation just for the building itself, not the
Sure.
whole project.
well, our new machine that we're gonna get can go in there and start clipping.
You're not, that machine's not made for that.
Jesus.
Yeah, let's
That's
make,
not-
let's
I'm just
let's
kidding.
clarify that.
If we were to add $100,000 back into, in the building line item, just for earmarked new building / land project. Well, mine's slightly different because of that $50,000. Haven't changed that yet. That puts it at an 8.54% increase. It'd be a little higher because of the 50.
I
We go
just
in and
think we
change
shoot
that.
ourselves in the foot if we take it out for future of the, even if we're putting it in there and we are actually using it to move forward with the project, if we can keep this project moving, maybe in 2 or 3 years, we will get the funding to do it. If not, we're still moving forward. It's not just sitting there. The thing is, we need it. Got to have it.
We need it. Jason and I have been talking about possibly going in there and just getting the whole I think it's 30 acres, getting the whole thing cleared, then we can stock, and then fence it, of course, and then we can stockpiling lime rock and millings and stuff like that. Well, then that'll help us over in this yard, because then we won't have all that stockpile there.
Yeah.
But we would have to, I mean, it'd definitely have to be fenced, or,
So 8.95.
Regardless of that, I mean, yes, I agree, but we still do need to put money in there if that's the case, because if we got 100 in there now, and a lot of that's going to Pittman, I mean, if you go in there and clear 30 acres, I mean, that's significant cost too. So I agree, I would like to put some money back for that earmark to it. I mean, just say it was 5,000 to clear an acre, when you're at 150,000 quickly.
oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I know they can do it cheaper than that, but
And
let's put some money
I
back.
haven't talked to any lumber people yet. I don't know if that lumber's big enough where they'll go in and they'll clear all the pine trees. I don't know if they're big enough for pulpwood. I know
We
they're not
actually
big
have
enough for lumber.
our timber management company supposed to ride Shoals in the next couple of weeks, because we've got a sale in October anyway. We can get him to look at
Let us know
it.
when you're gonna be out there, and they will get them to run out there and take a
Yeah,
look.
we can ask Andrew to come look at it. He's out here all the time anyway.
Okay.
Like I said, we're getting ready to do a sale. It might be something we can do together.
Regardless, to stump it and everything else, you're still gonna be looking at the same amount of money.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you might be able to offset some of those costs by selling some of the timber with our Shoals revenue.
A lot of the construction companies will come in and say,
Do all that,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, they're going to sell the timber to give you a cheaper price
Yeah.
to clear it.
Makes
so.
sense, yeah.
We're gonna clear it ourselves, road
Right.
department can clear it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we shouldn't have to pay anybody to clear it. These guys
Yeah.
Mhm.
can do that.
Yeah, but if somebody wants to come in and cut the lumber, they can cut it, and then we'll go in and
Sure.
root break it and everything.
There's no sense in paying somebody to do
Yeah.
that. And that's in-kind labor.
Yeah.
Even if they're doing it, we can still count it toward
Mhm.
the project.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely fine. So are we good with, what'd you say, 100? Another 100 or what?
I think so. I don't wanna get crazy with it, but just so we're moving the project forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
I plugged it in, and the change in the insurance that we didn't have. So the budget requested change is $432,664 now, for a total of
Okay.
8.95%.
Correct. One thing I would like to add, being we're still on there, where would monies for our own paving and or repairs to roads be? Would that be in this budget?
I'm sorry, I was reading text about the next budget. What was your question? I'm sorry.
Where would monies be for our own repairs if we contracted somebody out to come in and make a repair to our roads? To mill and resurface a road, to
So that would typically come out
would that come out of this
of-
budget? Operating or capital? No.
Yes, it would, yeah.
So-
We've not ever done that before, but yes, it would have, technically come out of
Actually, we have.
operating.
So we don't have anything budgeted to fix any roads.
We had, we had State Street and McLean 2 and Pine Avenue both
Oh,
paved.
right,
We
right,
had
right.
We had Westburn Pines.
And that come out of your road paving money.
We
We
paid.
did.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's your $600,000 road paving fund is where that
So,
would
yeah,
come from.
we've done it
Where's that
before.
at?
Yeah,
People don't think
on
we've done it
operating.
before.
Right here.
We've
We
done it
paid.
before.
Flip
we
back
paid
to the first page,
portion
this page.
Of Reed Stafford too.
Reed
right.
Yeah,
Stafford.
yeah,
So
I'm
that-
sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes,
Yeah,
if it's a
I
road,
misunderstood it too.
yeah, if it's a
So
road
McLean
paving
2,
project
we done
like
it,
that.
and Westburn Pines.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
OC Horn, we did OC Horn.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
we have
Another
done it.
section of OC Horn.
So this year we're saying we're doing
$600,000.
$600,000 worth, and that's the same thing we did last year.
Yes, sir.
Was that the box culvert on 23A? Was that going to take the whole 600,000?
Yes,
And-
plus
Yeah.
plus another 600,000.
So that 600,000 already spent.
Yeah, the
And-
first, this
no.
year's budget, not this
This year.
budget, not in the new budget, no, last year's budget is.
In current year, we have $600,000 road paving money. And then we also had that $510,000 LATCF money that we did a budget transfer a couple months ago. That gave us a little over $1.1 million to do the box culvert in current year.
Okay.
So
and the
next year,
141,000, we had
yeah.
the 141,000.
right, we got a
now.
little bit of FEMA money to go with it, but we've got 1.1 of county money just to do
Well-
box culvert right now.
Going back to this real quick, let me see what this year. Road materials and supplies, no road special projects. So 2025 actuals, we're at 99,000. 2024 actuals, there was no cost in that.
That was because it was earmarked for a specific project that didn't come to fruition.
So we have extra money in there.
It just goes back into that account.
Goes
Yeah.
back into that
Mhm.
account. So 2025, we only spent 95.
And that's current year. Or
Yeah,
that's previous
2025
year? Oh, yeah,
actuals.
yeah.
99,000.
We didn't spend anything.
So then this year, we've already wiped it out. We've spent the full 600 in that
It will
account.
be wiped out. It's still there
Why-
right now, but it will be
It-
wiped out.
I would like to challenge the board to say, hey, what can we do to up that number specifically? Because there's definitely sections of roads, i.e. Miltondale, you and I have talked about Miltondale Road. Just say we took out that curve and went from curve to curve right there, cut it out, milled it, redone the base and everything, came back and resurfaced it. I mean, that right there would be, that would solve a lot of problems. Right now, it's just potholed
And
up.
we only need that one curve. When we
Correct.
called,
I mean, that,
we
yeah.
talked about doing the whole, realistically, we don't, we gotta go out and replace a pipe right on that exact curve. But realistically, we could do
But-
just that curve
hmm
and,
Because how much are we talking just for that one project? $1 million?
I would no, nowhere close to $1 million. But I mean that's just what one example I'm saying is we could spend the money if we came in and did it. I know we don't pave, so we'd have a third party it out anyways. But came in and milled it, resurfaced it, all that kind of stuff. Where there's sections of road all throughout the county, we can come in and just fix. So that would come out of the $600,000 right here. If we up that, just say hypothetically, if we went to $1 million and raised it another $400,000, a bunch of those kind of projects we could heck even outsource it, get it done, but it improves the roads and everything else. Whereas it looks like we're not really spending too much money in 2025. You only spend $100,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean,
No,
right there.
you're right.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
you're right.
We've got the opportunity here to fix a lot of the problems
Well,
if we put some money in it.
You wanna go a step further and raise it
So
nine
Chris
hundred
has-
thousand?
Chris has got some good
We
numbers
can
for
get
you.
all the 8 roads that the Millings is on paved.
Say that again.
Up at another 900,000, we'll get all the roads that we milled paved.
Yeah, I feel like if we want to sit here as a board and say we're listening to our citizens, then we need to really put our money where our mouth is on this line item. And
So from 600 to 1.5.
1.4 to 1.5 is what it's gonna cost to pave the 8 roads that we went and milled, and then the drought came in and basically all the milling got spun off the road and kicked off. We could pave all those.
Could
I'm
you-
not talking about paving a road like
Sure.
90 out here.
Now, I mean, are we paving straight over what's there?
Yep. All they're gonna do is come in and,
Just put 2 inches down and roll? No.
Two, yeah,
One-
2.5,
yeah.
yeah.
it'll be, we're gonna do 2.5 in the middle down to 1.5 inches, so we got a little bit of a crown.
Mhm.
But yeah, but that's no side work, that's no nothing, just 18
That's
foot wide road.
that's an asphalt company showing up dumping rock.
Yeah.
All they're gonna, and he said they will come in, I'm not gonna say names or nothing, but they would come in and, all they're gonna do, and he said, I'm gonna tell you this, Chris, and you say yes or no, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna broom the whole road. I'm gonna come in and drop 2 inches of asphalt down on the entire road. I'm gonna put a stripe down the middle and then I'm leaving. I said, yes, sir. He said, okay, 1.4 to 1.5.
For
That's
all
it.
8 roads.
For
What?
all 8 roads.
Could you tell me what 8 roads those would be? Well, I mean, if we sat here and said we couldn't do all 8, but if we took, you're saying $900,000, if the board was okay with biting off $400,000, could we get 5 of those roads if one's more expensive or another?
I'll have to.
Does that make
see how
sense?
I mean, we're gonna have to bid this now. I just asked somebody to give me a ballpark number.
Sure.
Because this kind of money, we're gonna have to bid it.
It
So
starts somewhere. It starts right here where we're saying, hey, could we spend some money and get these roads up to par, right?
Yeah.
So right now it's just saying, hey, if we put some money to it, just say it's at 600 already. We don't have that earmarked for next year, so you got 600,000 already. But if you put another 400, got it to $1 million, could you get 7 of the 8 roads?
Possibly,
Or
yes.
or could we do 5 of the 8 roads correct
Do them all.
and stuff like that? Yeah, you can't. I mean, that's a lot to increase it by $1 million this year
Right.
to do that. But if we have a goal over the next 4 years, say, hey, by the end of the next 4 years, we want to have every single one of these. Because I know it's a lot to bite off right now. But if we have a goal set saying, hey, by the end of the next 3 years, we could get all these included in our budget, but we're going to have to raise it here. What would it be? So do you have
Do
any?
half now and half next year, honestly.
Right. Well, that's
As
what
long
I'm
as-
saying.
as
I
long
mean,
as fuel and asphalt
And
prices.
if
stay
that
relatively
number's
close.
sitting there, then I mean, we need to press for it, because at a certain point, we're sitting here collecting gas tax. That, I mean, that helps
Right.
go towards all this stuff. We're begging everybody to give us money, DOT grants and all this stuff to come fix roads, whereas we're sitting on this money right here together, and we could go do it ourselves. So I would definitely like to try to fix some of ours with this money.
Yeah, I agree.
What would be the downside of biting it all off at one time, Tyler? Other than just being good stewards of the money, I'm just asking, like, what are some downsides of us doing all the roads?
How long would it
There's
take
one,
to
two,
get all of them done?
I mean, it would take a while to get all of them done, because you have to bid them out. You
So
gotta
do
go-
they have to all be in this appropriation, or?
You could bid them out as one project.
Yeah, bid them out as
Bid
one
'em out as
project.
eight-
That's the
eight
way he
roads.
quoted it. He said, I'm gonna come in and do all these roads. I said, yeah.
Get a better price that way.
6.25 miles, 6.25 miles.
You definitely get a better price that way, don't you think?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
doubt.
We go one by
Because, I mean,
one.
he would
And like I
include
said
all the
now,
roads and everything.
This is this doesn't include turnouts. This is just, they're gonna just drop asphalt down on the road and go. Now.
Two lane,
Very
24
similar to
24
Pierce
foot
Road.
wide,
No, 18-foot wide.
18 foot wide,
Yeah.
similar to Pierce Road.
Right.
Yeah.
We did it at Pierce. We've already done it at Pierce Road.
And it's,
It's worked
Pierce
pretty
Road's
well.
held
me
fine
and Mr.
from.
Hartley had a long conversation about that. He's like, it's been a lot of years and that road still looks good.
Right.
Now, he's talking about doing.
I mean,
a minimum
I
of
would
2
say,
inches.
I would like for the county to go in and try to do as much preparation as they could for these roads, because if they just came in and dropped 2 inches of asphalt.
Well, we're gonna have to come in after them, and we're gonna have to do something with the sides, because there's gonna be 2 inches.
Yeah,
inch
we
and
want
a
to make
half
sure they're
or
ready
so.
first.
Yeah, yeah,
Go
that's
grade
right.
them and make
yeah.
them look
well,
good.
I mean,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
if we've got the mill machine on the spots that need it, go down,
Yeah.
fix
Right.
it.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Right.
there'll be
Yeah.
preliminary work for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
We go in there before they come and regrade and all that.
Right.
Yeah,
Clean the leak like that.
right. I mean, that's the main thing, is making sure that what's below. I mean, we're putting a pretty good investment on top. We need to make sure what's below is going to be there.
Yeah, I asked him
Sorry.
what would happen if we only went with 1 inch, and he said, I'll be back in a couple of years doing it
Yeah.
again.
No. I mean, I want to go.
You know,
1
it.
inch.
You're in this enough, you know
Correct.
about
No, I
asphalt,
mean,
so
if you're gonna do it 2 for sure.
2 inch.
Two,
and-
2.5, and roll with it.
Yeah.
But I would say to the board, I would love to try to get some of that completed at some point. I mean, we're sitting on the money and we got 600,000 there. What could we earmark to say this road gets taken care of?
But this is the way I feel about it. I think we should go ahead and do all the roads. We got the money. Then I think we need to have a plan on doing some of these roads in our neighborhoods that are just as bad as shape, got potholes all over them. I can name a bunch of neighborhoods.
I can name a bunch of them.
A
too.
bunch of them. So we're gonna have to go into those neighborhoods to fix those roads too. And McClenny 2 is one of them.
And we got a couple roads out here that's got fire ash under them that we gotta do something
I
with.
mean, so I have no problem supporting this
Mhm.
because we need to get those roads done. But
That's
we
right.
don't need to forget about the people that's been living in these communities for years and years and years. And I mean, they're on paved road, but it's beating their cars to death.
That's right. And that was what I was getting at too. I mean, Miltondale's one I get a bunch of phone calls about.
Right.
That section, we could
It's
go
just
cut out.
that one section.
We
We
could
drove
cut
it
out
the other
that
day.
section and do it, but it's going to cost money.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be willing to bet $100,000, whatever, for that section of road to come into it the right way. I mean, that's a high number. But what I'm saying is, you could pick and choose with whenever we do that. Like, we've got money sitting here to do it ourselves and not sit back and just wait.
Yeah. And, I
Are
mean,
we talking about-
anytime we're paving a road, we're cutting maintenance down.
Oh, we're talking about 1.4, 1.5, 1.6?
1.4 to 1.5 is what he said would do these 8 roads. These 8 roads.
An increase of 1.4 or move it to
That's how much it would cost to do these 8 roads, is
That's all we
1.4 to 1.5.
So we're saying increase it by that amount.
If we increase
By
it
900,000.
If you increased it from what it is right here to $900,000 more than what it is right now, you could do those 8 rows, is what he's saying.
Now, that's a ballpark. Like I said, we're
Like I
gonna
said,
have
still
to
gotta
bid
bid
it.
it, yeah.
And this is numbers today. Now, we wait this time next year, those numbers, we're gonna go up more than likely.
Now, what,
Asphalt's steadily, and right now, it's actually been hanging pretty close to numbers have been running. pretty good right
asphalt's
now.
been running pretty steady here lately.
Pretty
But
stable.
if you did, I mean, I don't want to forget about all the neighborhoods and everything else. I think that's super important. It needs to be done pretty soon. If we did those, because the ones that are on a dirt road now are on a dirt road. I mean,
It was dirt when they moved
it was
there.
dirt when they moved here. It's dirt right
And
now.
I'm not saying that to
so,
be mean, but it
yeah,
was
no,
dirt
I
when they
mean,
moved there.
we're in the direction to get it fixed.
Yes.
Right. The ones that we have now that are all potholed out, those are the ones that say, hey, that's a paved road with potholes everywhere. We need to get it fixed.
Right.
Pretty soon. That I would say that's more urgent than trying to do a whole new construction. So I mean, to me, I would say if we raise this, just say you did it to $1 million, that gets you. I mean, I'm taking 600 and plus 400, right? That gets you some of the new roads paved, and then a lot of the potholes fixed and addressed first, with cutting it out, getting it done right. That's just my take on it, but whatever the board's pleasure is.
Now, the other thing, somebody comes out and they're gonna do all this and they're, I think which road's close there to, Miltondale. I was gonna say Bob Kirkland is right there. They got, hey, while you're here, what would it cost for you to do this? Well, they've already got all the equipment there, so they're not, the mobilization's gonna get cut way down.
100%.
So they might be able to go over there and mill out, 200 feet, pave it right back, boom, done, gone.
It doesn't happen if you don't have money here.
Oh, I know.
That's what I'm trying to do.
There's no money here.
Is make sure we got
Yeah.
the money here to get that stuff done. So that's what I would like to push for. I've totally. That's why I was looking through here to see where we had anything for it. But that's something I really want to push for.
I
I
would
would
still
say
be
that-
at that 1.4, 1.5 number.
Just go ahead and bite the bullet and do it.
Yeah, I'd say go ahead and
We've
budget
got the money.
another
Why not?
$100,000 $1 million
Do it.
increase, yeah.
I
Let's
think-
do it.
You got 600 in there now. I think we should bump it up to $1.6 million
Mhm.
and get these roads fixed.
Mhm.
Because if we fix all of these roads, that nips all that in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're talking about Miltondale is going to have to be fixed also. So we need
Right.
to get that, that needs to be fixed.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot throughout the county where you
Yeah,
could go in.
There's all kinds of stuff.
And instead of just putting, filling it with quick or
Right.
cold patch, what we're doing right now, we could go in there, cut a 20-foot section out, rework the base, come back, top it out. It's got a smooth transition, and it's there for now on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to fix.
that's 10, 12 years we're basically not having to deal with that road.
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
I'm in favor of doing that.
1.6 total.
1.6 total.
I think that's fair, and then we can look at it again next year, but then what we can do is
What-
the places we can go in and patch until we can get there and fix
Mhm.
the right way.
That's
We
right.
need to look at doing that too.
Correct.
And if there's a bunch of potholes, maybe we can go patch them up, spend a little money on them until we can get there next year and then, pay.
That's right. But we need to. I just want the direction to say, hey, this is
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah. How about Chris, Jason, and I talk with that contractor that's helped us provide that budget number? And again, we don't want, it's not a bid number, so we want to be careful about how we talk about it. But let's see for that money, what can we get, like the most bang for our buck, so to speak? The roads that are closest together, least mobilization costs and things like that, and we can make sure we bring you back a list on what that 1.6 million could do. Let's also keep in mind, and for anybody that may be listening, that's not fuel tax money. We're talking about that additional coming from the general fund.
Correct.
And so when we go to look at this budget in the future, it'll have to show, you'll see that in some of the others that are under special assessments or something.
Right.
That general fund has to carry some of that money as
That's
well.
right.
So
And-
we'll make sure that we look at that.
I mean, recently we found out we got a lot of money in general fund at the end of the day. So we do, at the end of this, I think, need to come back and get a baseline of what we want to move into that reserve account.
Right.
But this, I mean, right now, we all remember in the back of our heads, we got $1 million sitting here if we got to come back and cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, 1.6 it fixes a lot of problems for the county road department. It fixes a lot of problems for the people in those areas. So I think 1.6 is 1.5 or 1.6. I'm good with 1.6. I think it's realistic for what we can do and what we expect.
I think we should consider making the roads like a percentage of our overall budget. For example, if this was 2%, that would be about 3.5% of our total budget. And so that would allow for some even more growth. For example, and this was before my time, do we know approximately how much it would cost to finish Reed Stafford?
Part of that is already,
Funded by DOT, and then we don't have the right of way
Yeah.
on what's left.
Okay.
it's gonna leave us.
So anyway, if we,
half.
what do you think? What do we think about just allowing a certain percentage per year to go towards roads, and that would allow him?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what that 600's been,
Yeah, that's what we've
right?
basically been doing.
Yeah,
They've had it there, but we really haven't. So obviously, you can see where they haven't really spent it
Sure.
yeah.
to do that. But we need to be in the mindset of, hey, we're putting it there. We need to be upkeeping and trying to get everything solved.
Yeah.
I'm on the right track. What you're saying?
I guess that
Yeah.
line item is one line item I'm eager to spend every year.
That's right.
I think we should spend
I mean,
every drop of that every
Even
year.
if we go in and at the end, throw all the names of the roads we need to pave in a hat. One of y'all pick out a name. We pave one road, 2 roads, 3 roads every year. All it's gonna do is make everybody happy, and they're gonna see that we're actually doing something big time with their tax money.
We're
So-
collecting the funds, and I don't think we should sit back and wait
Yeah.
to do it. And that's why we're trying to go ahead and get some of them done now.
And with the grinding of these roads, this was my idea to grind these roads, and at the beginning, it was working perfect. It was working perfect to the point where we were getting calls, say, y'all gotta come out here and put some speed bumps. I'm tired of these people doing 70 miles an hour down this road.
What you think when they get paved roads, what's gonna happen?
That's gonna be a definite problem, but once the rain stopped, everybody thinks we just did this. A lot of people think we just went out here and did this just to make them mad. We're trying to make them dirt again. We're not trying to make dirt roads. Dirt roads take maintenance. And everybody needs to understand, we're not trying to increase our maintenance. We got enough of it. The rain stopped, and you gotta have water on roads, milling roads to get them to pack back in again. So it's, the rain stopped, so the millings went away. Cars going through fast, and it just starts slinging it out everywhere. So,
All right, we're right here at 4:30. So can we move on to the next area?
Yes, sir. Actually, before we do, just a quick question. So we have a long list that we haven't covered today and a very long agenda. Just want to gauge the board on possibly completing solid waste this afternoon and scheduling another budget workshop before we have our next commission meeting to cover items 3 through 13 so that we don't get off schedule for our future meetings. I'm not sure that if we hear these tonight, we might be here till midnight or 1
It don't matter,
a.m.
I gotta leave at 3 in the morning anyway. So I can
So
do
how
it.
stay
do you
in.
guys want to do that?
I'm fine with I'm fine with scheduling another date.
Yeah, we just need to
I
advertise.
it's-
She
I know.
goes to bed at 8 o'clock.
I was gonna say, I know, my one doesn't want
She
to be
says
here
she's
till
pretty
1 a.m.
busy.
yeah, right now, it's gonna be, you'll miss bedtime.
I'm fine with whenever. I'm sorry it took so long,
Yeah,
but I think
no,
all
it's
this
okay.
needs
This
to
is
be
Yeah.
said.
important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this-
There ain't no sorry
Yeah.
to it, just.
Right.
This is,
That's right.
anybody that's watching right now, this last part of this conversation, you just made 10,000 people happy.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
because we're talking about paving some roads.
Yeah, I think we can
Well,
cover
this is
solid
the
waste
first
for what we
time
have left.
Since I've been
but-
sitting on the
yes.
board, we actually have some money
To
that
be
we
able to-
knew about.
Right,
Yeah.
so,
Okay. So would we like to schedule something, our next budget workshop is the next commission meeting on August 4th. Would you like to schedule something in between, or would you like us just to shift that schedule and add a budget workshop at the end of what we thought when we would be done, somewhere in between?
When
Just
will
so
you be back?
We know,
I think we go ahead and get solid waste out of the way today,
right.
and then we schedule another workshop for the other items.
Okay, so before
Next
August
week
4th
or-
meeting?
I will be back July 31st on my birthday, because I have a speaking the 31st.
So there ain't no.
There's no meeting in between.
You wouldn't be
Yeah.
here for any meeting in between here and then.
Unless you wanted to have one on Monday, August 3rd, and then again on the 4th.
Monday, August 3rd, I have a giveaway of school supplies for
Okay.
children.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just shift everything that remains today to the next budget workshop, and then let's talk about maybe one in between that time? Would that be okay for you, Brooklyn?
Should we make the next budget workshop? We started at 3 today. Should
I
we
think we
make
need to
it
start much earlier in the day if
like
we're
at
gonna be
1
able
o'clock?
Now, we could do
I-
Monday if we
I would do
started after
early.
6 o'clock.
It's a late start.
My thing's over at 6.
I know we don't like all-day meetings, but I would suggest starting on August 4th. Let's just start early in the day. And if you guys get finished before your 5 o'clock work meeting, then you can have a little break in between and then come back for your meeting at 5. And then that
I have
way,
no problem with it. I'm just doing
Right.
what everybody else wants.
right. I know we don't want to go till midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, but if we scheduled the next one August 4th, if we changed that time to like a 9 or a 10 o'clock in the morning, we could hear everything we didn't hear today and then what was still scheduled for the 4th. I know you got a little smirk on your face here if I'm messing up your plans, but
No,
that would keep us from having another day. We just have to have a longer day, but not late into the night.
But if,
I would like to move back to the 18th with me.
I'm
But,
good either
I mean,
way. Like I said, I just want to make
whatever
sure we have
y'all
enough
would
time.
like. The good Lord's probably going to bring me
Oh, that's
a
right. You got a
child that
baby,
week,
yeah.
and I'm thinking
when is that?
she's due the 8th.
The 8th? Okay.
Yeah,
August.
that might put it close for you.
Her doctor's working the 4th, I know, so she's
Okay.
hoping for the 4th, and
Well, let's
I'm
not do that to you and Lainey then. Let's not do that.
if we can move it back. I mean, if we could do it all day or on the 18th.
Okay.
Would,
Brooklyn, would that work
anybody
for
be
you? Like
opposed
if
to
we
that?
started
I mean,
at
I would
9
hate to
o'clock
do
on
that
the-
just for me. I mean, that's a pleasure of the board.
On August 18th?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
are we? I'm not a big fan of the
You'll be
18th.
chairman.
You won't
Oh,
be
no,
here
I'm
then?
sorry. We moved it to the day before. This is 17th. You guys did
17th.
reschedule that meeting
Oh.
because
Will
of
you be here
election day.
then?
Yeah.
I leave on the 10th.
When will you be? Oh, you're not going to be here that meeting at all, right? Yeah, you were scheduled to be gone.
That's up to y'all. Whatever you want to do. I mean, yeah, hey, I promise you,
What is
if
the-
if
the
she
next
calls, I'm
items
not
to-
going to be here. I
Right.
can promise.
Absolutely. No,
So-
we wouldn't
The
want you to
next
be here.
one.
Yeah.
Can't remember. Recreation.
I mean,
Let's get through this and we'll figure it out for tonight.
okay.
Good.
I'm good with that. Like I said, we can be thinking about it between now and.
If we can get through recreation tonight, I'm looking at the other things. And if y'all want to have a meeting while I'm gone, I have no problem.
Yeah, you and I can always go over these
We'll go and
over
I
the
can-
phone
if
or
it's
whatever. Yeah.
happened sometimes if I have Wi-Fi over there, you just
Mhm.
don't know. I can actually watch what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, for me, I think it's better, because for me, it's more important for a man that's having a youngin'.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and don't schedule it for next week. And I won't be here, but that's okay if we can get through recreation tonight, because I would like to be here for the recreation.
Okay.
The other ones, I mean, y'all can handle that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if she's going on the 4th.
It
Whenever
doesn't
good,
matter,
whenever
but you
good
need to be
Lord.
prepared.
That's
Yep.
right. That's right.
Baby number
So,
3, she making it to
Uh,
the 4th.
we're just prepared.
Yes, either
Bags
way.
are packed. So.
So I have no problem with doing that if it works for y'all, if y'all want to do it next week, and then if I can, I'll listen in.
Okay.
Well, let's get moving so we can get as far
Okay.
as we can.
I do have one printout, commissioners, that are looking at it electronically. I can email it to you.
Yeah.
On solid waste, there was one thing that we noticed did not carry forward. So just on your printouts, if you will take one of those and pass it down for me.
Laney said St. Vincent's has Wi-Fi.
Oh goodness,
I
we do
can call.
not want to take you away from that.
They
Yeah.
might have Wi-Fi over there, but it don't mean that it's going to work.
That's right.
Yeah.
You might not have time for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's right.
Commissioner Iverson, are you looking at them electronically also?
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna send you guys this new, it's just, there was a line item on operating that they noticed didn't get carried forward. And Brooklyn also, I think this one got sent to you already. There was one line item on operating. Okay, good deal. All right, solid waste. I talk quicker than Chris if y'all want me to cover that for y'all.
What is the cells that are red for before we get started? Are they red for a particular reason?
No, they're not. If it's a duplicate number, I think it highlighted them pink.
We all saw that seat for nothing, Chris.
Yep.
Okay. I feel good about it anyway, now.
A little bit.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this one quick. Y'all keep up.
Hurry up.
Okay, overtime, we left overtime exactly the same. Hurricane pay, the second line, cross it out. And move it down to repairs and maintenance at 10,000. You're gonna move down one, two, about eight lines down, 7 lines down. To 5250 for the hurricane pay. We don't need that because solid waste don't do hurricane. But on 54,600, last year we requested 15,000. We should have left it at 15,000. We dropped it to 10 for some reason. So take that 5250 and move it down to the 10, please. And that would put us at 15,250, so no numbers will actually change on the final. Okay, y'all with me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm moving back up to 53,150 at 326,000, and that's nothing more than the increase in the minimum wage for the site attendants. The tipping fees, we kept the same. We're borderline of what the tipping fees are, so we just kept that right where it was at. Communications stays the same. That's for radios that we have in the trucks. See, the electric stayed the same. Rentals and leases, we went up $1,000 from 7,000 to 8,000. And then the solid waste repairs and maintenance, that's where I changed that to the 15,250. Vehicle repairs, we kept the same at 55,000. The next 3 lines we don't need. The office supplies, that's a moot. We don't actually have to worry about that. Waste tire recycling. This is probably the biggest thing on this budget. Our waste tire recycling has gone from $100 a ton to $300 a ton. So on that, we are going to bid this out. We're going to bid this out to see if we can get something different done. There's advancements in what they're doing with recyclable tires now, so we're hoping somebody can do something from that, because we went from 12,000 to 40,000 on that one line item alone. Let's see, waste fuel, we raised that up just a couple $1,000 from 75 to 77. The next line is nothing. Okay, this is where the big money's at here, is the solid waste improvements. This is to the Kyler site and the 125 and Burnside site. You can see we didn't have a request on anything last year, and we haven't spent that much on it of actuals for the past 2 years, but this is to get the new compactors installed. The Kyler site, we've got 200,000 figured on that, and that's to get engineers to design it, and then we got to get a contractor to build it, because it's going to be an actual wall, because that's on a ramp. So we're going to need a ramp there. This does not include the compactor. This is just to get everything in place, get the electric over to where the new compactor would be sitting, the wall built, and of course we'll do all the dirt work ourselves. But this is a ballpark number. Don't know what it's going to be, so we just threw a number out there of $200,000 for design and install. before we design, but once we get it to a designer, they'll give us a ballpark figure of what it should cost. That could be tweaked up or down, don't know for sure. And then on the 125 site, we got 20,000 set up for there, and that's nothing more than for the electrical work and all the concrete that's gonna be needed to pour the new slabs and everything. The road department will do that repair. We'll do that ourselves in-house. So is there any questions on either one of those?
I heard you say that this does not include the compactor?
Does not include the compactors. That's the next line down is all the compactors.
Okay.
And what that, I don't have my list here. Hang on a second.
The compactors are on the capital outlay, right?
Yeah.
That should be-
Yeah, they're the
I
next.
see the capital outlay.
I just don't have it in front of me.
Chris, if you need mine. you
I just
can
don't have it.
I can look at it on my laptop if you need to.
You don't even have the capital outlay?
So was that supposed to be 200 or 220?
220.
220 on
It's
that
220
part.
on the, 220 on the request.
It's in
Here,
the
Chris,
book.
that's your capital.
Well, they give me so many.
Thank you.
They didn't give you all the pages. It's in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, there were only 2 pages that changed, I'm sorry, so you only got those pages that were changed on your handout just now.
And how are we supposed to know that?
I
There's,
should have told you that. Yeah. Capital is the same that's in your book. Yes, yes. Operating had an error on it, and then that changed the summary page. So we
Now it
handed
makes
you,
sense.
yes, sir. So we handed you a new operating page and a new summary page. The other pages should be correct in your book. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Okay, so on the capital outlay part, that is for the 2 complete compactor units, which is $77,237. And that's for complete units. That's the ram, the motor housing, and 1 octagon can for 2 of them, for 2 sites, for both sides, 1 for each site. And then the rest of that 239,000 is in the, we're ordering 4 new 20-yard cans, 2 40-yard cans, 4 50-yard cans, and 8 octagon cans, because it's time to start replacing all of our octagon cans that are on our
Right.
existing compactor units now. And with those 10 units, we actually will have 9 in place, so that gives us 1 that as they're taking 1 to the dump, they've got another one sitting in its place, and then they've hauled it off so that compactor will stay working the whole time. That's what all of that's for. And that's everything in solid waste. Now, solid waste comes out of the general fund also, so. The last 3 years, I've stood up here and asked you for a truck all 3 years at between $220,000 and $240,000. So we're not asking for a truck this year. We're upping the garbage sites. We're doing a lot of maintenance and stuff on the garbage sites. So I figured this would be a good year. Since we're not buying a truck probably this year, and probably not next year, this would be a good time to get everything repaired and more functional, better operating. So,
And again, on the personnel costs, no changes or increase in staff, or positions, I should say, just a standard 4% raise, and you'll see the 1 employee that has an asterisk next to his name qualifies for that portion of the stipend there for years of service. It's a $500. So 4% plus his $500 yearly. And other than that, there's no changes on salaries. And then the new handout for the summary will show you the changes for that 1 operating line item that needed to be fixed.
Chris, when did you say the last time you bought cans were? How many years ago? Has it been years or when? 4 years ago?
the first year I was here, 2022.
About 4 years.
So it's been about 4 years?
It's been right at 4 years. And,
Prior to that was a while.
since then, we've got one of our guys that is a jam up welder. And the only reason we didn't order cans last year is because he can, if it's metal, he can fix it. But now he's patching patches over patches over patches, and it's now the sides are starting to be so thin now he can't get the welds on. And rather than spend hours and hours on a dumpster that might not make it another 2 months anyway, it's just time to replace some of them. But he has really done a good job making what we've got work as long as it has.
And the compactor units that you're buying at 77 grand, each one of those includes its own octagon
Yes.
can with it.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So you'll be getting 2 more cans in addition
Right,
to what you have
it'll be a total
listed.
of 10 cans, and like I said, we're gonna have 9 actual units out there in operation, and that'll give us 1 spare one. So as they're picking one up to haul it to the landfill, we'll be able to have another one in place. So so the compactor unit isn't down while they're running it. Because we do have to run those occasionally when the sites are open, depending on how much we got going on, how much people are coming in. Any questions on any of that? Solid waste.
I think I'm good.
On the summary page also, just there at the bottom, that's your grant revenue and, New River revenue there. Just make sure, looks like our titles got taken off of this one, but the first line item is our proposed, revenue total, I believe, and then that's broken down into the small county grant, and then the New River revenue also. We just like to notate that there if there's some kind of special circumstance, you guys can see that number.
So what are y'all showing as our percent of increase or decrease on solid waste? I don't have it.
42?
50 point,
Okay.
42.4.
Yeah, that's gonna be because of
The new
uh,
equipment.
Outlet, capital outlay.
Capital outlay is the biggest hit.
This is a big hit, and like I said, next year we're not anticipating on buying a truck. But basically, we're getting everything ready, and this year's truck and next year's truck is in this budget. Basically, is the way I'm looking at it. Now, hopefully, nothing happens where we have to buy a truck, but we do have a backup sitting in the yard now, so that's used just in emergencies. So.
Next year, I'd like to see the focus on the plan for 121.
Yes.
I think that was a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that'll all be done in-house except for the fencing. Everything will be done in-house there.
Great.
Any more questions? Maybe y'all can get one more set up before.
I think we're good.
All right, I thank y'all for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be covering recreation, if you guys are ready.
All right, you're up next.
Okay.
You got 12, 13 minutes?
You
Okay.
don't need it, because I gotta take a break before.
Yes, sir. So, starting on operating expenses, we were requesting about $5,000 in overtime. That is not something that we currently have in our budget. However, we have seen the need for that, especially when we have baseball tournaments. We actually had a pretty big one this year. And if we see that as the field improvements change and we have those types of events, it's something we need to be planning for. Again, that is, what? I'm sorry.
I thought it was.
Oh, no, I presented for you. I thought you were correcting me on the overtime stuff.
No, go ahead.
Shannon's here in case I need some backup. But that is not something that we're currently budgeting for. But again, like I said, with the increase in use of our facilities, and then there is a need for it on occasion for weekend work, maybe some kind of damages and things like that. So $5,000 has been added to the budget for that. To be able to do that. Again, special pay is not a line item we use in this department. Recreation, other contractual, that has stayed the same at $1,450. And y'all stop me if I go too fast. Communications, we actually reduced that slightly to $1,500, and looking at that, looked like we could be able to do that with that line item. Utility service again stayed the same at $30,000. Rentals and leases stayed the same at $13,000. That would be for anything that we don't keep on hand, those lifts and things like that we might have to, to rent for, some type of special project that it's not a routine thing that we keep on hand all the time. But again, still stayed the same at $13,000. Repairs and maintenance is the same at $40,000. Vehicle repairs and maintenance the same at $6,500. Advertising the same, $200. Operating supplies, we did increase that slightly from $12,000 to $13,000. Just an increase in cost and things like that. Nothing particular for that $1,000 increase. Instead, just overall increase in cost of purchases. And then again, fuel the same at $18,000. Moving on down, it didn't show this one on here. However, we did have some, and actually I think it did. I think it was just on capital last year. So on the $60,000 on recreation equipment, that was previously shown on our capital purchase on our spreadsheets before. So it's not a new item that we're adding. It's just moving it from one location to another. But this is what we've been funding for all of that park equipment, like we just talked about for Kyler Park. We did up that a little bit because the cost of that equipment and material and everything has gone up. So we are increasing it slightly. From $50,000 to $60,000 just to help offset that cost a little bit. But again, that's something we've done over the last few years. And then we can talk about capital if you guys don't have any questions on operating. But again, it's a pretty standard, just carry forward budget numbers on that one. On the capital outlay request, we're not asking for any vehicles this year, but we do have a few other park improvements that we're going to talk about. I'll try to speak loud because I know that rain is hard to hear sometimes. The well at Jonesville Park has been giving us problems. We've had to have someone come out and work on that quite a few times, and it's time to replace it. So that's that first well that you'll see there, $13,625, and that does include a concrete slab for the pump to sit on.
And they need to make sure that thing gets a pump house too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Needs
Absolutely.
covering.
Doesn't make sense to put a 6-inch well there and it's not covered, protected.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And then the same for Kyler Park. No, correct me. Does that one not have a well now?
Yeah.
Right, and that's adding it to it. Okay, want to make sure my memory was correct. So Kyler Park does not currently have a well, but it is one that needs to be added
Do
to
we
be able
have power
to.
there? Tyler Park?
So does this include getting power?
No, it does not.
So if we're gonna put a well without power,
I didn't realize that. If we need to add power to it, we'll need to up that up a little bit. Yeah.
So would now be the time to add the houses to both of these wells also?
I think we need to come back in our next budget, making sure that we have the pump houses. If we're gonna put a well, we need a pump house.
Absolutely.
These are
Yeah.
four
And you
inch.
can't do sense in putting a well without power.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't realize that, but we'll make sure we get numbers
And
on
I've
that
been
too.
out there and I don't remember there being power.
No.
These are 4 inch. 4 inch wells.
Yes, sir. They are 4-inch wells.
Yeah,
That
we
was a
don't
short
want to-
tower. Okay, we'll go back and add in some more funding to add power to Kyler Park, and then to make sure we've got sufficient funding for a pump house as well. And again, on these budget numbers, when we call for quotes for these things, we are telling them that, so the number's a little high. So that number for the well could potentially already be enough for the pump house also.
It's
We might
not.
not need, we may not need to adjust it, but we'll verify that. And then I'm going to skip the lighting of Jonesville, and we'll just talk about that last if you guys don't mind, because it requires a little bit more discussion. Again, the septic system at the rodeo arena, this is at the fairgrounds. This is another one that causes problems all the time. Every time that we have any large event out there, we typically have to have someone come and work on that, or Shannon, bless his heart, is in it working on it. So that's something that's probably more than 30 years old, if I had to guess. And
Yeah, it's a little 30-gallon.
yeah, it's very
can
small.
with a pump in it, so we're looking to put something more
Right, more
capacity-wise.
adequate for that type of need. Moving down the list, we have the volleyball courts. That program, that church volleyball program, has really outgrown the facility that we have there. And so being able to add in 3 new volleyball courts, this is something we've actually talked about for probably the last 5 years or so. But we've not been able to work that into the budget just because we needed so much vehicle and lawnmowers and all that stuff. We focused on that equipment for the last few years, but we think that, you know, we can work on that now this year.
What does the city have over there?
On that side, nothing.
On that side, nothing.
Right, that's all us, yeah. And then a tractor, this would be a replacement. Our tractor is, I don't remember what year it was, Shannon.
It was here, Dawn, it was here. It's been
Yeah,
here a
I
long
say
time.
it's-
It's about wore out.
Yeah, so I was gonna
And it
say it's
needs to
probably
be
at least
upside.
30.
What kind are you getting?
Kubota 310 or something like that. I can't remember.
Is it
Something.
cabbed?
Yeah,
Cab.
What kind of horsepower is that?
90, I believe. The one we got now is very small, takes a lot of trips to haul sand.
So this is a tractor with a bucket on it,
Yes,
mower.
yes.
Okay. Next item is a lawnmower. We actually had one go out last week. That's irreparable due to its age and damage and parts and all. You name it, it's old.
Yeah, we just went and picked it up this morning, so.
Yeah.
Said it would cost over half of what the lawnmower cost to fix it.
Right, right. So we need to replace one of those this coming year as well. So that's it for capital. The reason why I wanted to circle back to lighting at Jonesville Park is we actually looked at quite a bit for Jonesville on the basketball court. We talked about, you know, redoing that basketball court and adding some lighting. The quote on the basketball court alone was like $65,000. And then the lighting, we were not, we got a ballpark number for someone, but if we're talking, you know, traditional park lighting, you know, that's going to be much more than this. What we're proposing now is to try to get us at least moving towards some improvements to that park. And this is just some, you know, it's still lighting, but like I said, I don't want you guys to think like when you see the duck pond and you ride by there at night, it's got that, you know, high mass lighting. So just something a little more feasible. And Shannon, you might have the details on what the lighting actually consists of, but because we had talked about Jonesville before and those improvements, I wanted to make sure we spoke about that now and about kind of what the direction was. The basketball court really surprised us that come back quite so high. It's really the concrete. I think it's full court size basketball court that's there.
Yeah,
So it's not a
asphalt.
small facility. It's a pretty large one. So what's in there now is just what Shannon had gotten some quotes. Shannon, do you remember how many lights that was for Jonesville on the quote that you received? I don't remember that.
No, I do not.
But you can see we did just include the lighting at $4,700 for that there too. So we knew that one might require a little bit of discussion. So
On the Jonesville Park too, I know that trailer, we done some remodeling on it years ago. But I hear it's in bad shape again. Is there something we could, when you get a chance, to take a look at it?
Yeah, my guy was out there today fixing the wheelchair ramp, replacing wood on it. I think that the toilet inside it needs to be fixed.
That might be something you wanna look at before we do the final budget. Just to see what repairs needs to be done to make it safe.
Okay.
If it's not safe, we're responsible for keeping it safe.
So really, 103,000 is driving that cost.
Mm.
Capital outlay is driving the cost.
Right.
increase.
yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Any other questions about that? And again, on the salary adjustments there, should just be the 4% raise for everybody, no new positions on that. And then again, on the summary page, you guys will see that, you know, that capital improvements is, like you guys said, is the driving force on that increase there.
Okay.
Is that quick enough? I have 2 minutes to spare.
We're going to take a quick break, 5-minute break, and we'll open a regular meeting.
You don't want that one?
Call this meeting of the Baker County Board of County Commissioners to order. Welcome, glad to got a robust crowd here this evening. Speaker cards are on the back table in the middle of the room there. If you want to speak, we'll get those speaker cards filled out, get them up to Miss Kayla or Miss Sarah, and we'll have you speak at the appropriate time. If you have a noise-making device, a cell phone or other item that would interrupt the meeting, if you'll silence that, put it on airplane mode, whatever you need to do, we appreciate it. We will have, we're starting now and we'll go until 6 o'clock. And we will have a public hearing starting at 6 o'clock. And then following that, we will have the continuation of this meeting. So we're here for a long evening this evening, looks like. But if you have comments, we would like to hear them. We'll open with a word of prayer. Commissioner Iverson's got somebody here to pray for us, and we'll have a pledge.
I had the honor tonight of introducing Noah Hosford. If you ask Noah, he's my second son. But I think that's just because he likes to eat my wife's food. And she's hospitable to him. But Noah is he's a member of Firm Foundation Youth Ministry. He plays on the worship team for us. And Noah is definitely somebody that I look up to and that I appreciate what he does for not only the ministry, but what he does for the kingdom. And so thank you, Noah, for taking the time out of your day tonight to come and to say the prayer and the pledge. And thank you for being here.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us this day and for allowing us to be here together. Thank you for everyone who serves our county and for the chance they have to make a difference in our community. I pray that you would give our county commissioners wisdom as they make decisions today. Help them do what's right, be honest, listen to one another, and always think about the people they're serving. Lord, I pray that this meeting goes smoothly and that you keep us safe. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, buddy.
And y'all heard he's talking about being honest.
There you go, straight up. Starting off with approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Elected officials. I don't see anybody that is here and wants to speak, so we'll move on. I don't have any public comments cards as of yet. Again, if you want to make a public comment, if you'll fill out a speaker card in the back and get it to the ladies here at the end, we'll get back to you and we'll definitely give you an opportunity to speak. So we're moving on to consent agenda items. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve. Yeah.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items as stated. All in favor signify by saying aye.
No.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to new business. Budget hearing dates. Ms. Brooklyn.
Hi. I'm here to discuss the upcoming budget hearing dates. I guess now would be a good time to work on scheduling that next meeting since we didn't get to all of our departments today. So the next one I had scheduled was for August 4th, but were you saying that you wanted to reschedule that one? Or
I think we were saying maybe something off schedule. Commissioner Anderson's going to be out of town next week, but we could have something in between now and August 4th was the consensus.
oh, okay. So is a week from today? All right, the 28th.
That works for me.
Okay.
What's the time, so?
How quick do we cancel?
You could
What
do-
was that?
If he's gonna be gone, when's Commissioner Hartley be back?
He'll be back in a couple days from now,
Okay.
yeah. Mhm.
Cause I'm kind of,
You're not sure. Well, what if we canceled
sure.
the August 4th and just started earlier on the 28th and did like a longer workshop and combined what we didn't cover today and what we would have covered on August
Mhm.
4th?
Works for me.
whatever you wanna do, that's fine.
Okay,
You
so
wanna,
maybe
like-
start at
Oh,
like
that was-
1?
Hmm?
That conflicted for you on
You
August
think
4th,
one
but
would give us
Well,
enough
August
time?
4th, I'm not sure.
She's probably not
I'm
gonna go that
kind
long
of
anyway.
playing
yeah.
it by ear right now, so.
It's
I
like
would
having
suggest
a baby,
early,
so-
yeah. I would
It's hard to
suggest
plan
early on
that.
August 4th, yeah.
Yeah. A little hard
So
to
what
plan
do you
when she
think?
goes into labor.
Would 1
I would
o'clock
say
do
early.
it?
I would say early in the day, and then if you guys finish early, you've got a break midday before you have to come back at 5 o'clock,
On the 4th.
just in case. I would say
On the
early.
4th?
Yeah.
I'm good with that, but I
That's,
just,
that's fine with me.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
So we're gonna have one on the 28th and then also on the 4th, so.
No, I think they're saying just do it on the
Just
4th,
Oh,
right?
just do it on the
That's
4th,
what
but
it sounds like.
just bump it up earlier.
Yeah, like
I
maybe
think
start at
the-
9 or 10.
The items
honestly.
that's
Yeah.
left,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
is not, they're
Yeah,
not
they'll
gonna
be
take a lot,
quick.
they're real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll do August 4th at 10 a.m.?
I would say so. I think that gives you guys plenty of time,
Yeah.
and then if you have time
What's
left
on
over.
our next, what's gonna be with this?
I've only got 3 or 4 items so far on that agenda, but again, that really doesn't come together until.
Not the agenda, I'm
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry.
about
The-
the.
the-
what-
Oh, and
what
you guys have
budgets?
this schedule there on your, if you still have your budget workbooks with you, you'll see what remains for today and then everything that was scheduled for the 4th. Actually, get mine.
Supposed to be is it this schedule?
It's this schedule.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. It's on the front of your book.
Yeah, there you go.
Sarah, did we only cover?
You only got
Recre-
through
number 3?
recreation, the first 3 today. So you've got 4 through, what was it, 13 left for today.
So you got
Then plus-
10 more, 10 plus 15, you got 25 items right there.
If we give them 3 or 4 minutes apiece, we could cover that in no time.
I'm gonna need more than 30
Yeah, I would say 10 a.m. I think is probably
Okay.
okay.
It's good with me. It's good with you. 10 a.m. on August 4th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then for Tuesday, August 18th, did I hear you say that we changed that to the 17th?
Yeah.
For the
Yeah, the
proposed
board
military?
meeting day had to be moved to the day before because that's election day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the plan for the board to set the proposed millage rate. And then September 1st, on Tuesday, is
what time?
going to be the tentative budget and millage hearing.
Rich had a question. Brooklyn.
I'm sorry.
17th at 5?
Yes, I'm sorry. That was election day, so we just moved it a day before. Yeah.
So yeah, so September 15th, I'm sorry, September 1st, tentative budget and millage hearing, and then September 15th would be the final budget and millage hearing. And then obviously the budget will go into effect on October 1st, 2026.
And we're excited that those are all board meeting days, not off scheduled days this year. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Brooklyn.
Thank you, bro. It's easy.
Any other comments on from the board before we move on? Moving on to Resolution 2026-25 Woodstock Utilities. Mr. Sundstrom?
It is, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Bill Sundstrom. I have the honor and pleasure of representing Woodstock Utilities. You have before you a proposed resolution which references a properly filed, noticed, and unprotested application of Woodstock to revise its water and wastewater rates and charges to establish its service availability policy. The application is very straightforward. It tracks requirements of your ordinance 2007.34 and the Florida Water and Wastewater Regulatory Law, which is found at Chapter 367 Florida Statutes. Woodstock has previously been certificated by you to provide service to an excess of 15,000 acres, primarily west and north of Sanderson, including the Woodstock Industrial Park, which is west of the interchange of US 10 and US 98 Interstate 10, excuse me. Woodstock Industrial Park is approved for 10 million square feet of industrial development by virtue of prior actions of this board, the St. John's River Water Management District, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Woodstock is requesting identical rates to those set by the Florida Public Service Commission for First Coast Regional Utilities, which is the closest private utility to Woodstock and the only other privately owned water and wastewater utility authorized to provide service in this county. Woodstock is setting its service availability charges as a means to raise capital and to recover from developers their pro rata cost of new water and wastewater facilities which will be built in Baker County. Your comprehensive plan essentially requires central water and wastewater service be available for any substantial new development, and this application is in keeping with your plan. A review of the financial schedules clearly demonstrates that Woodstock is entitled to the rates it seeks. In fact, Woodstock is entitled to significantly greater rates and charges based upon the engineering report, which we believe that we can bring the plans and plants in under the budget outlined by the engineers. The application is supported by an engineering report from England, Thames & Miller, and a financial feasibility report from the firm of Millie and Swain. Both firms specialize in those things. If you approve the resolution before you, you will also be approving the tariff, which is contained as part of the application. I want to thank your staff for its careful review of this application and their recommendation of approval. And I am before you requesting your support in adopting Resolution 2026-25, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions and comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Mr. Sundstrom, thank you. We had the pleasure of speaking on Friday in regards to Woodstock Utilities and some of the stuff that's coming before us. Where were the rates, I'm sorry, the standards? The standards, we're working to try to get those updated
Yes, sir.
and sent back to the county, correct?
Yes, sir. The standards are not part of the application. They are
Yes, sir.
basically a housekeeping mechanism.
Yes, sir.
My assistant is laboriously working to get them into Word.
Okay.
The comments that we discussed have all been taken into consideration.
Yes, sir.
Primarily between me, the primary owners of Woodstock, England, Timms and Miller,
Sure.
and Sunshine, and we've got resolution, I think, on all of those points. Some of those points are, the engineers point out that you need to, in constructing a utility system, have flexibility.
That's right.
Because every project is site dependent on what you need to do. But yes, I expect to have those back to you within a week, 10 days.
Sweet. Okay. So what we're talking about here is this is the application for them to allow them to do or to update the rates that were previously established back in 2007. The standards for Baker County, I think, are from 04. Does that sound right? 04, 06?
I think it was 06 because it was
06
within my
possibly.
time of being
That's
here.
right.
Yeah.
So we're talking 20 years ago at this point. So one of the things we were talking about was updating the standards, and that'll be back before us soon, to update the standards that Baker County and Woodstock would require for development at that point.
And the highlight of those is the acceptance by the engineers and the service companies in thicker wall PVC pipe.
That's right.
Much less costly than ductile iron pipe.
Sure.
The Florida Public Service Commission uses a depreciation rate of 2.5%, which means a 40-year life, whereas appraisals that I've read over the course of my last 10 years, they're putting the useful life on that stuff with 100 years because they don't know how long it'll last.
Right.
But
That's
they know
right.
it'll last at least 100 years.
Sure. That's right. But really, Woodstock has done a great job of trying to make sure the standards are updated and provide those. That way Baker County adopts them and we can go from here as a good basis point, because it's always good to have a solid foundation going forward that we can build off of, and that's what we're trying to update at this point. I appreciate it.
Anything further?
Put that in motion.
I think
yeah.
we need to open for a public
Public
hearing for a
comment.
rate.
Oh, just,
Yeah. Okay. Any more? Any public comment on this item before we move on?
Thank you.
Hearing none?
I know, Commissioner, Chairman. I know you just said this, but where did you get your standard? You copied the standards from
We
Florida
got-
Public?
We adopted the standards of what's called Sunshine Utilities. It's the largest private utility operating company in Florida with, I can't remember how many customers it's big. And they're the operating company and overseeing the construction for First Coast Regional Utilities, which is going big right now. So we took their standards and we are modifying them to be site-specific to Woodstock.
Correct. And that would, the Florida or First Coast Regional Utilities is also could potentially provide service in Baker County. So they're going to mimic that way. There's not two different, on the east side of the county we're this, the west side of the county we're this. They're making sure everything is
Well, and that's why I was
compatible.
going with that question is, do they have any coverage area here? Because I don't believe they did. They do. So if
that?
the Florida
First Coast Regional.
First Coast, excuse me, and so why were we mimicking theirs instead of say FPL or Clay Electric, which is in the area? So that's already been addressed. I'm satisfied. That was just
Yeah.
my question.
This is all utilities.
These are effective.
Just straight, like water,
standards.
sewer,
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
water, sewer,
Yeah.
reuse,
That's fine.
understood.
that nature.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm an electrician. Thinking utility electric company.
Yeah.
I apologize for that.
Any further?
What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-25. Read by title.
second.
We have a motion
Better read
and a
by
second.
title.
Resolution 2026-25, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, approving the application of Woodstock Utilities LLC to revise water and wastewater rates and charges and to establish service availability charges and policy.
We have a motion and a second on resolution 2026-25. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign.
Thank you,
Motion
Mr.
carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to approval of grant applications. Miss Sarah Little, I believe you're handling this.
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what is presented before you tonight is a grant application to the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. That grant application totals $69,587.50. This is actually for a mosquito control program that the county has been under a grant with for the last 2 years. This would be year 3. We have very good odds at getting it. Those continued years programs are almost guaranteed for this program, but this is for aerial spraying for mosquito control. There is no local match, and staff recommends approval of the grant application as submitted.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Move approval, right?
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second to approve the grant application for mosquito management. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Quarter 2, 2026 grant project review.
And that's Miss Remy Bordelon.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. This is our second grant project review for 2026, quarter 2. Just gonna wait to get that presentation uploaded. For those in the room and listening in, I'd like to reintroduce myself. My name is Remy Bordelon. I am Baker County's Project and Grant Manager. Before we begin with quarter 2, I'd like to revisit what was previously discussed last time. It's a big PowerPoint, so it might take a minute to load.
There you go.
There we are. All right. So, previously, we reviewed 4 newly created foundational reports, which are essential for project and grant management. They are the quarterly highlights, the project index, the reporting table, and the reimbursement tracker. These 4 reports will be utilized with each quarterly report as they track the progress of each project and corresponding reimbursement. These tools are essential, improving reporting efficiency, enhancing transparency with the community, and consolidating information into a clear, easy-to-read format. These reports are in your packet tonight and published on the county's website for tonight's meeting. Where we go from here is quarter 2 review, which spans from April through June. We will begin by reviewing total grant reimbursements received, followed by updates on the progress of ongoing projects. We will then highlight newly awarded grants and recently submitted applications, showcase photos of completed projects, followed by reviewing the reporting table and final reimbursements. So let's get started. The quarter 2 highlights. We're going to be spending a bit of time on this slide before we move over to the photos. So to begin, the reimbursements received from April through June totaled $1,493,498.33. That increases the total fiscal year reimbursements to $2,970,421.04. With remaining pending at the end of quarter 2 was the total of $1,058,610.77 and reimbursements awaiting receipt by the county. So during that time, 5 projects were closed. The Ag Center renovations, which isn't quite closed, but it's very, very close. The courthouse generator, the second floor of Fire Station 50, Public Works Willis Hodges, and the Fire Rescue Air Packs, all of which we will be reviewing momentarily with a photo montage. In the meantime, we have a few ongoing projects with updates to highlight. The first being the library. The library project completed deliverables 1 through 3, exceeding 60% project completion. This allowed the county to file for a $375,000 reimbursement that has been approved by the state and processed. The county is awaiting payment. The remaining portion of the project is the replacement of windows and doors. The county's contractor, Tremco, visited the library in June for final measurements. In July, we received final costs with a change order that will be presented to the board prior to material being ordered and installed. Pending the board's approval, this will be at the next meeting. Enterprise East expansion. So this is beyond the Walmart distribution center. There are a handful of parcels available for commercial and industrial development. The Florida Commerce $3 million grant awarded for this project allows the county to provide road improvements for developers to access these parcels, known as East Enterprise Boulevard and Industrial Park Road. Where it stands today is in the final stages of planning and design. Tarbox Consulting will have final plans completed mid-September, if not sooner, with an emphasis on project cost optimization. Design efforts focus on optimizing roadway alignment, utility placement, stormwater infrastructure, and drainage features to maximize available funding. Tarbox Consulting confirmed that the individual environmental resource permit, coordinated with the St. John's River Management District, is estimated to be received by the end of July. So in summary, the scope revision due to the cost of the project is complete. Nearly all engineering redesign has been completed, and the final plans are going to be completed mid-September. The individual ERP is estimated to be permitted by the end of July. Moving on to the courthouse renovations. The grant for this project was split between the courthouse generator and the needed repairs to the building, with a priority on roof repairs. So the generator portion of the project is completed. We will dive into the details of that shortly. Regarding the second portion of the grant, which allows the county $900,000 in building repair, the county will be utilizing an existing contract agreement with North Florida Professional Services for preparing a task work order and initial project meeting tomorrow, actually, to create a project plan that will be shared with the Florida court system. All right, on to the boat ramp. The engineering team received final confirmation from Florida Department of Environmental Protection regarding the ordinary high water line, and a pre-application meeting was held with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Plans are at 90% completion. They're waiting for final review with Zach Morris with AMI Engineers. Included in that 90% plans are the redesigned ramp at the upstream location, stabilization of the shoreline around the boat ramp, and fencing separating the boat ramp from the parking lot. It's like-for-like design. The permit applications for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection are currently being written right now. The 90% plans will be submitted alongside those applications. Those plans will be shared with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and, of course, with the board for review once AMC Consulting Engineers completes their final review. Following completion of this review, updated construction cost estimates will be prepared to support a contract amendment with Baker County. AMI Engineers hopes to have the permit package submitted by August 15th. The project remains on schedule for construction to begin in October. Contingent, of course, of state and federal permitting agencies' timely approval. But to summarize the movement for the boat ramp, April was focused on the pre-permitting meetings. May was the permit planning and the stormwater review. June, we hit 60% completion on plan design. And we also got final guidance on the permit application. July, we hit 90%. We're gonna have final review soon. The permit applications are being written, and construction is scheduled for October.
So we think that it's still going to be another month, basically, before we can submit this. When is it supposed to come back before the board? Do we know?
That's gonna depend on FWC, because they have to review it first at the 90% mark. So we're at the 90% mark, but it needs to be forwarded to FWC for review before then.
Which
before we
won't
move
happen
on.
until August 15th.
I'm trying sooner than that. I've got David with AMI Engineering working on getting a package sent or prepared for FWC.
Yeah, once FWC does their review, then we'll bring it to you guys
Yeah.
for review. But if they're at 90% now, it's just packaging in a manner that
Yep.
FWC can review it. So I would expect that to happen within the next few days.
Because it's at 90%. So,
Right,
I mean,
right. Yeah, they're at it now, so they're ready.
We're,
to
we're
s-
not waiting a month before we submit it to FWC.
The
so-
month timeline is to submit for the permits. So it's just a matter of pretty soon actually to get it to you all for review.
So I hope, like by August 4th.
I'd hope so.
Yeah. Sounds right to me,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to fire headquarters generator. Originally, the RFP was advertised for the generator project. This advertisement and pre-bid meetings went out, and contractors shared their expert opinions on ways to install and tackle the supply demand for not just the main facility, but the two back site buildings. From that, working with the state, we realized that advertisement needs to be corrected and to match the grant agreement. So that's being worked on right now. It'll be re-advertised with one generator, 2 purchased 120-gallon propane tanks, and an automatic transfer switch. If the final bids exceed the grant funding and match of $75,000, Chief Blanton will submit a change in scope of work to the state, as we had discussed with our state funding point of contact. For the fire Glen pumper tanker and Sanderson pumper tanker, the Glen pumper tanker is going to be delivered soon. Right now it is currently factory built and in Ocala being equipped with including the air tankers, the air tanks, and that was a grant project that's been recently closed that we're going to talk about shortly as well. The Sanderson pumper tanker is in the queue to be built with a timeline of 3 years. As far as public work roads, Willis Hodges is closed. Mary was very excited to close that project. She shared some pictures with us that we'll look over shortly. County Road 125 North, the box culvert is the last remaining item before final inspection. County Road 229 North, Public Works held a pre-construction meeting the end of June and is currently ordering pipe. County Road 127 North, Public Works held a pre-construction meeting in mid-July. And their last one, County Road 229 South, has an estimated final design for the end of the year with Pittman Engineering. For the Senior Center, Phase 2. The Senior Center was recently discussed with the board. Tarbox presented a preliminary sketch for the Senior Center parking lot design, and will continue with the conceptual design and timeline. FPL is potentially going to assist with the lighting for the parking lot, and an RFP is in preparation for the covered sidewalk, and it was confirmed that the plans from the aluminum fabrication company already exist. So, the grant agreement was received from the Florida Department of Elder Affairs and signed in June, with deliverable number 1 completed, which was the fixed capital outlay. Aside from that new grant application received, we also have a little celebrating to do as well. The Watershed Master Plan, as a FEMA grant, was awarded to the Community Development Department. That grant agreement is currently being written, so there's not a lot of details to share as of yet. But in other news, there were 2 grant applications that were recently submitted by North Florida Professional Services in June and July. The Fire Rescue Safer Grant and the Historic Society Restoration Grant. The Safer Grant is a FEMA-funded supported grant for firefighters with a request of $3,544,164. This would be over a 3-year program split between federal funding and local funds appropriated to fire and rescue. We're hoping to hear something in August or September regarding that application. Unfortunately for the Historic Society, this was through the Department of State, and there was a delay in the notice for the funding this year, and that pushed back the deadline. So the award execution and project kickoff won't be announced probably until next year at this time. But that was requested for engineering, cleaning, and repointing of 2,776 square feet of historic brick masonry. Okay, that was a lot of information. So I'm going to give you a momentary break as we look at some photos of our most recent successes in closed grant projects for this quarter. The first one being the Ag Center. It's not 100% closed, but it's close enough that it's worth sharing. So the Ag Center needed updated bathrooms, kitchen, it needed updated hallways and flooring and lighting, storage, exterior walkways with proper drainage, and a lot of work was put into modernizing the space and use of the Ag Center, as you can see here. But with that effort came a new ADA compliant bathrooms, new flooring, new lighting, new hallways, a brand new kitchen with Shayna's assistance. She's very proud of that. Finished exterior doors and walkways with drainage mitigation, a modernized classroom, 4-H storage room, and of course the beautiful Ag Center auditorium, which is celebrated by Alicia and her team. Next, we have the second floor addition to Fire Rescue Station 50 facility, which now houses a workout room, a classroom dedicated to fire training, office space, an EMS training lab, and upstairs bathroom facilities, celebrated by Chief Blanton and his fire crew. Next, we have the courthouse generator located right outside this building. This is a 1,125-gallon diesel Caterpillar generator with an automatic transfer switch located across the street. This generator can power the courthouse for a couple days after losing power. And just yesterday, it was put to the test as we lost power, and it did an excellent job in supporting the courthouse. A couple other grant projects that closed recently include a 5 air packs with the tanks for fire and rescue. These are actually going to be equipped on the Glen pumper tanker that I had previously mentioned, as well as the Willis Hodges drainage project. All right. So moving on to reporting. The required grant reporting for quarter 2 has been completed in full. And lastly, reimbursements up to this present moment have now exceeded $3 million of received funds, with less than $1 million pending delivery. And thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Remy. Good job.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, LHAP update, Miss Lydia Mangano.
Good evening, Commissioners. I don't know if we're going to get through both of these before the public hearing at 6 o'clock.
No, we'll get one of them anyway.
This legislative session, SB 594 was signed into law, and while it does not immediately necessarily affect our jurisdiction, we are mandated by Florida Housing because of this to put what they call a strategy into our local housing assistance plan. Touching briefly, what this addresses is, in the state of Florida, there have been some mobile home park closures which are displacing folks. So what they have done is, first of all, they have repealed the 20% manufactured housing set aside for the LHAPs. Prior to this, we had a limit on how much we were able to assist mobile homes. We no longer have that limitation. While we are required to have this strategy in our LHAP, we are not necessarily required to fund it. We do have that option. Additionally, it only comes into play if we have a mobile home park closure. There are definitions as to what a mobile home owner is defined as per statute. And a mobile home owner, homeowner, or homeowner, I don't know why it's two separate words and then one word, but that's them, not me, means a person who owns a mobile home and rents or leases a lot within a mobile home park for residential use. Owners who do not fit this definition are not going to be able for this assistance. Are there any other questions before I move on?
So this is basically just for people in mobile home parks.
Correct. if their mobile home park closes for some reason and they are dislocated because of that, then they would be able to come to the SHIP program if we were taking applications at that time, and they would be able to apply for either rehab, relocation, or lot rent assistance, excuse me. And that is what you will see on the next page, which is what is called the strategy. Those are what is in our LHAP. Our LHAP currently has 4 strategies. This would make number 5. We have demolition, new construction, owner-occupied rehab, emergency repair, disaster assistance, which only goes into effect when a disaster is declared by either the President of the United States or the Governor. And then this would make number 5, but this actually has 3 different options within it, which is that rehab, relocation, or lot assistance. I took the sample that was provided by Florida Housing and literally made 4 changes to it to bring it in line with other strategies within our LHAP, which you will see outlined in red, was removing the moderate income category because we do not provide assistance to that group. Dropped the long-term years down to 5 to match our emergency and disaster timelines, and the age of the mobile home that would be eligible to match what our eligibility is in our other programs.
So we're staying with the same age throughout the
Yes, sir.
consistency is what I was looking at.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's very consistent throughout. And so we were lucky that everything else within this strategy is stuff we already do.
Right.
So I literally only had to change these 3 things, which obviously the red marks will come out because this will also, because it is a new strategy, even though we've already submitted our LHAP and it was approved, I will have to resubmit the whole thing, unlike what we did back in COVID, where I could have just submitted the increases that y'all permitted then.
Miss Lydia?
Yes.
I noted, it says that 107 parks closed in the last 10 years
Mm-hmm.
for about 5,300 lots.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know how many, let me ask the question this, have we had any closures here in our county?
No, sir.
Okay.
We have not. At least none that I am aware of, and none that I have been made aware of.
Okay.
So what I am asking from you all this evening is to approve that strategy, or if you feel other changes need to be made.
I think we already went through the process, and basically you're making the changes to go with the new strategy that's handed down from the state of Florida.
Correct.
So basically, we're just updating it
Right.
to the current standards that we're required to by the state.
Correct.
So, and we've already addressed years in the mobile home and stuff like that earlier.
Correct.
So. I'll put it in the form of a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the LAHAP update. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Unfortunately, we only have 7 or 8 minutes. Can we go through in 7 or 8 minutes?
That's gonna be up to y'all. I can give it a go. Unless y'all wanna take a break.
It's up to you, Chairman. I reviewed
There's a
it. and
report in your agenda packet. Got
Pretty
any questions?
straightforward. That's what I'm saying.
I'm good with it.
Everything's in compliance and the full report is there. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
I don't. I
Good call.
reviewed it and I'm satisfied with what is
And
in
you
the
guys,
packet.
I'll let
yeah,
that.
you guys review all the bids and awards as they come through, so this information is,
Just an update
that
on
you've
where
already
we're at.
heard, yeah.
What's the pleasure of the group?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the SHIP annual report as stated. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign.
Now, the next one, I don't think we
Just
get
a
to.
side note, as quick as y'all went through that, y'all were approving to submit it. It has not been submitted yet,
Right.
and there is a certification that goes with it that will need the chairman's signature in order to go with the submission.
Well, that's what we just
So-
approved to certify, right, Lydia? That's what we just
You're
approved.
did,
certifying,
yes.
yes,
Yeah.
you're certifying
Yes.
it, but it still requires a signature, and I will submit both of those, the annual report and the certification, to Florida Housing.
Yep, we're good.
Thanks, Rich.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before our public hearing starts at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't think the next item would have been able to go that fast, huh? All right.
Our last lady
Busy day.
Call this meeting of the Baker County Commission back to order. We move into public hearing. I will ask if you have a noise-making device, put it on silent. We do have a busy schedule. We don't need more interruptions than we need to. I will ask the speakers to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Hopefully that's enough to share your thoughts and we can keep moving forward. We have several items on the agenda tonight and some will require discussion, I'm sure. So the first item, ordinance 2026-10.
Yes, sir. All right, so the first few items that you're going to hear this evening are for second hearing, so action will be required for those. And then the last item I have is for first hearing, so no action would be required there. I do have 2 items that are companions, so Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'll present those together when we get there.
Okay.
All right. So the first item, like you said, it's for ordinance number 2026-10, a rezoning with a request from commercial highway to planned unit development, or as most people know it as a PUD. So this parcel is 14 acres and it is on the corner of Nursery Boulevard. So it is where Nursery Boulevard, at the corner where it comes along 10 there and then turns by the RV park. It is the corner parcel there. So currently, you know, the parcel could be developed within those commercial highway parameters. However, the applicant at this time intends to develop the property to be used for a mixture of things, including recreational vehicle and boat storage, indoor climate-controlled storage, and some flex space. When we have a project that has kind of multiple uses within the same parcel, it is sometimes just a smoother project to look at a PUD instead of just a standard zoning. So if you look at the maps here, I think we discussed this a little bit last meeting. The maps, when I zoned into them, there was an issue with the land use and zoning map, but this parcel is zoned commercial, or has a land use of commercial, and so does the parcel to the north of it. And this parcel is zoned commercial highway, and so is the parcel to the north of it. So just when I zoomed in to kind of give you a snapshot of that, there was an error in the map populating. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. But if you look at the parcel, to one side you have commercial and commercial highway. The other side you have the RV park. To the north, the immediate parcel is commercial and commercial highway, and then north of that is Ag B and Ag 75. And then, of course, to the south of this parcel is where I-10 goes along there. So here is a snapshot of just some of the wet area there. You'll see the yellow hashed line is an existing ditch. And then the 2 little blue areas, those are some little wetland pockets that are there. Anytime there's something like that, we like to show it, and then you'll see that you'll see those as well in just a moment on the site plan. If our clicker will work. Oh, you're moving there, but I'm not moving. Sorry, there we go. So this is the proposed site plan that would go along with that PUD. So you'll see there are building A, B, and C. Those are the areas that would be the flex space that is discussed. And then you see building D there. That is the self-storage. And then you'll see 3 other parking areas, and that is for RV parking, or just open parking. Some is covered, some is not covered. So the 2 to the north, those are covered. The
the one on the south there is not covered. So you'll see there's area set out for the retention pond. You'll see the ditch that goes along there. You'll see it goes through the site plan, the ditch we were just looking at on the other image. And then those two wetland pockets, you'll see one of those is here, and then one is here and encompassed within that drainage area. So you'll see kind of a usage breakdown for this, square footage for each use. So you see each of those buildings for flex space, they're 24,000 square foot each. The climate controlled self-storage is just under 40,000 square feet. And then you'll see there the number of parking, RV and boat parking in those other parking areas. So the applicant's request really seems to fit the culture of the area, with the RV park being to one side, and then recently we're going through the application process for some RV and boat storage just to the north of this parcel. So there was no concern with it conforming and meeting those other uses around it. You have the DRC comments there in your staff report. There were some concerns that were discussed last meeting with the water and sewer. That's something that our fire chief, the town of Glenn, they've had conversations since then. They are working on doing some flow tests and things like that. All of those concerns, of course, would have to be addressed before we were actually in a development permit process. So those are things that once we actually have civil plans and see what would be required on those civil plans, then we would actually work through the details of that capacity and what meets or any lacking needs. That's when we would walk through that process. So we discussed this a little last meeting. One of the good things about a PUD is a PUD is allowed to have multiple uses within one property. So in your staff report, if you look at so I always kind of give you the definition of the zoning district in your staff reports. So if you look at the very last, it's section I. Waiver of yard, dwelling unit, frontage criteria, and use restrictions. So minimum yard, lot size, type of dwelling unit, height and frontage requirements, and use restrictions may be waived for the PUD, provided the spirit and intent of this chapter and the comprehensive plan is complied with the total development of the PUD. However, the county commission may, at its discretion, require adherence to minimum district requirements within certain portions of the site if deemed necessary. So, where we've had conversation about that boat and RV storage being allowed within that commercial highway versus allowed within industrial, that kind of allows you within the PUD to allow that use that would generally be allowed within industrial within the PUD, because it meets the characteristics of the area. So with that, you'll see here too, there are of course setback requirements for the PUD, and those setback requirements are based on the zoning district, or based on the proposed use and zoning. And in this instance, the applicant has increased the setback requirements from what would normally be used within that commercial highway, and are kind of holding theirself to more of an industrial standard. So if you look at the setbacks that are in the written description versus what would be in that zoning district, that's why there's a difference. So that's throughout the entire PUD. The only place that is not the case, that they are not using those self-imposed additional setback requirements, is within the area, let me show you, where the dumpster is, right here. That's the only area. But it would still meet those setbacks that would generally be allowed within commercial highway. So you have a copy of the written description as well in your packet, and that lays out kind of all of those details that we were talking about, the number of spaces, the number of the square footage for each building. So I'm sure you remember last year, I guess it's been a full year now, anytime a written description needs to be amended, that would come back to you guys. So if we walked through this process, if this was approved today, we walked through this process and anything needed to change outside of that written description, it would have to come back to you, and those changes would be made with you guys. So that's, I think that covers everything. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer questions. The applicant and their agent is here as well. Staff recommends approval, and I'm sorry, this says staff on here twice, but LPA recommended approval as well.
Any public comments on this item? If you do, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. None? Comments from the board?
Go ahead.
So, LaDonna, actually, they're only required to give 15-foot setbacks on the front all the way around, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But they're actually giving 30-foot setback on the front.
Yes.
So in theory, they're asking, it says they're asking for relief of the 5 foot of the dumpster.
Yes.
In theory, they're just asking to slide the whole site back away from the front of the site.
No. So there would generally be.
I know, but if they were to only do 15 at the front, then they wouldn't even have to be asking about that. And so I think that's a good point to point out.
Yes, if we were talking about the typical setbacks, that setback typically would only be 15 foot. Because of the nature of the project, and we do know that we're storing RVs and boats and stuff like that. The applicant said, well, we're gonna do 30 foot and meet that industrial setback requirement. However, that one garbage is 5 foot into that 30 foot setback. So that's the only reason that they're asking for that. That's it's still a 25-foot setback. Yes.
30 foot that they give.
That they imposed on themselves. Yes.
And that's what I was just trying.
mean,
So I have no issue with that at all.
They're
I
above
support
and
it.
beyond.
Yep.
Yes.
I have no issue with that at all.
They're superseded all setbacks.
Right.
They're just asking to encroach in the one that they gave back.
That they gave themselves. Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And
I know that's a little confusing. So
No, I just wanted to clarify
Yes.
that and make sure that.
that is what you're looking at. Yes.
My only concern was, it's not a concern now, future down the road, obviously with the water issue.
Right.
With the water coming down, was it not nursery, but the one runs along the interstate. The supply there
Right.
before they do build, I mean, that's gonna have to be addressed at some point.
Right.
But for tonight's purposes, I don't think, just a FYI, little asterisk, don't forget
Yes.
that.
Yes. And the applicant has had some conversations with the town of Glenn and
Correct.
with the fire chief, and then we are working through the development application for the parcel to the north of this. And so, they're the similar concerns. And
That's
so
right.
there's some flow tests and things like that that are being done now.
There are, and I've spoken with Ms. Moniz with the Glen St. Mary, and I think her engineer, they may have some updates here soon.
Yeah,
So we should.
It's
should be
my
moving
understanding
on
they
that.
did some testing last week, but I can't
That's right.
speak for sure as
I
to exactly
think it's
what
I
they
think
tested,
it's coming pretty
but-
soon.
Yeah.
I think they were going to present it first to their board.
Right.
But
Right.
it should come pretty soon there should be an answer, at least to what direction we need to go.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
the owner still has the opportunity, if it's insufficient water from the city, they can drill their own well.
There would
And
be some
there's
alternatives, yes, sir.
alternative ways that they can still run their site
Correct.
without the dependence on the city. It's their decision.
That's right.
Yes,
That
sir.
they want to do that.
And I'm just piggybacking off Chief Blanton's, recommendation, like, hey,
Yeah, I
just
agree.
know before we try to hook up and everything else that there may be an issue, so.
Yes,
Just
sir.
putting it out there.
And that's one of those, that's something that, because in the written description, it does lay out that water would come from the town of Glenn. So if, down the road, that's not the case, you're gonna see some sort of modification, to change that, and, you're gonna see a modification of the site plan to accommodate whatever would have to be done, as an alternative, but,
Okay.
Yeah, which is the same thing the RV water comes to their sewer.
right.
The capacity of the city wasn't there, so they developed their own sewer.
Absolutely.
Move
So-
approval of ordinance 2026-10, read by title.
Second.
So it would come back before the board once that resolution is developed? Who would have to agree to that to limit the liability of the county?
So,
If the county knows that there's not enough water there and we approve it and
No one to
that
do it.
is not adequately resolved, is the county liable?
so
No,
you're,
they wouldn't be able to get a permit until.
yeah, they just wouldn't be able to get a permit without capacity. They
can have
could
the
not,
entitlements for the zoning.
yeah, they could not move to the next step through a development process, without amending what's already been given.
And according to the chief's letter, at that point, we would get a pass or fail from the chief with the Florida Fire Prevention Code to whether the water flow was sufficient or not
Yes.
at that point.
So so when we receive a development application, so, just for time's sake, let's say, okay, this is approved tonight, and, 30 days from now, we receive a development application with some civil plans. Those plans are reviewed, not just within our department, but they're reviewed by the fire chief, by our civil engineer. So at that time, any sort of deficiencies that there are, they would be addressed then. So if we were at that point in the process and our fire chief said, no, we do not have this capacity, you cannot hook up this way, that's when we would have that conversation.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on 2026-10. All in, now we read by title, sorry.
No problem. Ordinance 2026-10. An ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 14.02 acres of real property owned by Russell and Chardon Oden from commercial highway to planned unit development for the purpose of amending the PUD written description, providing for a change in zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second for 2026-10. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 2026-13
Okay.
and 14, I assume.
So like I mentioned a minute ago, the next two are companions, so if it's okay, I'll present them together. So this is for ordinance number 2026-13, a small-scale land use amendment from agriculture B to very low-density residential, and ordinance number 2026-14 with a request of agriculture 7.5 to residential conventional mobile home 2.5. So this property is located off of Warren Thompson Road in Glen St. Mary, which comes off of 139B right after it turns into Claude Harvey. It is just under 16 acres. Right now, the parcel would be considered a conforming buildable lot. They could come in and put a site-built home here with no issue. However, the applicant intends to in the future, subdivide this into 5 different tracks. So that is why you see a request of RCMH 2.5. Each of those 5 proposed lots would each be 2.5 acres or more. So this is the first step to get the land use and zoning entitlement for that future subdivision development of 5 lots. So you'll see here, for the most part, all of the parcels immediately surrounding the parcel have a land use designation of Agriculture B and a zoning of Ag 7.5. You will see just south of here along Claude Harvey, there is a development there with 1 acre tracts that would be very low density residential with RC1. And then you will see in one corner some Ag 10 and some Ag A. So this is the potential proposed lot layout that the property owner has in mind right now. So you'll see it is 5 lots. The front 2 lots are 2.5 acres, and then the back 3 are all just over 3 acres. There's a proposed dry retention pond along the back side of the north end of the property boundary, with a 50-foot proposed right-of-way along the south side that goes along each lot, and then cul-de-sacs at lot 5. The property owner and applicant sent these photos this morning and asked if we would share them. This is kind of the sample homes to kind of give you an idea of the types of homes they would be looking to build in here, kind of like a farm style type home. So again, those were provided by the applicant, and they just asked us to show them as part of our PowerPoint so that you could kind of visualize the types of homes that they were looking to build in this development. So again, right now, as the parcel sits, they could build a single family home on the parcel right now. The second part of this would require a subdivision application, and they would have to go through the subdivision process. Just looking ahead, knowing the area, when we send this out for DRC comments, we always, if we know what the future use is, that's going to be discussed. So you will see from the DRC comments, we have shared with the applicant that there will be improvements that would be required to Warren Thompson. This portion of Warren Thompson is all within the county maintained portion of Warren Thompson. We had discussed with a previous application that road was partially county maintained and partially privately maintained. So the entirety of Warren Thompson along this specific parcel is county maintained. So the applicant is aware that there would be a requirement to improve that prior to the subdivision application being approved. So other than the road requirement, that was the only area of concern that stood out to staff at this point. Again, the subdivision application would still have to come after that. And you'll see from your DRC comments that was the same area of concern from your DRC board or your DRC committee. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any public comments on these companion items? Hearing none. Comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The only comments I have were looking at the parcel. Everything's zoned Ag 7.5 around it. However, there's a 2 acre, 2.87, 2.05 right across Claude Harvey. There is a 3.34, 6.05, 2 acre, 3 acre. I mean, there's a multitude of parcels that are under the Ag 75.
This is one of the areas within our county. We have a few areas that are like this, that they are zoned Ag 75 or Ag 10. However, because of parcels being split prior to,
Sure.
Prior to our current standards, family lots, things like that.
That's right.
This is one of those areas that has a lot of lots that do not conform to their land use
That's
zoning.
right. Just wanted to point it out.
Yes.
It's in the packet that there are a lot of non-complying parcels at
There
this
are.
point that are around it that are zoned Ag 75. I mean, we live with it, and if they have to do anything else, they'll have to come back before us. But that
Right.
before it's considered spot zoning or anything else, wanted to clarify that.
Right, and you're right. Any of those parcels, that are between 2.5 and 3 acres, if they wanted to make any changes to their property, we would suggest RCMH 2.5. That's
Correct.
normally how
And
you
there's-
bring that size parcel.
There's some of them right around the corner, it seems like.
There
So,
are.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve 2026-13.
Read by title.
Read by title.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Ordinance 2026-13, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, making a small-scale amendment to the Baker County Comprehensive Plan by reclassifying approximately 15.97 acres of real property owned by Freedom Development Group, LLC, from agricultural B to very low-density residential in order to bring the parcels into compliance on the future land use map, providing findings by the Board of County Commissioners, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second to approve 2026-13. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Moving on to 2026-14.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-14, read by title.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Ordinance 2026-14, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 15.97 acres of real property owned by Freedom Development Group, LLC, from agricultural 7.5 to residential conventional mobile home 2.5, with the intent to bring the parcel into compliance with its acreage, providing for a change in zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second to approve 2026-14. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, Ms. LaDonna, we're moving on to special use.
All right, so the next application that we have is a special use with a variance for horses. This property is located off of Adams Road, which comes off of Benroe Circle, which comes off of Woodlawn. It is 1.81 acres, has a current land use of very low density residential and a current zoning of residential, conventional, and mobile home 1. The request for special use is to allow for the keeping of 2 rescue horses within an area that is zoned residential. So within most of our residential zonings, horses are only allowed by way of special use. So that's when we see this type of application. The parameters are kind of laid out for us as to how, when, and why we ask for a special use. The reason that you are seeing a special use with a variance is because the way code reads, it is one horse per 1 acre with a special use application. It does not take away from the house or anything like that. It's the total acreage of the property. So with this parcel being 1.81 acres, that's where the variance portion comes in. They would be asking for relief of that 0.19 acres to allow for 2 horses within 2 acres. So if you look at the land use and zoning map around this parcel, On 3 sides, this everything is the same. Very low density residential and RCMH1. So this parcel is part of an old subdivision. They own 2 lots within the subdivision. So that's why you see kind of these perfectly square parcels with conforming land use and zoning. That's when we see that. And then you'll see to one side, this parcel butts up to an Ag 7.5 zoning and an Ag B land use. That's kind of the back side of this subdivision is kind of where that change happened there. So, like we discussed last meeting, this application came to us by way of a code enforcement complaint. And the complaint, it is that there were horses allowed within a residential zoning. So when we received the complaint, we did a site visit. We, just like we would any other site visit for any other type of violation, when that comes in, that's one of the first things we do. We make a site visit before we send out any sort of letters or notifications or anything, and we, to the best of our ability, try to validate, whatever the concern may be. So in this instance, we could see that there were horses on the property. So we sent out a letter to the property owners. Very quickly, from the letter being sent out, the property owners came into the office to have a discussion, and wanted to know what their path looked like to be able to keep their horses. And so we walked them through, what a special use is, how the application process works, and what is entailed. Within a few days of that, they had completed the application and given us all of the documentation that we needed. So one of the things that has to be submitted with a special use application is a site plan. So that's what you see on one side here. You'll see that they have different areas that are fenced so that they can move the horses from area to area if needed, for them to graze. If they're been grazing a little heavy in one area and need to be moved to another one to make sure that they have all of the accommodations that they need. That's why the property owner has it fenced in different areas. So in the photo here, the 2 photos here, you can see the horse stable. You'll see the 2 open bays there for them to go in. You can see some of the fencing. You'll see that the fencing goes along the back of the house, and so the entirety of the back side of the property is fenced in for them. And then you'll see here, the arrows are there so that you can kind of see where those horses were. They were kind of towards the back side of the house, so it was a little hard to see both of them there. But there were, of course, 2 on the property. So while talking with the applicant, they kind of shared with us how they got the horses, what their reasoning for having them and keeping them and wanting to keep them. They were not aware that within their zoning district they could only have horses by way of special use. Again, they have been they've done everything that we've asked them to. They seem to be very well intended. So the last meeting, I know we had a lot of discussion about when the horses got there and specifically how the horses were being used. Unfortunately, they were not here last meeting to be able to answer some of those questions. We've reached out to them after the meeting. The holiday kind of messed us all up, and they accidentally missed the meeting. Moral of the story, but they are here. They are here this evening to be able to answer all of those specific questions. I would not want to misspeak on their behalf. I one of the specific questions were how long the horses had been there. And I told you that it had been quite some time, but I could not give you an exact time frame. So they can provide that information for you. The property overall, when we did our site visits, the property seemed very, very well maintained and clean. We got out of the car during the site visit, or out of the truck during the site visit to take the pictures. There was no smell, no obvious smell coming from the property or anything like that. So staff recommends approval. LPA recommended approval as well. And like I said, the property owners are here to be able to answer those specific questions if you would like to ask those specific questions.
Any public comments on this item? Hearing none. Pleasure of the board.
How long did you say
I
they
would
were
like
here?
to have it, if they
I
would,
just
please.
missed that. I just jumped in, I'm sorry.
Make a motion to pass it.
Oh.
You state your name just for the record.
James Jones.
James Jones. Go ahead, you're just gonna ask the same question I'm gonna ask him.
My bad. How long had the horses been there?
We rescued the Mustang, and he came on property July of last year, so he's been there a year.
Okay.
The quarter horse that we got, he showed up in December of last year.
Okay. So a little over 8 months, pretty much. Or
Yep.
July of last year, a year now.
We originally told us. I think
Okay.
the neighbor, I think it said multiple years or something.
Yeah. Okay. Only question I have.
Make a motion. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've done it, right by, I got out of my truck, I didn't smell nothing either, which I can't smell very
Well,
good anyway.
we
since
do
COVID.
we compost all the
Yeah.
manure,
And it goes back
and
into
we
the earth.
reuse it for planting
But
grass
sure,
in the off season. So
The place is neat, the fences is,
We have their vet records and stuff
Great.
too, if you'd like to see.
Yes, I did mean to say that to you. You
the
had asked that
horses
last
look,
meeting and they did.
I'm not a horse specialist, but if I was a horse, I'd wanna live there.
They're spoiled.
They were looking good, they were looking good.
yeah, and Joe Bennett's our farrier. He does our horses' feed every 6 weeks.
Well, we were going to approve you until that. I don't know what to tell him now. Yeah.
I drove by the house too. It looked great.
I could tell, and I'm
Thank
not a
you.
horse, but if I was a horse, that's probably where I'd wanna live.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it, they mean a lot to me.
My only issue is not with the horses, not with the property owners, not with the care of the horses. It's selective enforcement of the county. We run the other person, made them get rid of their animals with the threat of fines. And when he complains about someone else, we say, oh, it's okay. That's not something that appeals to the county in
Didn't
general.
appeal to me either.
If we're going to enforce the rules one way, we should enforce them for everybody. I've seen stable-kept horses that are in excellent condition. So your area, all of that, I don't have any problem with that. But the concept of telling the county people that we're doing selective enforcement and we like this guy, we don't like this guy, that's a problem for me.
I think the other guy, he should have been given instructions, was he given instructions on how to do this process? Because nobody wants,
Livestock does not qualify in our code for this.
Oh, for this?
Those are, like, horses and ponies are laid out different.
Okay.
And
He
hogs.
also had a half-acre parcel within a
Mhm.
1-acre zoning, so it
Mhm.
was not a conforming lot. There were a lot of,
Differences, yeah.
there were
Yeah,
a lot of
that's
different,
fine.
we were
Yeah.
comparing apples to oranges,
Okay.
with comparing the two.
For this case, I mean.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I would
Yeah.
agree with the chairman. We wouldn't want to be perceived as being selective either. If there were an option for him to be in the same position, we absolutely would try to get him to that one. Unfortunately, with his certain circumstances, there just wasn't an option to get him to this point.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval of the exception.
Second.
Or whatever they call it.
We have a motion and a second to approve this variance. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for
Thank
coming
you.
tonight.
The next three are similar. We'll have to address them separately.
Yes, sir. You know, code enforcement is similar to land use and zoning in the, just because it is parcel specific. So, you know, you have two neighbors, and if they're zoned two different things, they have two different zoning requirements. With those two different zoning requirements also come, you know, different code requirements in general. So, you know, unfortunately, what your neighbor is allowed or not allowed to do could be different from what you're allowed or not allowed to do. And so that's why we handle each one specific to the parcel. Yes, sir. All right.
I think that's the 4 of mine, and then you're up next because you've got a first
Oh,
reading
yes,
on the
'cause
other
I have
ones.
a
Yeah.
first reading
You
on
do,
the other
yes,
two.
ma'am.
Okay. You go ahead.
Take a load off for a few minutes, right? Mr. Chairman, you ready for me?
I am ready. Let's go.
So, second hearing on ordinance 2026-17. Again, this is a renewal of a 30-year rate. The next 3 are going to be identical. This is with Okefenokee, OREMC franchise renewal. Again, a renewal of a 30-year rate. No increase from proposed. The rate stays the same at 3%. And it's proposed for an additional 30 years in time. At our last meeting, we did discuss one section that needed to be revised, and that was section 7. The maximum that the county could collect is 6%. It was an error and said 5% at the last hearing, so that's been revised. Again, we're not suggesting that. We're just we're keeping ours at the 3%. And then in addition to that, the paragraph just before section 7, it's the last paragraph of section 6, is redundant. It repeats the exact same information of section 7, so we're going to ask that that's removed from each one of these ordinances. But again, staff recommends approval of ordinance 2026-17 at a rate of 3% for the next 30 years.
Any public comments on this ordinance? Hearing none. Any comments or questions from the board?
Did you have that rate?
3%.
Did you have the?
Oh,
the
yes, I'm
revenue?
sorry. You did ask about the revenue. Do you have that printout for the last 5 years?
Is that for Okefenokee, FPL, and Clay?
It's for all 3 of them. Yeah, it would be.
She's gonna do a handout real quick, just show the revenue on that.
Yeah, that's the last 5 years. I'm sorry, you guys did ask about that. Kayla's got a copy of that for you. That would be Clay. You can see it goes in order, I think.
Thank you.
Oh, I think that was only Clay that got printed out, Kayla. That was multiple sections there. I'll have to email it to you, Commissioner.
That's for the last 5 years.
That's 5 years. That's just Clay on that one, but I've got the full report here. Yeah, I apologize. There were multiple tabs on that, so that one's just the Clay Electric that's in front of you. For those of you that got your laptops in front of you, I've already closed mine out, but let's see
We
that
have
here.
the option of raising this franchise fee to approximately, what, 6%?
We can go up to 6%.
We can go
yes,
up
sir.
to 6%, however, that would go straight to each
Mhm.
and every citizen
Yeah.
to pay
Yep.
even more.
Right, this is keeping the rates lower for our citizens. Just to summarize, Clay Electric over the last 5 years the total was $828,991, and I will forward this to you guys too as well via email so you've got it. FPL, this is of course the largest provider in our area, is $1,830,715.87. Again, this is 5 years of revenue for each one of these. And then OREMC is $1,096,283.63. And I apologize, it was multiple tabs.
No,
So
you're good.
when it printed, it didn't come out to the whole thing. But that was the 5 years. You guys had asked for how much revenue had been collected for each one of these. And so that's what we sent out to you guys.
We do this every 5 years? Or
You
every 30
can.
years?
It's 30 years. If you want to make a rate increase throughout that process, you can via resolution is what that ordinance says. But again, that goes back on
Right,
the
that
citizens of Baker County.
You
So we want
increase the citizens' pay for it.
absolutely.
Exactly.
It's not like you're enforcing the increase upon the power company. It's,
Right.
they're just gonna collect it from the
Right, it's a
consumer
rate
and give
that's
it back.
pushed straight through to the end user.
End user.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, keep it at 3%. Make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-17.
Second.
By title.
We have a motion and a second.
Ordinance 2026-17, an ordinance of Baker County, Florida, granting to Okefenokee Rural Electric Membership Corporation, its successors and assigns, an electric franchise imposing provisions and conditions related thereto, providing for monthly payments to Baker County, and providing for an effective date.
We have a motion and a second for 2026-17. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Ms. Little?
Yes, sir. Thank you again. Presented before you is 2026-18. Excuse me. This is another renewal of the FPL franchise fee this time. Again, keeping that rate the same at 3% for an additional 30 years. The same revisions were made to this, corrections to Section 7 that it corrected the maximum rate, and then removal of that last paragraph right before Section 7 due to redundancy. Staff recommends approval on this one as well.
So we're asking for an approval as amended with the deletion that Ms. Little just referenced.
Okay.
Do I
Which
need
is
it?
that
Do I
one
need-
paragraph right before paragraph number 7.
Do I need to revise my motion for the last one?
No, just for this one.
Make a motion for, sorry.
You gotta do.
Yeah, that's right.
Any public comments on this item? Hearing none? What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-18 with modifications
Removal of the
Removal of
paragraph
paragraph
before Section 7.
before Section 7.
Yes,
What
sir.
he said.
Read by title.
We have a motion and a second for 26-18.
Ordinance 2026-18, an ordinance of Baker County, Florida, granting to Florida Power and Light, its successors and assigns an electric franchise, imposing provisions and conditions related thereto, providing for monthly payments to Baker County, and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2026-18. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Ms. Little, one more time.
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2026-19. This is for Clay Electric, again, for a 30-year rate renewal at 3%. No increases with the same changes as previously discussed.
Any public comments on this item? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval of 2026-19 with the approved changes and deletions.
Yes, sir.
Read by title.
Read by
Read by
title.
title.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve 2026-19.
Ordinance 2026-19, an ordinance of Baker County, Florida, granting to Clay Electric, its successors and assigns, an electric franchise imposing provisions and conditions relating thereto, providing for monthly payments to Baker County, and providing for an effective date.
We have motion and a second to approve ordinance 2026-19. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Moving on to number 8.
Yes, sir. Got one more, LaDonna. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Sarah, one more time, and then you win again, so.
Yeah, one more time for those
One more time again, yeah.
utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Presented before you tonight is ordinance 2026-20. Again, similar fashion as the others. This is not a franchise renewal. However, this is our renewal of our 6-cent local option fuel tax. Again, this is a renewal of a tax that's been collected for the last 21 years. What's presented before you tonight is a renewal, and it extends this 6-cent local option tax for a period of 30 years, which is actually the max in which Florida statutes allow. So we just went ahead and went with that. This is a tax that is divided amongst the city, county, and town of Glen St. Mary, and those percentages are calculated based on budget costs for transportation improvements in the county. Those rates have remained the same actually since this tax was collected 21 years ago. We went through a study last year and confirmed that those percentages, were still sufficient, and we updated our interlocal agreement when we had the adoption of our additional local option fuel tax last year. So the interlocal agreement does not need to be updated this year because we've already done that. So we're only talking about the ordinance. Again, those rates are at 83% to the county, 13% to the city, and 1% to the town of Glenn. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance as presented.
Any public comments on this ordinance? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-20, read by title.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to read 2026-20 by title.
Ordinance 2026-20, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, extending the imposition of a 6-cent local option gas tax pursuant to Section 336.025 Florida statutes for a period of 30 years, repealing Baker County ordinances relating to the same, providing for distribution of revenues between Baker County, the city of McClenny, and the town of Glen, St. Mary, pursuant to a interlocal agreement, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2026-20. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Now we,
Are we sure?
we're trying.
I'm trying to get you guys out of here faster. You know, it's been a long afternoon, right? Okay, so I only have one first reading for you guys, so no action tonight, just first reading. So hopefully this will be painless. Okay, so this application is for a modification of subdivision development. If you recall, you guys saw this back towards the end of, no, middle of 25. You guys saw this. It is located on 125 where 139B comes out, kind of at the intersection of 139B, just across the street. So this parcel is owned by North Star Acquisitions. It's 26.6 acres with a land use of high-density residential and a zoning of residential conventional 0.25. The applicant went through the process previously for approval of 55 lots. We are now looking at 67 lots instead of 55. Each lot will still contain a minimum of 0.25 acres each. So the land use and zoning map. So these I know look a little different than the land use and zoning maps that I generally show you. These maps were provided by our IT staff, our GIS analyst. The property appraiser's office map, the way I spoke earlier about zooming in and out, and there were some changes there. Internally, our GIS analyst changes the maps when they go through a land use and zoning process. They change them in the mapping system that we use. That information is then pulled by the property appraiser's office and put on their website. The system that is used for that, it's been kind of giving us a hard time making those changes, and so that is why you're seeing these maps, so that you're given the most current information, and they're working on getting things corrected on the public facing side. So I just kind of wanted to explain why these maps look a little different. So you will see high density residential as the land use, and RC 2.5 as the zoning. You'll see there's some that's similar to that just south of here, and then this kind of butts up to where the town of Glen is. That's going to be the purple and the gray that you see there. That's where the town of Glen borders are. Okay, so here you'll see the original lot layout and the proposed lot layout. When you saw this in June of 25, the application was for 25 single-family lots. Now we're looking at 67 lots. There have been some changes to the permitting process for mitigating wetlands, and there is now some space that is allowed to be used without mitigating twice, pretty much. And that allowed the applicant to have some additional space to add more lots there, to make this project more feasible for the applicant. That's where your main changes are. You'll see that those ponds are sitting in different spots. They're situated a little different. Overall, the south road is extended on both sides. You'll see we have a little more road frontage there. It kind of expands those two cul-de-sacs. You'll see that there is a spot here for the mail kiosk. That's kind of in the direction of the Postal Service. For new developments like this, they want to see one centralized area for the mailboxes, so they've included that here. You'll see from the DRC comments, the only thing that was an area of comment from the school board was that they wanted one centralized location for pickup and drop off, and they suggested the entrance to the subdivision. The LPA board did have some comments as to whether, that could maybe be moved somewhere inside the development, maybe even if it was where the mail, to incorporate it with that mail kiosk there. That's not a conversation that we've been able to have with the school board since last Thursday. So that was their suggestion, their comment. The water will come from the town of Glenn. There's already an agreement with the town of Glenn to lay out what that agreement looks like. The applicant is paying to run the water from the town of Glenn to the site. That agreement has already been signed and approved by the town of Glenn. Each lot will have its own septic, which is the same as the first time that you saw this application. You still have the secondary access that's required for emergency management purposes, for anything that's over 25 lots. The interior roads will be paved and will meet the county standards. From talking to the applicant, it would be his intention to dedicate the roads to the county. So those are conversations when we're going through that platting process that Public Works will be involved in that to make sure that it meets or exceeds everything that the county is requesting in order for that to be dedicated to the county at that point. This is kind of just a little bigger so you can see that, how those lots work around. Like I said, each one is at least 2.5. Some of your corner lots, they're going to be a little bit more than that, but each one will meet the minimum zoning requirement. Staff recommends approval of the modification. LPA did as well. Just like with any subdivision application, the plat has to be approved and signed and recorded prior to starting any of the improvements, along with any other state agency permits. Those would be required before platting was finished. So this development specifically went through the process last year with you guys to be approved, and then the changes within those state agencies for permitting, those changes went into effect, and it was not platted last year. The development was not platted last year. So while it did go through the subdivision process, it never finalized by platting. So there's no sort of replat or anything like that required with this. The applicant's here if you have any questions for them. Again, staff and LPA both recommended approval.
Any public comments on this submission? Hearing none. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. The last few times I have abstained from votes each and every time Mr. Burnham's came before the podium. I'm no longer employed by Mr. David, Burnham, there will no longer be a conflict with my vote. So I am able to speak and vote on this one.
Oh, okay.
And obviously, your past employment doesn't affect your ability to be fair and impartial.
That's correct. Yeah.
Any other comments?
I do have a few additional comments. After watching the LPA meeting, I watched it this morning. There were some recommendations on the school pickup, right, inside the subdivision. I called the superintendent and spoke with them today, and he
Okay.
did advise that everything would need to come from 125.
Okay.
Everybody's getting picked up along 125 currently, and so they will not be coming into the subdivision, so it will be out on 125 as every other road that comes off of every other subdivision that comes off 125 does. The pie-shaped kiosk, I think, was it in the LPA meeting that you talked about a park there too? That's
Yes,
correct?
the LPA did ask if there was any sort of intention for parks or recreation. That question was asked. It was it was discussed. That potentially if that was going to go somewhere,
Right.
lot 60, where that mail kiosk would
Would be a good location for it.
potentially be the ideal location for that. It was kind of mixed in with the conversation about the bus pickup, and
Sure.
that if there was a bus pickup there, that too, all
Right.
could work.
That's right.
Could work together.
Just wanted to note it. That was I spoke with
Yes.
one of the LPA members, and that's what he advised too. So just wanted to
Yes.
note that. Other than that, I have nothing else.
Were you saying we're asking them to put a park there in lot 60?
I think
They
I don't know if we were asking or if they were asking.
No, the LPA board asked if they had any intention to, or if they would be open-minded to doing that.
Yeah.
It wasn't any sort of requirement, or it was not formally requested or proposed that they add that. More if the applicant was willing to, and then they discussed if there was a willingness, where that would look like.
So it wasn't added as a condition.
It was not added as a condition, no.
Okay. One more thing to note I spoke with Miss Juanice with the Glen, and
Yes.
everything to the north, because I know we have been talking about water supply and everything to the south.
Yes.
Everything to the north was fine. So they did the flow test, the hydrant test, and everything else with the chief.
Yes.
So it's good going that way. There's an issue going south.
So
So that's what
speaking,
they're going to look into.
yes, speaking to Chief Blanton, I am not an expert in water flow. I am not a civil engineer. That is not my cup of tea. So the way he explained it on a level that I could understand, that the town of Glen is kind of on a grid system with their water flow, and that this site would be able to be incorporated into that grid system, so it would not cause any flow issues. The property that is to the south of US 90, specifically along 125 and Nursery Boulevard, where it was extended, there were single lines put in, and it does not loop into the grid system, and therefore does not give the same flow rate.
That's
So
right.
that's how he explained it to me in a way that I could understand.
Sure.
But as long as we have the utility that certifies that there's capacity.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Just wanted to note it. I know we talked about the
Yes.
south side tonight, so I just wanted to make sure the north
Yes,
side.
no,
North
thank
side
you.
is good.
Thank you for bringing that up. That needed to be addressed.
Sure. That's all I have.
Okay.
Only comment I have, and that's not going to hold it up, but the school bus. There's no subdivision of this size on 125 north of Glen anywhere. And we're willing to let the
Yeah.
school bus sit up there and pick up potentially 60 to 120 kids out of this subdivision and blocking 125 north or south. That's a concern that I have.
And that the LPA board, that was how that conversation started with them as well. Was the potential of it being there, holding up traffic, and that's kind of a can be a congested area that time of the morning.
Well, I'm concerned more about kids' safety
Yes, sir.
and frustrated people driving and sitting there waiting 30 minutes from the load a bus.
Yes, sir.
So that's my concern. I'm not gonna start the project because of it, but I would like for the school board to work with changing their mind about going into somewhere in this subdivision and picking these kids, getting off the main road.
Yes, sir.
Or at least consider it. I think the hard thing, that's a good concern, but the school board could commit to something today, and they change those routes every year, so they look at it, so they can
Right.
change it a year from now.
Sure.
Well, I just want to
That's
voice my concern. I'm not gonna kill the deal because of the school bus issue.
Right.
But it's a big issue, and I think it needs to be addressed further than this meeting.
Yes, sir.
I think that's pretty standard with all of the other subdivisions,
It-
how there's a
it
pickup
is.
at the entrance.
It is, and that's, so
It's the same way.
for
My
us, you know,
neighborhood's the same way.
Right.
the majority of the subdivisions that Baker County has of this side, they're within the city limits of McClenny.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know exactly what their process looks like. I'm sure it's similar to ours, and I'm sure that they send it out to the school board the same way that we do, or some sort of similar fashion. But it does seem like all the way around, that's the direction of the school board, is to pick up outside of developments. But you are right, in that area, there are not any,
There's no alternative routes. for our
right,
property.
right.
So if it's during school time and somebody wants to take a different route, you don't want to go around Louder because of school buses. You just go up and take 120, 228, or 121. If you're coming from Taylor or anywhere north of Glen,
There's not any
coming
other
to Glen,
options.
You don't have an alternative route.
And
Unless you want to take Pierce Road, and then you don't want to start sending people through neighborhoods.
To circumvent
It's
school
just a
buses.
concern of mine.
I can
Yes, sir.
attest it's rough getting behind the school bus in the morning time headed to work.
I'm sure.
It is.
So I don't know if this is who this question would be for, but it says on 125 there's a 20-foot buffer there. Would it even be a possibility that you put, not to say a turning lane, but you would put some sort of lane in right there to where the bus can get out of traffic?
Literally like a bus stop. I mean, you see that along a lot of the beaches where they.
And I don't know who that would be.
An area from the road where the bus just pulls off the road.
I will say, you know, the wetlands on this parcel, I know the county, just in paving that area of 125, has had issues with right-of-ways and stuff. It would, I think to do that would probably require some additional wetland mitigation in this area. Not saying that there's not a way to do it, but that would have to be looked at.
It was very costly. The county actually had to narrow our paved shoulders on that project from Blair to Park just recently because of the wetlands mitigation cost more than the entire grant that we had available for that paving project. So that would be, I would agree, that would be difficult for them to be able to do some kind of pavement right there on that section. We can talk to the developers obviously here listening to it, but
Right.
I'm not sure that that's feasible because of that.
And I will say, when we went, I looked back at the original application. When we went through the application process the first time, we did not receive any comments from the school board the first go round, but we did receive the comment this time. So
From the school board?
from the school board,
I
yeah.
gotcha.
So the
Yeah.
first go round, we didn't receive any comments from the school
Yeah.
board. So
Yeah, their recommendation will definitely be the entrance. So.
Yeah.
right, and so we did receive comment this time with the modification,
Mhm.
but when the 55 lot application was submitted last year, we didn't receive any comment from them.
Right. Okay.
I mean, perfect world, we could have had more conversation back then too.
Well, the board asked if you had conversations with the school board, and they didn't have any comments.
Right,
But
right,
now they've had comments, so we have our comments.
right. Oh, no, I understand that, yeah.
And it's just a concern of mine.
Absolutely.
I think it's gonna be a problem, but I'm not gonna stop a project because,
Right,
you know,
right.
if that's what the school board wants to do, then we really have no say over that.
and that's something that may be worth having a group conversation with the school board and, you know, what exactly are they looking at when they're reviewing this type of application? Is there more information that we could give them that would help make a recommendation, or is it just their
I think their policy is just they don't enter
policy
into
to not go
subdivision.
into?
I think their policy is that.
Well, I mean, by the time they come in, turn
Circle
around, I mean,
around,
you're
yeah.
15 minutes trying to get a bus
That's
around.
true.
Right,
I
and
mean,
most of
by the
those
time-
buses are running 2 and 3 loads of
right,
kids a
so
day, that, you know,
it's
5 or
true.
6
No, I
minutes
mean,
makes
it-
a big difference.
That's
Yeah, that's true. From a time standpoint,
right.
not
Come out,
just
get back
actually
on
having an
125.
area, but.
Sure. Okay.
I have one last question. This may not be the time or place for it because it's really just because of my lack of education. You had on the south entrance that is only for emergency vehicles.
Yes.
Couple of things. We'll go, if you want to go ahead.
So, our code states that any time a subdivision has more than 25 lots, they have to have a secondary access that's only used by fire rescue. So it'll be gated. It'll have a knock box on it that fire rescue can access for emergency purposes, or you know, could be removed if an evacuation happened or something like that. So that's why you see that. It has to be improved to a point that emergency vehicles can come and go. So, you know, our fire chief has to say, yes, this road meets.
But
you
it
know.
can't just be, because of that law, it can't just be a second entrance.
No,
That's just
it
an
is
ordinance
not.
that we
It is
have.
not just a second entrance.
That's just an ordinance we have.
Yeah, it's part of our in our subdivision verbiage.
So 25 lots is what
if-
triggers
yes.
a second entrance?
Yes, for emergency purposes or for emergency access.
Is
yes.
that something that can be changed on a case by case situation?
No,
not
so
case by case,
it would
but
have
I
to
would-
be changed when we did an update to our
Is
land development
that standard,
regulations.
Rich? 25 seems very low to me.
Just because we have a requirement for a secondary entrance, I don't know that would preclude if there was just 2 entrances.
Yeah, so they
Yeah,
can
if they
use it for the
wanted, if
second
they
entrance.
wanted to have a second entrance,
Yeah.
they could still have a second
Yeah,
entrance.
but I mean,
But that's second
But-
entrance.
But if, you know, a second entrance, that's two full curb cuts that,
The question is, does it affect traffic? And that's where your
Right.
traffic engineer says, because sometimes if you have 2 entrances, if they're both going opposite directions,
Right.
they run the risk of slowing down traffic. Where
Right.
one, believe it or not, one actually
It's more
speeds
efficient, yeah.
efficient.
I think
I
that
don't
was
know the
similar
details.
here.
I've just heard some of that discussion in the past.
right.
These 2 entrances were very close together, and that was some of the discussions that
Right.
was had. And so that's the reason why they put the second entrance there, but left it with, like I said,
Yes.
just an emergency access only.
And Commissioner, to answer your question, usually I see it on commercial properties. I haven't seen as many on residential.
on the second entrance or the emergency?
The emergency second.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, either way, it would require a second entrance after 25 lots. Correct?
We
I
require a
was thinking-
second emergency,
I mean, I thought like Clay
Entrance.
County
That's
was
the
like
minimum.
200
yeah.
before they required a second access.
Oh, that's what.
Oh, to
another-
require a second access.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Ingress, egress.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
could get that
I
answer
have-
before
yeah,
next.
I can kind of look into that. You know,
The reason I brought the question up, LaDonna, was because you have an access there. Obviously, I can't see, is it the same size as the other entrance?
Right,
You
right.
have the potential of having a second entrance there to where a bus could come in that way, make the loop, and still pick the kids up at the mail kiosk and then go out
What
the
you're saying is
second.
the bus wouldn't have to turn around.
That's, in other words, and because so that was my first point, is the bus wouldn't have to turn around, and the bus could just loop through. Secondly, which you've answered the question. My second thing was, how is it going to be mitigated to only be used as emergency entrance? And you said that would be by gate and a
Right,
lock
it would-
box.
it would be gated, yes.
Knox box.
Not both.
yes.
So that was just my idea I wanted to bring up is, I mean, could that easily become a second entrance? But I'm sure there's a reason the developer doesn't already have it as a second entrance, and I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, I know we had a previous application off of US 90, the Sadie Pines development. So it pretty much horseshoed. The property pretty much looked like a horseshoe, and with it being on US 90, that was a DOT right away. So all of those conversations had to be had with DOT to make those curb cuts, and they had to really completely rework the entire site to accommodate the spacing required between those driveways. So these types of sites we may have an issue with.
And you don't have
those
to give me an
being
answer. I'm just throwing an
too
idea
close
out there.
together.
I just wanted to bring it
No,
up.
I think just leave it alone.
But no, very, very, very good question.
I think if you look at the site, that second drive there, where they're supposed to be coming out right across from 139B.
It is.
Also, you got the subdivision that's right next door to, right there at it,
Mhm.
Blair Circle.
Right.
I think if you open up that as a entrance and exit, you're gonna create a lot more congestion, which is a traffic study would probably show all that.
Right.
But
And
it would cause all this congestion in that one area, so it's really not feasible to do the two drives.
And with this application, it very early on, the project was shared with Pittman Engineering, and they had a look. They looked at it, and based on the number of lots, based on the size of the parcel, the speed limits, everything else, it did not require a full traffic study. In this instance, a full traffic study, we did not require, because they said it wasn't necessary.
If that's all the comments, we'll end our public hearing.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll take a quick recess.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back in regular session. Call this meeting back to order. We're now in regular session, taking up the agenda where we had left off
Thank you, Ms.
before
Taylor.
the public hearing. And we're down to number 7, collection site hours.
Mr. Chairman, while we're kind of getting started here, since we just met on this just a few hours ago, this information was not in your packet because we just discussed this last night. So after our workshop last night, we ended with that our rules were basically satisfactory. There was one that was an existing rule that was not on the handout, so we have added that, and that was the rule about double axle trailers. So that has been added on one of your handouts there at the very bottom. In addition to that, Mr. Chris Lee has got another handout, that middle one there. We can talk about that. I think they've got all that already, Chris.
Okay.
And this would be what the signage would be, right, when we're going into the collection sites. And then thirdly, you all had also made some comments last night about potentially closing the collection sites when the landfill is closed.
Yes.
And so we were able to coordinate with New River yesterday evening, and we've got those dates also. The highlighted dates are when the landfill is closed. The other dates are when the office is only closed. So the office folks get a little extra holiday time than the actual landfill. So, yep, got an extra one. So that's the 3 documents that you're being handed out tonight. But basically, after our workshop, like I said, we decided that our rules were sufficient. They need to be enforced. Our hours were sufficient with the exception of Kyler. We want to adjust Kyler to match every other collection site that's current. So there would be no actual changes to the hours as we originally talked about. And I believe that brings us up to speed from where we were last night.
So where do we go from here now? The hours, I guess on our paperwork, it says the biggest thing we're voting on tonight is the hours. Of course, we last night we talked about doing the collection site rules.
Yeah. Just due to, I'm sorry, I went to clarify that as well, Chris. Thanks for the reminder. So on your agenda form, you'll see that we listed all of it. Just all of that long description couldn't fit on the agenda page. So it was intended for you all to talk about the rules and the hours tonight as well. So that's the supporting documentation shows that. In your actual packet, you've got an agenda form.
So just to clarify, if we approve the hours, we're approving the rule changes. We can't do it individually.
You can do it individually, yes, sir.
Okay.
What is this supposed to be updated?
That is updated. The only
What
thing
about Kyler? This
so,
whole section
so
here.
no, sir, just the rules were updated. I'd actually like to rework this and make it a little more reader friendly.
Okay.
So after you all make the vote tonight to adjust Kyler to that, we can make that matches. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's the intention.
that entire document's gonna have to be redone.
Yeah, so there's probably some ways that we can reformat that and make it a little more user friendly than it is now. Because it's just an old document that we've updated over the years, and like so we could probably make that a little clearer. But yes, it
Personally,
will
I don't
change
have
that.
any problems with the 7 holidays where the collection sites should be closed to match the
Landfill.
landfill site. So if you want to resolve that, we can take it in pieces if you want to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
also
works.
ask Ms. Sarah, did we talk to Mr. Woods and his staff to make sure that, because I think he had left before we started talking about
Mhm.
the holiday pay and making sure that they would get paid.
Yes, sir. I have not had a conversation with Mr. Wood, but that would require a contract amendment because that would be an increase that the county would be willing to pay. So I don't think that they would have an issue with that, like so, because we would still take up that increase in cost. It wouldn't change anything for him on his end.
And I'm not so sure there would be a big increase in cost because he's already figured on them working anyway.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And we're just saying, don't not work, we get paid.
Yes, sir.
And if there is an increase, then we should incur that.
Yes, sir.
It shouldn't be a big increase because
They're already working those days.
pre-scheduled to work. And we're wanting to give them off because the landfill's closed.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes, sir.
we just need to clarify that.
Yes,
and make
sir.
sure. But
Till-
the goal here for me was to let them off on the holidays so they could spend time with their families because the New River's closed anyway.
Right.
And that helps your guys.
Yes.
Also. So,
Yes.
think it's the best thing to do for his staff and best thing to do for our staff too. And it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of these holidays fall on Mondays anyway, which they would be closed. 2 of the 7,
So it only affects 5 days.
Yeah.
basically, yes, sir.
So if we can, if you
Well-
want to do that, I'm gonna put it out in the form of a motion that we accept it with the New River Solid Waste Holiday schedule, that our dump sites should be closed.
Sorry.
Except the whole thing, or just that one?
Which I
Okay.
think we just do it.
Just the holiday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just
Sounds
the
good.
holidays. So this year it would actually affect 4 of those days. Well, one of them's already gone, so it'll affect 3 for this year.
Mhm. Yeah, there's only 3
Because
remaining
there's,
this year.
one of those is a Thursday, which is a closed day anyway, and then 2 of them are Mondays. So out of the 7, we would actually have only, we would have only had, if this was this year coming up, we would have only had 4 of them to deal with. So, worked out good.
Yep.
We have
Got
a
direction
motion
on
and
the
a
part.
second
Yep.
to use the holidays for New River as county collection site holidays. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, we got that part.
Okay, so go to the collection site rules.
I don't think we need to make any changes on that. I think we agreed last night that they were sufficient. Yeah.
The only thing we've actually added to this is all household trash must be bagged.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe the rest of this is already on the sign that's up there.
It's already in there.
Yeah, that's actually already in the rules. It just wasn't on the signs, I think.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about this sheet, Chris. That was already on that one.
Oh, it's already on that
Yeah,
one?
the only thing
Okay.
that wasn't on this sheet last night that we discovered was the double axle trailers, which is already an adopted rule. It just wasn't on
Yeah.
our handout that we give to people, so we added that. That's on
Okay,
there
the
now.
double axle trailer is on the signs.
Right.
On each of the side.
It's already a
But
rule
the-
we got.
Right, and like I said, I like to rework this a little bit,
Yeah, that
just
one's
make it a
gotta
little
be
more
reworked.
easier to read.
And then we'll just have to add the household trash must be bagged, if y'all are okay with that, on the signs out. So it would,
Mm-hmm.
everything else is already on the sign.
So if we're not
it's
changing the
part of
rules.
No,
rules,
sir.
it needs to be on the sign.
Yes, that's
We
what I'm
don't
saying, we'll
need-
have to add that.
Something
I
on
agree.
paper,
We're-
than what's on the sign.
Everything's gonna be uniform after this.
Yes.
I agree.
Everything
On the
you-
papers, it's gonna match what's on the sign. 100%, because that's what last night, it had, we had multiple different things, and that was,
We'll
it'll be
redesign
uniform
the
after
sign, or we'll redesign the signs that are at the lot, make them bigger.
this. Correct.
And
I
make
think-
sure that the paperwork that we come up with matches that to the T.
Yeah, we'll work and make sure
Yeah.
that the language is the
That's
same.
right. To reiterate the bag trash, I know we have had a lot of complaints about trash flying out of the
Mm-hmm.
trucks on the way to the landfill and everything else. So I think that will help in regards to that.
Yes.
So it's definitely a rule we need to try to enforce.
So we're not changing the rules,
No,
and we're not changing the hours.
No, right.
Tyler,
Well,
changing
Kyler's
Yes,
hours,
sir.
the day is gonna
the
change.
hours.
So we need a.
we
do
would need a motion on the hours for Kyler specifically, yes. sir.
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're keeping the 1 8 to 5, right?
Chance to say something? No,
Anytime,
Mr.
yeah,
Chairman?
fireworks.
So we're gonna leave Saturday 8 to 5?
Yeah, I think that the decision was to
Everything
not
last
change
night, yeah.
anything,
Everything
yeah.
like it was last night, nothing's changed.
Just shift Kyler to match
Okay.
everyone else,
We're
yeah.
just gonna shift. Okay.
Commissioner Iverson?
I'm good with the hours. You want to vote on the hours first? I wanted to talk about the rules.
No, let's,
He was very, Mr. Woods was very adamant last night about no double axle trailers. Because I even brought up, well, what if you roll up in there with a double axle trailer with only a few? And he was, unless I misunderstood him, and there's a high chance I misunderstood him. Everybody last night was very adamant about no double axle trailers, and I disagree with that, for the record. And on here, you say no double axle trailers full of trash. He said last night, he stood right there and he said, you're leaving it open for interpretation.
Coming in full of trash.
And so I think if you're going to change that, if you're going to include that rule, keep that rule, you need to I mean, you need to say double. I mean, a working man ain't got a double axle trailer and a single axle and a triple. I mean, we got a double axle trailer. We're going to put our stuff on there and come. And so I'm just saying we need to be clear about that. Last night, everybody was saying no double axle trailers, and now we're saying, okay, you can bring a double axle trailer, but it can't be full of trash.
Yeah, I understand that. Maybe we need to revise it.
Yeah, I was wanting to change it to a pickup truck because everybody knows how big a pickup truck is, and you go from that. And then, but then there's also the one guy out there that owns a little 4x4 trailer, and he only has a car that he don't want to put his garbage in because his wife ain't going to let him put a bunch of nasty garbage in, so he could throw it on that trailer. So there would still be trailers coming in.
I just have a huge issue with us as a board, and maybe I'm the only person that thinks like this. I have a huge issue with telling the citizens of the county how they can haul their trash to the dumpster. That gives me such heartburn. I already have heartburn that I can't load my double axle trailer down once a month and bring it to the dump. Because us as a county, we have failed to grow and expand and have the capacity. Now we're already telling the citizens you can only bring X amount of trash, which is I have issue with that.
But it's not. I understand what you're saying, but we're not just now saying that. It's the sign has always said 1 cubic.
Well,
yard.
regardless, I disagree with it 5 years ago as much as I do right now. I disagree with it 100%.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying? And maybe I'm totally looking at it the wrong way. I just feel like the county should accept the trash that is brought to the county, or that is in the county, excuse me, and somehow enforce outside trash from coming in. But who am I to tell you can't bring your trash to the dump in a trailer? That is ludicrous, in my personal opinion. And I'm only one person sitting on a board of 5, but that's my opinion.
Over half the time I haul my family's trash. It's my mom's, my son's, mine. I carry it on my double axle trailer more than half the time. I'm not upset by it. I got other ways to haul trash. So I understand what Commissioner Iverson's saying, and I think it'll be a hard adjustment for some people.
Yeah. So, like you said, some people only have a double axle trailer.
Yeah.
So you're saying to leave it as no double? You're saying change it to no double axle trailers at all, or just not full of trash?
I would, if you're gonna say no double axle trailers, excuse me, I think that is confusing the way that's written. And I would say just remove that last part and just reference no double axle trailers, because you're referencing how much trash you can carry already by saying it's 1 cubic yard. So I think that would be confusing for people. A double axle trailer is more than 1 cubic yard, right? So I think that's contradictory. I'm saying if the board says no double axle trailers, then maybe just take that out. Again, I'm indifferent about the subject myself, but I think Commissioner Iverson's right.
We
that
just
is
have so
confusing
much
it.
open to interpretation. I feel like we're splitting hairs here,
Mhm.
but you got a double axle trailer. Tyler's might have 16-inch sides. Mine might have 20-inch sides.
Mhm.
So are we talking about full if the whole bottom, or we talking about if it's heaping?
And I agree. I think that's where the confusion is. If we're just saying no double axle trailers, take that. If that's the consensus, then just take that loaded with trash out. Just that they're not allowed to
Yeah,
haul.
when I'm saying that,
Mhm.
if you're out there on the site and you see some of these trailers come in, they're mounted 7-8 foot tall. They've just got this pile of garbage, and I wonder how they even made it there without half of it being on the side of the road. That's what I'm talking about, full of trash. So I don't remember the breakdown for what
Of course,
a cubic yard of.
then it's up to interpretation.
Right. I
exactly.
think so.
Yeah, because it sounds to me like you're fixing to punish the retired guy that decided he wanted to pick up everybody in the neighborhood's trash and haul it to the dump. I mean, it's like, where does it stop? Where does the rule stop at?
Yeah.
And all of this stems back to we don't have the capacity to take it at the collection site, which is our fault as a county. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's not the citizens. They pay their taxes. They have paid their taxes to dump their trash there.
Residential trash.
Oh, 100%. I'm not referring to commercial trash now. Let me make that clear. Commercial trash, I'm against that at the dump.
what you want to do.
You want to address the hours first and have a motion to change the hours at Kyler and keep the hours at all the other stations? Or
And then come back to the rule. I'm good. I'm good with everything we addressed last night as far as hours. Moving Kyler to Monday, and keeping all the adjustments.
I just put it on.
Made a
motion.
motion.
Second.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to keep the hours with the changes at Kyler, changing from open on Monday to open on Tuesday and closed on Monday. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay, we got 2 of the 3 caught up. Now, what's the pleasure of the board on rules?
I like them all except the trash on the trailers. Because I know a lot of people who use trailers because they don't want to put trash in their vehicles. A lot.
Okay, so how do you,
How do you limit?
eliminate that whole line?
So then
basically, is
you
what we-
eliminate the whole line and say as long as it's residential, I don't care what you bring it on.
I mean, who
And-
come
but
up
then-
with the?
But then we still got 1 cubic yard. We already got a rule that says 1 cubic yard, so.
Yeah.
And might I ask, where did that come from? I'm not.
Hmm.
I didn't mean to ask that so hastily, but
No,
like,
you're
where
good.
did that come from? Did the engineer say that? Was that something that we just said, you know what, bring 1 cubic yard? Like, where did that come from?
I don't know, it's been up there for 20 years, I don't know who came up with it.
You know, if I have 8 kids and we have way more, who,
Yeah, I was gonna say, that 1 cubic yard, I think has been there since the existence of collection sites, maybe.
No, they,
Not until they get turned away.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, I have no idea how much that is.
at my point, you know, if a household has 8 or 9 youngins, 1 cubic yard. I mean, who?
3 by 3 by 3 by 3.
That one's been there for a while.
3 foot square.
To be everything to everybody is gonna be very expensive.
Absolutely,
So just curious, how often is that a problem? Like, is this something that happens once a day, once a week, once a month?
For the loaded trailers, it's not just the fact that they're loaded trailers. Mr. Woods is looking at the fact that a guy comes in with a trailer. You weren't here last night, so a guy comes in with a trailer. He's got the whole bottom 2 feet of the trailer is covered with he's got garbage in it.
Unbagged garbage. a lot of times.
Unbagged garbage. So he's out there with a shovel. Traffic's backing up. It's getting out the gate, and he's still up there shoveling, getting all of the garbage out. And now another trailer pulls in. Now his trailer's sticking out in the road. So once he gets out and these other guys come in, everything keeps backing up for the trailers. He just doesn't like the trailers because it's clogging up the site and taking too long to empty. Because some of the guys have said, well, I only bring my garbage once a month. So they've got a month's worth of garbage.
And then it also causes that can to then be full from 1 or 2 of those people, and then no one else can
Yeah.
put their.
A couple of guys come
waste
in, now we got a
that
full
day.
can.
So it's not a capacity issue, it's a traffic flow problem.
No, it's a
No, it's a
capacity
capacity.
issue.
Yeah, I think it's both, yeah.
That's what they're
Well,
saying.
yeah, it's a little
I
bit
think
of
it's both,
both.
You don't have what?
Solid waste really needs more manpower.
How many did y'all request
That's a
in your
bigger
budget?
discussion.
None. We didn't ask for any employees.
Because we were gonna take this year and get the sites set up and then go.
Yeah, hoping the additional compactors and things like that would help ease this.
Because like the additional compactors,
Yeah.
you now have 2 lanes. So when that guy rolls up there, which I'm good with the bags, having bags, but when that guy rolls up there with a load that's taking him a few minutes, then this is your express lane, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's when I talked with the Kyler attendant, that's what he was thinking. Yeah, I could let the cars come through here and all the trailers here, you know.
We got 20 items or less over to the left or something?
Yeah. Express lane.
It's funny you say that.
Members
Somebody,
only.
a citizen called me yesterday. Hey, I'm waiting behind 5 cars with 1 bag of trash. Can you put an express lane in? I mean, we're obviously joking. That's not
That's
going
an
to
hour
happen.
ahead of you to take your one bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That They only take it on
So
Sunday.
getting back to this, I mean, I'm fine with that, whatever. If it's manpower, we think the compactors is gonna help.
Right.
So next year,
That was the first step before we
I'm
started
sure we'll
hiring.
see that.
Yeah.
And we're moving in the right direction to get everything back up to.
We're just
par.
trying to match the capacity that we have now. And then, once we see how that works, then we can start looking at manpower. But we put manpower on and all we're doing is adding more dumpsters in there, then I don't feel we're gonna be matching what's already happening now. We gotta catch up with where we're at now, and then we'll start looking at better ways to move it.
I don't wanna just catch up to where we're at right now. I wanna be 10%.
Right now, we're just trying to get caught up.
Right, but I mean, if that's what we just did was approve or look at a budget today to just get to par, by next year, we're in the same boat. So
But we've got the
I
extra-
would like to get 10% better at least.
Yeah.
That way we've got room to grow on for next.
Problem
Not-
solid-
not
solid
chasing the
waste
eight ball.
Has always been subsidized by the county, the assessment.
Correct.
Paid for it.
Which is a great time to put in a plug where we at with the, I mean, we'll
Yeah.
get to that in just a little bit.
I think we're gonna beat that dead horse to death. Bag garbage, household garbage, zero construction debris. Construction debris goes to New River. All your commercial construction debris needs to go to New River, which is the way it's supposed to be anyway.
Correct.
They shouldn't, construction people should not be hauling their construction debris
So
to
that's a rule.
county.
Mhm.
That's not what's supposed to happen. If a homeowner is doing a little project at their house and they got stuff that they can put in a bag, I think it should go to the site.
It can, yeah, if they can put it in a bag, that's the way I do
don't think
mine.
that we should be
Goes in a
sending
bag.
our homeowners to New River.
Well, was it 121 that site? The homeowners like non-household garbage y'all brought up yesterday. I mean, that's a good option. You could open that up.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be would be a good next year project to move forward, move that way.
Because I agree with you, we didn't get additional manpower, but those three trips from the open top containers, the cans, just now to the landfill just got moved to one trip. And so Lord willing, that helps, with the manpower.
Okay.
But from what I heard last night, of course, I don't like double axle trailers, but the thing is, most of it I heard was with a shovel taking trash out of the back of the truck
Or
into
by hand.
a compactor.
Yeah.
That's probably an issue. I could see
That's the
where your
biggest
time
issue.
is.
And
If you're throwing
I've
bags
Yeah.
off, it's not as much time.
right. And I've seen that more than I'd like to think about. How many times I've seen people up there with shovels, 2 or 3 people sitting on the thing, and they're sitting there 20, 25 minutes.
But doesn't our collection sites all kind of they all in some way or shape or form have a can sitting over by itself where that person could go over there and unload their stuff in that can
If they can get around them.
and not be blocking the traffic?
If they can get, some of them you can get around.
And if that can's not full already.
Yeah.
too,
Right.
Yeah.
Sanderson you can't, because you're going up a hill, so you're in the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kyler, there's.
He's in the line, but he's not holding the line up. When it's his turn to be at the top of the hill, he's going to drive on down to the other end of the hill and unload. So you don't have an issue there with the
With a double setup, we wouldn't have that issue.
No,
wouldn't
even with a
become as
single.
strong.
If I roll in there,
No, go ahead and say.
if I go in there with a double axle trailer, your concern is that I'm holding up the line. If I don't stop at the top of the hill in Sanderson at the compactor, you send me on down to that open can that's down there by its lonesome. I didn't hold the line up at all. Matter of fact, I helped the line because I just shot right through there. You follow me?
Yeah, but in Sanderson, on the left side, when you're driving up on the left side is where all the mattresses are stored, so they can kind of stay high in case we get a bunch of rain. They're not soaking wet, so that's where the mattresses are. So when that trailer pulls up, you still can't. Now, if he pulls up tight to the wall, and the next car is small, then there's enough room. But a lot of the times there is not enough room to go around.
Okay.
Now, when we start the double compactors here and there, then that's going to solve some of the problems.
And when you got that double axle trailer sitting there and you got people walking around outside, most people are not gonna pull up their and endanger those people that are unloading trash. They're
Yeah.
gonna sit there.
Yeah.
They're just not gonna try and squeeze through there with people walking around and stuff. They're not gonna do it. I've seen it countless times at Sanderson.
Yeah.
I guess that was my question. Can you, when you go up Sanderson and come off the hill, is there not cans down there sitting?
No.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, well, there is one can down there that we use for furniture,
Furniture.
lumber, whatever.
Okay.
I'm not
There's
sure
like
which
a
one
limb
it is.
debris little pile down there. But
Yeah,
not
there's
another
usually,
can.
yeah. we-
Okay.
I think your theory makes sense, but I think on a lot of them you're so restricted on traffic flow that might work in some, but
Yeah.
probably wouldn't.
Well, I
work in
just feel
others,
like,
yeah.
because we've been doing it 30 years, everybody wants to keep doing it the way we've always
The way
done
we-
it.
and
I mean,
we're
come on,
looking now
guys,
to
let's
change-
figure it out. Let's-
Yeah, we're looking now to change some stuff so we can start. We're starting with the compactors, putting a double compactor in.
Right.
That's gonna, to me, that's gonna take a lot of the issues away immediately. And then we might, eventually we'll go to the Steel Bridge site. We'll add another compactor up there, extend everything out, make it so we can take construction up there, construction debris, small amount for residential construction. And, we're making the move forward now, so.
In my mind, this is not a one-year thing. We're not gonna
No,
fix
this
all the
is-
problems in 1 year. We're moving that way. All the new equipment is a big step. Very expensive, big step.
Yep.
But it's something that we need to do right away. But the rules, we can modify what we have, or we can go with what we have, but we just need to make a decision on what rules we are gonna have and enforce those rules.
I mean, if we're sticking to 1 cubic yard, I don't care how it gets there, if they bring it on a trailer or not, no matter to me.
I agree.
So you wanna do away with,
Strike out the trailer thing, just limit it to 1 cubic yard and roll with it. If you wanna bring it on a semi, it don't matter to me. You're on 1 cubic yard, you're gonna get out, it's all bagged, you're gonna throw it away and roll on.
I think the key's bagged.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if it's bagged, you don't get out. you don't
If
do it.
everybody do that, that'll make a major difference.
Mhm.
And that's gonna improve all the flows.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. Doesn't matter what trailer, just limit it to 1
If it's on
cubic
a
yard.
trailer, if it's in the back of your truck, I mean, if you ain't having to get out and shovel it out, it's gonna make a difference.
do we need a motion to take care of this?
I think just for clarity, Rich, that's probably the best, right?
Just need a motion on what rules are adopted.
Yeah, I think the existing rules that we have would just be the removal of double axle trailer language.
I'll make a motion to approve the rules as submitted with the exception of the double axle trailer. Strike through that.
Okay, stop. Can I say something else before you second?
You couldn't have said nothing if I hadn't have seconded it.
This, the next one down is still stating, items must be separated, tires, 5 per month, metal, construction debris, etc. Are we gonna take out construction debris? We're gonna leave that one word, take that word out? 2 words?
That's household construction debris.
You're add the word household before
It-
construction, then it would match up with this paper.
Yeah, but if you're a general contractor building a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're
that's
not
still
good to
household
come.
construction.
Yeah, our rules currently say household construction debris.
So that's already in the rules.
Yes, sir. That's the third bullet on this one. At the very bottom.
Okay. So we gotta make this say household.
When you have household construction, but you have a dumpster sitting out to the side, it don't go into your compactor.
Right.
Right, it doesn't,
It's in its own dumpster to the side, so it's not holding up the flow of traffic.
yeah.
The people back
And that's usually down at the bottom, yeah, that, and it's separate.
Over to the side.
That's a whole separate.
What I was just asking about.
And I don't think that any way in the world we should tell the homeowners they can't bring their bathroom remodel to the landfill or to the sites. Now, I mean, that just don't make sense to me. Now, contractors,
Or if you get a demo permit, they go somewhere else.
I mean, well, if you have to have a license to get it, you should be going somewhere else.
That's a good point.
Okay, so just add household to the construction debris and now you can second it.
I've already seconded it.
Oh, you did?
couldn't have talked without me seconding.
Oh,
You, You
And
want to
it's already
amend
there.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's already.
I'm just talking about,
It's already
we gotta
there.
add it to the
Okay.
signs
I'm
out
sticking
on the
with that
sites.
motion to roll
Okay.
it.
We have a motion and a second to accept the rules and excluding the comments about double axle trailers.
Correct.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Okay, so we're done with collection sites.
We beat that dead horse.
I mean, for tonight.
A lot of work to do.
Oh, no, we got a lot of work to do. And this is gonna take a few years to get this whole process done. But I feel we're moving in the right direction to get the changes made.
Yep.
We'll see what complaints you get tomorrow.
Yeah.
Chris, if you would, don't hold off on making any signage just yet, though. Let me look at this list.
Oh,
and let's try to
we
rework
won't,
that.
yeah, we'll have to go through everything. Because,
Yeah.
none of this is gonna actually become effective until October 1st. I mean, that's what I talked about before. Is that still okay, or y'all wanna move that
You
up?
get it cleaned up, you get it right,
Yes, sir.
make sure the commissioners see a copy of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what Chris is saying, the original plan was October 1 for those changes to take
Because
effect.
once we post everything, I want everybody to have, I don't wanna give them a week and, and then start trying to enforce that.
Right. Yep.
They'll have a couple of months to figure out, okay, well, I can't do this, or I can't do this no more. So, this is
For the
gonna be.
most part, you're gonna find out 90% of your citizens is already okay with, they
It's already-
do it.
99% of them probably.
You know, just the 1 or 2%. It's gonna be mad.
Right. Okay.
Somebody will. Moving on to approval of lease 26 Massey.
Okay, this is, y'all actually approved this in the last budget year. We were asked to hold off on getting it, having them delivered until after we got through with the gas tax and everything, the additional gas tax money. And so we were asked not to do anything till at least April, and we gave it a little bit more time because the revenue numbers, we weren't getting those, the revenue was there, but we weren't getting the paperwork fast enough. So we've got the paperwork and everything now to show that we are getting the funds we needed to go ahead and get these. So I'm asking if we can go ahead and call Ring Power and have them get these things ready to be delivered to us.
These are the tractors.
Two tractors. Yeah.
Yep, 2 tractors.
You already have put it in the budget for
We
us.
already-
All this is in the budget
Yes,
from
sir.
last year. It's already
Yep.
been.
It's already in the budget, we already approved all this, it's
Yeah.
just finally
just held
now,
off
finally
until
now
the-
we got
yeah.
revenue to do it, so.
And
Make-
this is being purchased in accordance with the purchasing agreement with the Sheriff's Association.
I make a motion to approve the 4-year lease term for the 2026 Massey Ferguson tractors in the amount of $33,143.
Got a motion and a second to approve the lease of the 26 Massey Ferguson tractors. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
All right. Well, thank y'all.
Thank
I know,
you.
you sure are.
Miss LaDonna.
Thank you.
Okay.
Another handout for you guys.
So, July 1st, we had two new bills be adopted. House Bill 399, which covers land use and development regulations, and House Bill 803, which had to do with building permits and inspections. So, what was just handed out was just a couple of summaries. I'm just going to kind of give you a broad view of how this immediately affects us and how it's going to affect us in the very near future. So for the most part, the effects that went into, or the changes that went into effect July the 1st, had to do with inspection fees. It laid out that inspection fees cannot be based on the value of a project. That's not an issue for us currently. Our inspection fees are set across the board. When you pay for a permit, all of the included, or all of the required inspections are built into that. If you require a re-inspection, it is a flat fee, the same all the way around. So our inspection fees are not based on the value of the project. So that's not an issue, but one of the most important things that happened July 1st.
It just has to be, it has to pay for our costs. So
Yes.
Whatever staff costs.
Yes, yes. And when we did the fee update in '24, that's one of the things we looked at is what that's costing for inspections and re-inspections, and we're covered on that right now. They also changed the scope for private providers. If someone chooses to use private providers, they've always had some requirements, but they kind of dug into it. In most aspects, we already fit the parameters. The only real change for us, previously we had been giving a 40% reduction of permit fees for private providers.
And when you say, really, that's like when someone's doing the inspections for us.
Yes, when someone's doing inspections outside of what our building official would normally do.
Like the big ones planned AS. So even though they
Yes.
haven't done anything, the whole idea with them coming in was Brian could not just shut down his whole world to deal with their inspections. So they were going to pay someone privately to deal with it. So when they do that, the law now says we have to reduce our permit fee because we're not doing it by 50%.
Well, we had been doing it.
Right.
So
Well, they haven't built anything yet. but-
Yes, we had been doing it at 40%. Because before, I think if I'm not mistaken, you could give anywhere from a 20 to 50% reduction. And we had a 40% was where we had landed years ago. So we are increasing that reduction from 40% to 50%. That is very limited for us. It's not often that we have people are using private providers. Normally it is for commercial type applications, or we do have a few groups like Century Complete that's building in Greystone. When they're building 4 or 5 homes at a time, they may choose to use private providers because they want to be able to line up those inspections at a more convenient pace for them. So that's a change that started it went into effect July 1st too. So we've made that adjustment. There's also restrictions on additional administrative fees. If the applicant chooses to use private providers, we were not charging any sort of administration fees for that. So while it's new, it was kind of moot for us. Probably the biggest change that happened July 1st, there is now an exemption given to permits where the value of the project is under $7,500. And it is already, we have found that there's a very large misconception about what that includes. So it is not necessarily any work that is under $7,500. It does not include electrical.
Electrical, plumbing, structural,
Yes.
or gas.
Yes, electrical,
Mechanical.
plumbing, mechanical.
Yeah, but if you're like remodeling your bathroom,
Yes.
you don't have to go get a permit.
So
Technically, there are some, we don't do this, I don't think. There were some jurisdictions where if you want to change a toilet, you're supposed to go get a permit.
yes.
Some local governments got a little out of control with that.
Yes, and so a couple of the big things we talked about, the building official and myself, some jurisdictions, if you're replacing the cabinets in your house, you have to have a permit for that. If you're putting new flooring in your house, you have to have a permit for that. Those weren't things that we were, requiring permits for anyway. So,
But if you want to finish your garage to make it a room,
right, then that's a different conversation. Another really big point, and it was this way before when the minimum was $2,500. Any work within the special flood hazard area, if the work is within a flood zone, A permit is required no matter the monetary amount of the work. So just want to be clear that it is still, no matter the value, it is required. So those are the big things that changed July 1st. Again, two big things for us is just that value and changing from 40 to 50% for private providers. Coming January 1 is where you're gonna really see some changes. It's not gonna be big changes, but over the next couple of months, you're gonna see some new proposed fee schedules for us. So there are some changes to using cost of construction for certain types of permits. So you're gonna see us in the next couple of months kind of figure out a way that we can populate the permit fee based on square footage and things like that outside of cost of construction. So we only have a few permits that are based on cost of construction, so it's not going to be huge changes, but I want you guys to know this is why we're going to be coming to you with a change, that it is, they have made changes to the way that we have to assess those fees. There's also some changes in the land development regulations about expediting processes. Luckily for us, most of the property that would qualify for those types of things just doesn't exist here. So my ask for you tonight would be for you guys to maybe familiarize yourself with these two bills, and if you have any concerns, share them. If you have any specific questions about how it will affect how we currently take applications or permits, anything like that. There was some stuff about the way we can take permits, that we have to take permits and applications electronically. Well, when they defined electronically, taking those by email is considered taking those electronically. So even prior to the new permitting system that we've been working on, we were already taking those electronically. You could email them in. So some of it's not really going to apply to us at the end of the day, but I just want you guys to be comfortable if you do have a question as to how something applies. And then again, you're gonna see a fee update in the next couple of months so that we can be ready for that January 1 change.
So you need us to vote on something?
No. It is just asking you guys for direction, just to familiarize yourself with it, and that if you have any questions that stand out, to reach out, let me know your questions. That way, we're not in November or December looking at a fee update and you guys still have big questions. We want to get any questions out of the way before we get there so that we're ready for that January 1 change. So again, what I gave you was just a couple. They were just a couple of overviews, but I would suggest you really dive into them a little deeper and familiarize yourself with them.
We can make the change before January 1.
Yes, we can make the change before January.
And
It
our
just
changes is not going to be significant.
it's not.
I've looked through both of them, and it's for what Baker County's already doing.
Right.
It's very minimal. on what
Right.
We're having to change.
Right.
This is bills meant to control those who was taking advantage of people.
Right.
Just because they wanted to put a sink in their house, or they
Right.
wanted to paint their door on their front door.
Right.
So
And even a lot of the administrative side of things, like you have to now have your residential versus commercial permit fee actual permit application has to be uniform. They have to be the same. Well, we already have one universal permit application, so most of the parameters we've already checked.
Yeah, that's what I say. Most of the boxes we've already checked. There's just a few modifications that we have to make to be compliant.
Right.
It's not a major.
Right.
Yeah. The best thing is not a lot of costs. We're not losing any money on the changes we have to make.
Yes, I would not think we are. I wouldn't think so.
It will be.
No, I would not think so. So, again, just to kind of get some direction, future direction from you guys, if you have questions, if there's something specific that you want us to look at while we're going through.
Well, the majority of the board works in these types of fields, so just
Right.
if you hear something, let us know.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Ladonna. Moving on to prior business. FEMA project update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just quickly go through these. Most of these projects, again, are still in the design, engineering, and permitting phase. 23A box culvert, again, that's been awarded, being designed and engineered at this moment. The boat ramp, we talked about that earlier when Remy actually gave her update to you all. We do have 90% plans that are complete, so our next step is to present those to FWC. They will review those and provide any comments back to the county and our engineer that's working on that. If there are no changes, then our next step would be to present those 90% plans to you all. However, we want to make sure that if there are any comments, that's worked out before it's presented to you all. So hopefully we'll have that back very quickly. I will say FWC has been great at reviewing things pretty quickly. I can't speak directly for their engineering department on how fast they will be, but it is something that they they do work through pretty quickly. So if they review it and have comments, we're hoping to get that back quickly.
I've got it wrote down 8-4 for the board to see it.
Yeah.
So still gonna go for that?
I
Even
mean-
if FWC doesn't have it back?
If
Could we go ahead and look at it?
Absolutely. If you guys want to see it, and then just know that if we don't have comments back from FWC,
If
we may
comments
have.
come back,
Absolutely.
then we'll look at it again, but if
We can
not,
do
let's have it on the 8-4 board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That way we've looked at it, addressed it, gave our blessing,
Yeah, we can do that.
and one step closer.
Yeah, try to speed the progress up a little bit. Or at
Absolutely.
least don't hinder
If
it.
it changes, bring it back. What's one more agenda item?
Mhm.
But let's put it on there and go ahead and look at it.
Yeah, sounds good. We can do that. Steel Bridge Road, again, that one's been awarded. We were working through that project. That's the last one that actually took the longest to go through FEMA's process. Of course, we're still talking with FEMA about that, but that one, as far as progress goes, that's the smallest progress has been made on that one, just because of the time frame in which it was finally awarded. Turner Cemetery Bridge, again, the contractor is in the design and engineering of that project right now. We are having some conversations with FEMA about the need to replace that bridge with a box culvert or either a new bridge that cannot be repaired the way that it exists because it doesn't meet building code and DOT requirements. We have submitted documentation from DOT that says that. FEMA has asked for I can't even say a second opinion at this point, but it's a multiple level opinion. Mr. Jimmy Pittman, who is actually in the audience with us tonight, is one of our continuing service contract engineers. And so we have been talking with him about his review. FEMA has asked for another engineer to look at it to agree with FDOT. Even though DOT makes those rules, it really doesn't matter what an engineer's opinion is. DOT sets the standard for that. So again, we've engaged that with Mr. Pittman, and we're working through that with FEMA. Just another step in the process of dealing with FEMA. But again, that direction to the contractors has not changed. You keep proceeding. We know that at the end goal, we cannot rebuild that bridge the way that it exists. That's not going to be approved. So they've not been given any guidance to slow down or stop. But again, we're working through that hurdle that FEMA has asked us to do. Shoals Park, we actually had a meeting this afternoon. We talked at length about Shoals Park. They've asked some questions. They call that process RFIs. We've responded to an RFI again, just additional documentation and questions they're asking about that project from the FEMA perspective. But again, on the contractor side, they're still progressing with that. And then the last one on that list is actually a completed project. That's the countywide 61 roads that we had to repair through that hurricane damage, and that has been long closed out. Again, that's kind of where we are. I'd be happy to maybe go into more detail, but I know it's late. We've been here a long time, so.
Can we take that one off?
We can, just for this permitting, for this process, we've been tracking it just so, because it'll have
It's
to go through.
complete, right?
It is. I don't know that we've actually gotten the payment on it yet,
Okay.
so that's the reason why it's still there. Yeah. FEMA considers it closed, but I'm not
Sure.
sure that they've actually issued payment. It's just a very slow process in getting that one. But as far as, any requests for information, like I said, that one was submitted as a completed project already. Like I said, if there's any more that you guys have any questions on, I know I kind of went fast on that.
Pending business report.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So I am going to move through this list with just the updates. So St. Mary's Cove boat ramp, again, just discussed that, so that's that same information. Shoals Park, there have been no additional changes to that. Since our last county commission meeting, we are in recent conversations actually today with our timber management company, Andrew Wood, who has actually had that, has been working on that project for us for the last few years. It's time to start talking about our sale for later this year, the thinning in accordance with our timber management plan. We typically try to do one of those in like October, depending on the rainy season. So we're in conversations about that, and then also prepping the areas that have been previously thinned in the last less than 12 months. But we do, prepping for that, spraying, and then replanting of those areas that have been thinned too. So we'll have some more information to report on that pretty soon. But again, nothing of anything substantial to report at this time. Kyler Fire Station, again, still just, holding that one in a pending pattern until we actually install that mobile home. Chief Blanton has been here recently and talked about that. We're moving forward with that, the process of the mobile home questions and all of those things that we needed to research with the manufacturer and the building official and all those things. So nothing of any substantial report there as well. NAB Sports Complex is under construction. Take a ride by there and look at it. There's a lot of things happening at that facility as well. We are still waiting on some numbers for those improvements to Mingerfield. Again, so keep that in mind. That's some stuff that we've still got going on with fencing and batting cages, and some other repairs to that facility, regrading of the fields and things like that. So that will be forthcoming as soon as we get that information back from all of those different vendors that are providing quotes for us on that part. The community development permit software, again, on our end, we are complete. We had some meetings last week with the credit card processing company, and now that is in the credit card processing company's hands to communicate with the software provider to finish that formatting of the server. So again, we're just at their mercy. They understand that time is of the essence and we're ready to get this project going. But again, from our perspective, we've completed everything on our end and we're just waiting for that finalized product for them to be able to process those credit cards, and then we should be ready to go live. Old Lusty Park ownership, still working through the probate process on that. We've submitted everything to the attorney that's working on that on our behalf. We've not had any updates. We know that that's kind of a slow process. Courthouse roof and ADA compliance. Remy reported on that a little earlier this evening as well. We have a meeting with our engineer and architect tomorrow at 11, actually. We've got a Teams meeting just to kick off, and then they'll be out to do their site inspections and measurements and all those different things. But that project is moving forward. Again, our first area of concern is the roof issues and where that atrium leaks, and that's the first step, is to getting that problem solved. Fire Rescue Headquarters, again, that project has to be re-advertised. The way that we had advertised it originally really was not a significant variation from the scope of the grant. However, the state said no, that we could not do it that way. And then the generator actually did come back out of budget. So we made some concessions on the way that would work. There were two outbuildings on the property that we were also trying to power, and we're not going to be able to do that. So our focus is on the building, the office and living quarters themselves. One of those outbuildings is pure storage. If the electricity's off, it would make a difference there. And then the other building does have some equipment and things in it. And so if that's not able to be powered on the same generator, we've got some other alternatives we're working on for that one as well. So.
Sarah, if I could just interject there.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to find anyone to match that the proposal, the budgetary number that you have there.
Mm.
And I can tell you, and a lot of that is due to the requirements that's necessary for bonds and insurance and things that
Yes,
we're
sir.
requiring on that bid.
Yes, sir.
Because Trevor Nelson come to me and I put together and I spent quite a bit of time putting that number together for him,
Mhm.
and that did not include me being a subcontractor. In other words, we had to go find a GC that could carry the bonds and all that stuff for this, and the price that I give him was a very minimal overhead profit. Excuse me, not overhead, but
Mhm.
I mean it was just me trying to do right by the county and give the county what they needed at a very minimal profit. So what I'm just trying to say is you're not going to find anybody that's going to match the budgetary number that you're
Mhm.
looking for.
Yes, sir. And our concern is the same, and the state agreed to look at an increase in funding with this last round of bids come back. If they are over budget, they did agree to look at that for us. They asked us to make these changes first and re-advertise it. So if it does come back over budget, there could be a potential to resolve that as well.
Perfect.
Yes, sir. And then RFP for county auditing services. Those audits were received. Again, at the clerk's request, she asked us to delay the review of those proposals until the audit itself was complete, just because of staff being stretched thin, and we didn't want the auditors to be upset either if we didn't recommend the current company to be the award. So lots of different thought processes went into that. So we will work on getting that evaluation committee meeting scheduled now. Now that our audit is complete. So again, that one's just been in a holding pattern until we get that review done. And then COA Phase 2, again, you guys approved some proposals from Troy Tarbox back at the beginning of July on that parking lot, and he has been working steady on that for us. We hope to have some information back from him soon. And at our last commission meeting, we talked about the awnings and the need to wait on that until the parking lot is complete. And we have put a hold on that until we get firm numbers on what the parking lot's going to take. We won't do any of the other side projects until that. So the parking lot can take priority on that project. And I apologize for speaking so fast through all that, but like I said, I know it's been a long day for most of us.
All right. Moving on to special projects, formerly ARPA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no updates, any significant updates to this project other than, this project list, excuse me. At our last meeting, we talked about the countywide communication improvement project needing to be closed out. And that payment had already been sent for processing. It just had not been made at the last county commission meeting. And so that payment has been made to that vendor, and that has been reflected on this spreadsheet as an $89,000 expense. But other than that, there are no changes at this time.
Madam County Manager, you have other comments?
My only comment tonight is that I did enjoy a vacation last week with my family. Appreciate everybody allowing me to be able to take that time off and rest and relax. And a big thanks to our county admin staff who worked very, very efficiently last week and had very few phone calls or text messages. So they made it very enjoyable for me. So I just want to publicly thank Kayla and Clint especially. They did a lot of work for me last week, and I appreciate that. And that is all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Attorney,
Nothing tonight, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson,
No, sir, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Iverson.
I see the permit software is not scheduled to go back on or to go online until it says middle of July. Is that what it said?
Yes.
Which is now?
Yes, sir. We're waiting on the vendors to do that.
We're still waiting on the vendor. It has to do with the payment processing specifically.
Perfect. So the only thing I was going to ask is if it just for you to consider, would it help you or hurt you to bring some of the older general contractors in and do training now, or if you need to wait till then? You don't have to explain it to me. I'm just throwing that out there. If
So
now,
we will have to wait until the live version of that is available.
okay.
So right now, we're still using the staff side of it. So until that public facing side
It's
is
formatted
on the server
different.
and
Cool.
running,
Yeah.
Sounds good.
But we
Yeah.
do plan on doing that
Right.
once that's running.
Just for your
Yeah.
information, us older guys might be dead by then.
At the rate that this software is going, there's a chance of it.
I know, yeah. Yeah, we're pushing them hard. Yeah. If we do train them now, it likely will look different when the public
Oh, then
facing
yeah,
platform.
don't.
Yeah.
I just noticed they have been using it because I've been pulling a lot of permits, and when it comes back to me, the permit is different. And so, I was just throwing that out there. If it helped you,
Yeah.
that's all
I
I'm
was
saying.
really pleased with its reporting capabilities. Actually, I hadn't had a conversation with the ladies yet, but we get public records requests all the time about permit data, and a lot of it is a lot of work. And so we kind of ran a test sample yesterday, and it took about a minute maybe to get the data that we needed, and it printed it out. It was nice and formatted. So I was really impressed with that from my perspective. Yeah.
Two, it's gonna help with those types of requests.
Right.
Before, it was something that we had to send to IT, and IT had to run a lot of those reports for us.
Had to manually input that. Yeah.
We're gonna have the capability of running a lot of them ourselves, and so, not just for public records, but for our own use, it would be immediate information for us.
Perfect. Cool. And as we transition to Tyler, I know he's gonna call on you, but I just wanted to give a shout out, a pat on the back, a thank you to the people working at the baseball fields, the sports complex. I know you're gonna talk about that. That's your thing. I'm just saying thank y'all. Y'all doing a rocking. I went back there and it's looking good and progress is being made. And so anyway, I just want to say thank you.
All right. Commissioner Mobley.
I won't even want to talk about it. I ain't,
Oh, what?
I ain't even.
My bad. Well, you ain't got to talk
did.
about it. Thank you guys.
I went by. It looks great. They are working hard. So very happy to see that. Want to bring up one thing with the solid waste and everything we talked about. We want the time to replace the Assport, but where are we at on the impact fee study?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a Teams meeting, not last week, but the week prior with our company, Bryant Miller Olive, and then Stantec, that's their sub-consultant. They went through in great detail with, I had actually had a large group of county staff, and we'll probably have to bring in a couple more just based on the information that they need. But they provided us with their full list. It came through last week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember what day. Or like Monday, I think we finally, Monday or Tuesday. So they provided us in email a list of all of the data that they would need. Like I said, we got the actual list last week, like LaDonna said, early in the week. And so now we will be working on our end to provide all of that data and submit that back to them. Nothing that's overly complicated or something that would take a lot of effort on our end, honestly. Like I said, we've got a good group of people. I've asked quite a few from community development, public works, and fire department. Everyone that will be impacted by that will have some kind of play in that. But absolutely, we've got that list, and we're working on all of that now. Like I said, really it involves every one of those departments and even the school district as well.
When do we expect sending that back?
So we had talked about the timeline with Stantec about that, and they seem to believe that you all should have information by January to adopt. That we should be final by January. Yeah,
Wow.
And that was a pretty aggressive timeline, but they felt one that was completely doable, in my opinion. I don't think that it was anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And then, of course, there's some public hearings and notices before those can take effect. And so we would be looking at special assessment would be done well in time for in 2027 to make sure that it's on those trim notices for the upcoming, the next tax roll. Yeah, I was very impressed with I don't want to call it easy process, but they had it down to a science. So,
Alright.
yeah, we were happy with that.
I think that's it.
Couple of things. The Sanderson Community Center looks great. It's got a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
We still, I know one group is planning a work day for their organization to come there and just paint.
Yeah.
There's going to be some related expenses. I've talked with Doug Moore about that. There's things that we need to do, but we're close to having a serviceable community center in Sanderson again. And it had fallen into total disrepair.
Yeah.
So we've came a long ways. We still got a ways to go. I was by the ball field today, very impressed with how that's coming. The people that have sacrificed to make that happen for this county and for the youth of this county have just gone above and beyond anything that we expect. So kudos to them. Thanks to them. The other thing is, we've all seen the emails. One of the bigger projects in the county is the Midpoint project. We know that's in process. We did get some points back that need to be addressed before we can complete the review. And we're moving forward with that. It's going to take some time, but we're getting there. It's an important project for us. We've heard about it now for a few years. We're finally getting to the point where we're going somewhere. I'm glad to see it coming and appreciative of where we are right now. We just need to keep moving. So we talked about Sanderson and the need there earlier today at the Jonesville Park. We've talked about Old Lusty. Some of these park areas are actually being used regularly, daily. We're spending a lot of money on equipment and resources, and our parks and recreation people are there working on stuff regularly. At some point, we talked about some of that at Jonesville Park today, we're going to need to make more of an investment in one park at a time, or ever how we need to do it. But at some point, we got to invest in those parks. Having community recreation is important. And it can't all be in McClenny, or it can't be in the population center. And you've seen an increase in the outlying areas, especially at Old Lusty and Sanderson, where people are in those areas using them. We just need to recognize that's important to the county. I know several county commissioners have been to Jonesville Park and have met with them and talked with them. It's important. There's a large community there that's interested in it. So I appreciate what we are doing, and I think we need to continue to look at what we can do there. So that's all I have.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We're adjourned.
Thank you. Hey, I'm being nosy. Is the third son